We are here to continue to provide the entertainment. You thought it was the player break? Not in CCT, baby. The ball never stops rolling, and we're rolling on into the quarterfinals. My name's Hayes, and I'm joined by the wonderful Zola and Nexus. And we're going to be taking you through the first two games of the day. So, Nexus, I see you got a new lid, fella. I like the fresh cut. Are you missing out on the fishing? I know you're bothered by that, but got some good Counter-Strike at least.
I am, yeah. The fishing's real bothering me. I'm getting mocked in Snapchat messages by my friends pulling the biggest fish of his life, and like 10 others. But I'm here with Counter-Strike. You know, I've got time. Summer's still starting. You know, the fall is when the real fishing starts. That's where I'm gonna be going out every day. I'm coping here really hard. Zola, please tell me something better.
Honestly, you're missing out on fishing. I'm missing out on golf. I feel like I know we're both like in the mid-20s, but we're probably like 80 up, you know, in the kind of mental age, I guess. What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing?
I mean, the common denominator is you guys like playing with like sticks and poles, right? So there we go. Let's continue with that in mind. It is going to be the schedule for the day. Bestia and Flamingo, the opening matchup here in the quarterfinals. We then got LP. Not even going to just try and attempt that name. Just completely butcher it. Sound like I'm having a stroke, as Zola said. LP against 2Game. A couple of games we're going to be covering, fellas, and then some new faces for the last games at 9Z against Crew, and then Bounty Hunters taking on Red Canids. Now, I'd say all quarterfinals actually have a pretty significant favorite. Maybe bar that second game, Nexus could be quite close.
Honestly, yeah. Like, that second one is the one that I have the biggest question marks in. But also, to a similar degree, also the 9C Crew game, because, right, Zola as well, we kind of saw the last one, the Crew played a pretty good game.
Of course.
So I'm interested in that one very much as well, in that regard as well. Of course, right, 9Z is just a massive name at this point, but Crew played such an interesting game as well that I'm looking forward to how that goes. I think that's a bit more up in the air.
Honestly, I feel like the way that Crew played, there was like moments of brilliance and then moments of like, have they actually played CS before? Like it was just so back and forth, and that's why those games were so close. They should have like beat Keystars, you know, far more dominantly in both of those. Can we talk about the fact that both Sharks and Odic are already out of the event? That's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah,
I feel like Sharks,
that Odic game yesterday. Yeah,
like they both got 2-0'd. And like, you understand that those games, well, certain kind of parts of it, you know, that Nuke game for Odic, yes, they lost 13-11. It's a close game, but look, they come into the event probably as the two of the strongest teams here, and they've already both been eliminated in a 2-0 fashion, which is ridiculous, right?
And that's on Nuke that they lost, which is like their crown jewel map. Like, that's their best map. The fact that Bounty Hunters were able to get the job done was really impressive. But let's zero in our focus here on Bestia. Now, what we do as commentators, analysts, hosts, when we're doing these pre-games and we have the roster on the screen, is we'll always talk about like the most relevant and pertinent topics when it comes to that team in recent times, whether it's a storyline about a player or the org. No one's going to shut up about the Bestia drama with the Major for a long time to come. Anytime this team is on the screen, whether it's for like ECL, one of their local tournaments, CCT, everyone's going to be like, yeah, so Bestia, the team who was supposed to be at the Major in place of Legacy and stuffed up their documentation so they didn't get their visas in time, didn't get that opportunity afforded to them, which they earned. They completely earned that opportunity, but then they were their own worst enemies. I mean, Legacy should never have been at the Major, and they beat Vitality in the third stage in a best of one, for God's sake. That really does suck for Bestia, Zola, that they've had to just kind of take this on the chin. I mean, that was the first Major for all these players that have been the highlights of their career. How do they just move on? Like, that's devastating.
I think kind of mentally trying to get back from that is always going to be really tough, especially because it is something so simple like that. It's not as though it's like, why would you be playing in the kind of the qualifiers? Why would you be trying to get yourself there and then just forego all of the hard work on kind of a clerical error type thing? It just seems really, really silly. Honestly, I'm quite happy that it happened. We got to see that crazy kind of upsets from Legacy. So look, I think when you look at that on paper, they're certainly going to want to, I guess, come here and win this event to at least prove their worth. But like,
fair.
CCT in the Major, is it comparable?
Probably, I don't know. I mean, CCT probably eclipses it narrowly, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit biased. But you're right. They have to just put that behind them and focus up here and continue to just put their energy where it matters right now in the tournaments that they're still a part of. Nexus, some recognizable name value here in this Flamingo roster. You know, they've also come together pretty recently, a couple months ago, so we're still kind of feeling out and figuring out what we can expect from them. But what do you think about this composition of players? Any names that get you excited?
I think it's hard to look at the names and say VSM is one that doesn't entertain or interest anybody, right? He's had the chance to play with so many, like, the godfathers, really, of Brazilian Counter-Strike, like so many of the biggest names. But that hasn't really led to anything since then, really. It's just been sort of... He's been steady, he's been performing, yeah, but there hasn't been, like, a massive break again, so to say. So that's kind of like the one thing I could say to go against that, but definitely names that we still recognize as well, right? Denoco, Mirage, and these are like names that we've known throughout these last, what, 2-3 years we've been covering in South America as well. It's nice to see.
Yeah, look, I think VSM's had a really good last couple months, but honestly, are we gonna compare his time here on Flamengo to kind of his previous success? And obviously, you look at some of the opponents where he's putting up these good numbers. These are teams that some of which it would be their first HLTV teams. These are teams kind of out of the top 200. So I think we do have to take that into account. Obviously, I don't want to take away that he has had a really good last couple months, 1.18 rating, which is pretty ridiculous. But I think we do have to say that these aren't kind of the same opponents. It's not as though that he is kind of back to the top. So, look, I think VSM will be an important part to this series, obviously, for Flamengo. I'm looking at the vetoes now, and I'm thinking, well, Mirage is featuring, so Bestia are going to be happy about that. There's Nuke as well to end things off, which is 2 maps that they've got 100% win rate on. And then they've got Ancient, which, in fact, they have a better win rate than Flamengo. I don't really know how this veto's gone so bad. I think obviously the reason is because both these teams insta-bans are train, and it seemed like Flamengo, they banned their best map.
That's what I'm busy scratching my head about, is why they banned Inferno.
It was the only map on paper apart from Dust that they could have bested Bestia on.
And they've been playing it as well. They've played it 5 times in the past 3 months, and even in the past month they've played that map 5 times, and they've won it on 4 occasions. They haven't ever picked it, interestingly enough. It's clearly always other teams that pick it into them, and they just seem to put up good results. But I'm also scratching my head a little bit, right? Because Bestia have a really good 4-map pool nexus. Ancient, Mirage, Nuke, and Anubis. They've gotten 3 of their 4 best maps here, and they're the overwhelming favorites. Is this just wrap it up and call it a day?
I mean, if nothing else, Ancient's at least going to be the biggest eye test for the... Let's say the first 5 rounds is going to tell us what sort of game we're going to have. Okay. But it's just not an easy one to even try to wrap for Flamengo as to why the veto is going like this.
But why is there no Dust either? Dust is a map that they are far superior. They've got, 2/3 of the time they win it, 2/3 of the time Bestia play it, they lose it. This should have been
proven that Bestia struggle, Yeah,
this should have been either Inferno or Dust, and for some reason Flamengo ban one of them, and then obviously ban the other.
They're doing it on hard mode. That's the only explanation I can come up with, is that it's like, when you boot up one of those new single-player games and you get to choose the difficulty, it always feels so unsatisfactory if you do it on, like, any difficulty other than the hardest. So I think they're like, let's just turn that dial up to maximum difficulty. Let's beat Bestia on that. No, listen, I jest, of course. But
I'm coming back to that. When they lose 2-0.
I genuinely... this is Bestia's game for the taking every single day of the week. Like, they've got great maps. I mean, the one thing we can say about Bestia is they just haven't played much Counter-Strike lately. Of course, Flamengo came through the Swiss stage, and they've been playing in some other tournaments as well. So Nexus, maybe recent game time could play a factor here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it. That's like the only reason as well. Right? If you look at then Ancient, just going back to it, right? Like, it hasn't been played more than once since April for Bestia. I'm thinking, okay, maybe that's something. Maybe that's why, maybe they're rusty. Maybe Flamengo knows something we don't, right? I don't know, man.
2 series since April, that's why.
I know.
It's crazy. Bestia, how are they... Look, alright, I'm going to try and be as kind of stable as possible for Flamengo and not be too kind of discrediting for their decisions. But you look at the one map that they dropped against Shinden, it was Inferno, they lost 13-6. You look at the recent series against 9Z, who are also a team that feature in this event, they lost 2-0 in that series on Dust 2 and Inferno. Look, whoever's done the research for Flamengo is either kind of the ultimate villain for this team, or like they've either just not looked into it. This should have been so easy. This should have been Dust, this should have been Inferno. I'm just lost. I'm so lost. Matt, can you be the beacon of light that brings some clarity here? Because there's just...
Yeah. Well, here's what I'm thinking is, you look at the pick percentage for Flamengo, they pick Mirage 57% of the time. So I know it's a very good map for Bestia, but it's not like it's an awful map by any stretch for Flamengo. So maybe that's something we could look at and say, okay, there's going to be an element of comfortability. Perhaps they've been maybe watching some of the demos, but like you said, there's not much content out there of Bestia in recent times. So honestly, I don't really have much of a saving grace here for Flamengo, except go off, lads. You know, like they're clearly backing themselves instead of trying to play into the weaknesses of Bestia. And normally, as the underdog, that's not the best way to go about it. But
yeah,
hey, I mean, maybe it'll work out for them on this occasion.
I think as well, when you look at map 1 and map 2, I feel like individuals can quite heavily dictate. You know, you think about Mirage, you think about Ancient. These are maps that are, you know, a lot more puggy than a map like Nuke. But the big issue is when it comes to the individuals, I feel like the individuals on the side of Bestia do somewhat kind of surpass the strengths of Flamengo. Not to say that Flamengo aren't going to have kind of quality individuals. We've spoken about VSM and spoken about kind of, well, all 5 of these players. But I think the big issue is we know that Bestia have that in spades. They also have now the map veto on their side. They're going to be feeling maybe a little bit more confident because, okay, yes, they didn't feature at the major, but they should have done. So it's clear that this team are going to be feeling a lot better going into this game. And now they've just got everything going with them. I guess the one positive is Flamengo could go in saying, well, we're the underdogs. We expect to lose this. We're going to play with a lot more freedom, a lot more confidence. And that certainly can work in their favor. But I think in the same vein, Flamengo, they could fall out of this. They could maybe win, you know, 8 rounds across the 2 maps, and we're already polished up for this first best of 3. Look, I really don't know what's kind of happened with Flamengo. If they prove me wrong, then absolutely brilliant. I love getting proven wrong after absolutely kind of, you know, shitting on a team's decisions. Yeah. So look, I think if it works for them, absolutely amazing. Well done. But look, the odds are quite slim.
All right, fellas, well, we do have a bit of a break now. Surprisingly, I know, shock, horror, who would have expected us to have to just throw a little tech pause into the mix here before we jump into the action. So don't go too far, guys. We're going to have a little breather, and once Mirage is ready, we'll jump into that first map.
Here we have it, Ancient underway, the selection of Flamengo. Bestia, they seem well prepared to take this series and to progress to the semi-finals, but obviously we'll have the true answer in about 45 minutes time, because if Flamengo can take map 1, there could be a real cause for concern for Bestia. But pistol round, a speedy decision from Flamengo. They could just head towards the B-bomb site and close out the round instantly, and with the util sent they will, but nice find from Thomasin, takes down Danico, and now that he's realised, well, we're going to have to maneuver to the bomb site. We've dropped all this util. What was the point of it if we don't get that bomb down?
Smokes out, don't see. It's going to blow open, and it's 3 they'll be able to see here. First one only one he'll get, and now there's going to be the T-side of Flamingo fighting back, and Boney will deliver on 2, leaving Luciov alone toward the side that he just doesn't have a lot here. Flamingo. Pistol, like I say, it's speedy and it's effective. VSM has collected a triple there as well, and starting off with their map pick. Now, Zola, they got to try to prove you wrong here.
Look, I feel like when you make outlandish statements like I tend to do on a daily basis, I'm always going to get proven wrong. But yeah, look, it's a nice pistol. I think when we see that quad middle setup from Bestia, you're kind of questioning, well, look, you're taking that initial control in mid. You look to obviously take control towards Shelf, but then everyone's retaking through CT. The Util's still down. It makes things so tough. If the 4 players in mid just look to progress towards Cave, that's why we could have seen the round look quite nice for them. It is the force and the crunch down towards B, and look, they go 1 for 1, but Flamingo can evacuate, and with the A-bomb site under their control, this should be another round going their way.
But as soon as you head toward the A side, you've got your smokes down as well. That should be the bomb. Essentially always down the ground without too much trouble. There's a bit of a loop through mid as well. This caught Nuke say. More down and just casting off the save. Can't even do that. This will be Misfit to take this. And like I say, it is that second round coming through for Flamingo. And this one, it is now coming through here as well. So, from 2, you should always have 3 as well here. Full eco, nothing much for Bestia to do.
Yeah, positive start here. Obviously, we know that this first half is the one with the most excitement and the most intrigue, because both of these teams actually prefer kind of Bestia for the CT side, Flamingo for the T side. So I think this is going to be a real indication of where this game is going to go. If we see Bestia kind of win 8-4, 7-5, even in the spot after losing the pistol, losing the force, that's what we're seeing, and kind of saying, well, a very dominant start. And obviously for Flamingo, it's the same kind of indication. This first half holds so much weight here, and the MAC-10, attempting to find, will get a double here, just the 1 casualty so far, and that is surely all that will be found as Kutzmaret's maneuvering with the Julies, getting flanked as well, VSM pushing through T-spawn. So, nice round. Kutzmaret's could have gone to save that MAC-10 towards Shelf, but opts against it.
Now, like I say, with real interest that starts to come through, Bestia to start off their CT side, gun around coming out. And I want to see what they want to get up to here. I really do. Like I say, both teams kind of around the preferred sides. We had our talks about it as well, right? Where South America, you have these teams that are sometimes favoring the opposite side of them. That's kind of where Flamingo do fall here, which is a very interesting counterpoint to Bestia, who kind of follow more towards that same sort of meta of the game. And it's just gonna be like a thing that I wonder, like, is it the level of or the skill level that differentiates there? Or are there gonna be other things as well to consider? Is it just that much different? That is a bit of a whiff, but the site still held by Noltze's, mollied out of position, or at least in position, as he tries to walk away. That's where he'll be caught. Luchov as well, he'll just make up that lost space walking through the smoke. Good nades, and it's all led to Kutzmaret alone. Held, and now dead.
Yeah, nice round actually from Bestia. They're very quick to rotate through into the bomb site. That's why they catch off and find so much damage. Obviously, with it being their first full buy to find victory is important. They kind of put their stamp of success on this half. But I think for Flamingo, they lose the early pick in middle. We see Cassim posted up towards Temple, or from Temple, sorry, towards main. Missed shot there. I think Flamingo just kind of overlooked the back of the bomb site far too heavily there. Early utility going to be sent here from Flamingo towards middle. Maybe a late crunch here. Limitations for Kutzmaret as he's wielding a Tech 9. Flashbang into Cave. Great flash there. Timo fully blinded, but no one advancing. Speaking of flashbangs, a perfect one sent here, but Daniko ready and waiting to find. Luchov now elevated here towards Cave, and what a heavy gamble from Bestia. They've got 3 on the B bomb site, 1 towards red. The A site is completely open currently, but this setup in Cave is going to be tough to break. I say tough to break, sadly they have dismantled it themselves.
Yeah, sometimes it's not that difficult. Oh no, Luchov. 1 HP. Better hope that Molly does not spread any further on that last tick, and thankfully for him, it does not. But Doesn't give him that much more chance in living. That, however, will. Thomasin with the flashbang assistance. Will swing at the cave, take away Mirage. Suddenly the site hold a lot more doable here. But the problem is the utility is already down. He's given another fight. How does that happen?
Yeah, now 1 versus 3 for Misfit. Once we see Luchov get brought down to 1 HP from the kind of the spam and the molly, and Cassin actually feels a stray bullet as well. I'm thinking, well, Flamengo, they've got this round in a very good spot. But that flash from Cassin's excellent. Or from, yeah, I want to say it was Cassin who sent it. It was great utility there into cave. Gave them that control back, gave them that pick back. But obviously, it's Thomasin does so much work there towards Cubby. Misfit just going to save. He's sat on 2.3k. Can just bring this rifle into the next. Bestia, though, they bounce back. 2-3 scoreline. Expected third to follow, as it should just be the half bite around this saved AK. Obviously, we know how much work and value these saved AKs can have. You know, I feel like a lot of the time, if Misfit can look to be kind of the spear, maybe find a pick towards B and kind of cause some chaos for Bestia, there's certainly a chance. But important for Bestia, again, winning rounds with few casualties, allowing to build up the finances.
Let's see, though, what do they do with Misfit? As the utility is going to drop it over toward the corner, makes sense. They want to have him actually be in the fight out of the game, but Pistols and grouping up toward the B side they go. Timo will wait afar. Utility's already down. He's almost getting caught out with it, thankfully. Weapons not out immediately. That's going to be a hell of an opening, however. Nade is wonderful to assist. The spray is good, but doesn't secure the frag, not yet. Bomb goes down. That's the minimum requirement for Flamengo, now already complete. From here on out, and he kills. Misfit, his turn. Oh, Alfred.
Yeah, cuts
down.
As well. Look, it's a bomb plant. Seemingly, we should have seen a bit more success there, but either way, I don't really know how Timo doesn't connect on that spam through the smoke onto Delboni, but he gets a triple. First 3 kills of the map. And Bestia, as we say, they do bounce back. It is the investment once again from Flamengo. We have seen 3 full buy versus full buys now, and well, this will be the third, sorry. So currently Bestia, they are on track to do very well here in the CT side if they can continue, just on the basis that, yes, Flamengo were 3-0 up, but it came from the pistol, the force buy loss, the eco. Ever since the weaponry has been in play, Bestia have found that success. Great from Thomasin. Excellent find here, now realizing he's going to get crunched on from shelf, and he can back away. There was 3 players who could have traded him. Noxy pushing through here. Oh, timing's perfect. Delboni. Noxy just needs to help him. Oh, well, never mind. Luchov gets the double. Dada goes in a 1v5. Noxy just says, yeah, you know what? Don't want any of that. I'm going to go into middle. I reckon one's pushed through. They haven't yet. Still, Luchov can get the double.
That is quite a nice find. I'm mostly wondering, where was the flash? Where was the utility there for the T side? Because nobody really was there to stop the CT mid push, right? That was Thomasin coming through. Nobody that was there to actually stop him. It was just one guy through a smoke and pray and hope for the best. Yeah, like a disappointing util there from Flamengo. And in some of the previous rounds, we have seen the util look pretty good. Obviously, the positioning of Thomasin, he was so close there that if flashes come kind of over the top, sent from T-spawn, he's not going to be blinded. Obviously, the flash would need to come just above elbow to actually blind him. So I think flashes were sent. They were just dodged. But either way, look, one player pushing through a smoke there. Obviously, there was the player swinging from shelf, but Thomasin was able to back away. It just seems a little bit poor. I don't really know why the T's are hunting here, or the CTs are hunting here, sorry. They're just giving opportunities for Tanako to find a couple kills. Obviously, we will see Timo find him. Only one casualty here, and already you can see Flamengo scrambling as they call the tactical pause. I like that they've identified this quite early, but still, that's 4 in a row for Bestia, 3 of which being full buys from Flamengo. Yeah, this is already coming to a interesting point as well, right? With the Flamengo T side of favor, the question is, right, is it the question of or is it the sort of thing where it's different in terms of tiers of opponents they usually end up playing, right? Bestia, of course, no secret, have a bit more experience and firepower on paper compared to Flamengo. right? Even if we know who Flamengo are, the individuals there as well. Bestia just have the results to kind of back up their own game as well. I think that's what it really comes down to. It's just they play a different sort of style, and it's onto a lot of the other teams as well to kind of match up to that, to learn from them and the others. Until then, Bestia will of course be considered a favorite for a good while. And so far, they're showing us why.
Yeah, most certainly. Thomasin's in a good position here. He looks to be kind of the proactive player on this CT side. Thomasin could get caught here. Well, the C's are making their way into Cave. I think it's the right decision. There's just one B defender currently. Luchov could get caught out by Cave. All he needs to do is back away, but there it is. He has been found. Danico taking him down. Smokes have landed. Spam coming through. Molly on the bomb side to force him back. VSM has retrieved a rifle now. This round could definitely go the way of Flamengo now. I don't know why there is just a 1B defender, but Timo wants one towards top ramp. Orb shot missing. Timo's still searching here. Great flashbang. It is Noxy to find. Utility drop towards Cave. Catching off one is VSM. He doubles down. Can find the third as well. An embarrassing round from Bestia. They opt for the solo B defense with the knowledge that it's just a half fight. An impending Tech-9 rush should have been the thought process, surely. But VSM, lovely triple in that one, puts the round right back in their favor. And obviously, victory found upon it.
Right way to turn things back around. Now, the openings there as well are absolutely fantastic there. For Flamengo, you can of course that as well say, right, it's the site defense that does kind of let them have an easy opening. Utility is good enough to support it as well. My quarry with that round is the fact that it was Thomasin right out towards Cave immediately. Doesn't actually fully check him. There was no supportive utility. It was just one smoke. Didn't think anybody would have crossed over. That's a small gap left open. And Flamengo made very good use of that gap.
Yeah, honestly, if Thomasin looks to fight there towards lower ramp, not only would he have perfect information, he probably gets at least one. It's unfortunate, but yeah, it does seem like Thomasin's looking to be this kind of proactive player for Bestia. Whether it's kind of an early peek towards Shelf, whether it's this kind of aggressive tendency in middle. I like the idea behind it.
Surely there's going to be a flash if Noce goes through this. Let's think better of it. Right. There's the flash. Danico. Makes it, but they have got an entry that they can work with. A double entry, in fact. Now they're going to try to put the pressure on the CT side as well. Bestia a bit forced away from mid into Donut on B, casting to Cave.
Cutspress is in such a good position because Cassin is going to slowly clear this out.
Oh, no.
Noxy needs to do so much work here. Pushing through the smoke. Castin finds Cutspress. Thomasin gets the double. How has this round gone so wrong? They spot him in red room as well, and Thomasin looking for the frag. He's on 11 kills in total. Can't make it 12. Surely a trade to be seen shortly, but... I send the flash once again. Every round that seems near guaranteed for one team just goes the other.
I'm just wondering, how the hell did Mirage not get that shot on the B side?
Yeah.
I thought we heard him shoot before, so Cassin just must have hit a nasty flake and didn't even take damage.
Yeah.
Wish we could see that again, but for now, we'll just focus on the rest of the round. Bomb's not going to be taken by Misfit. Instead, he's often opting to save.
Yeah, the good thing is Misfit can drop an AK over to Mirage. VSM can invest. Aniko can maybe drop over an AWP, and Delboni can buy as well, because Bestia have won so many rounds in a row that obviously the loss bonus for Flamengo is quite high. So an investment will be seen at least here from the likes of Flamengo. Yeah, money obviously not perfect for Bestia. If they lose this, they will be reset. But look, Flamengo find those opening 3 rounds from the pistol to force the eco. They're trailing now. It's 5-4. Bestia could get themselves the half. At least a tied half would be excellent, because it would indicate from the remaining 9 rounds attainable, they've got 2/3. So right now, Flamengo, yes, it was a great start to Ancient. It's your map selection. You're on your preferred side. It's not really panned out the way they'd hoped, especially after winning those opening 3.
Either way, right? T side is not the usually favored side, so if we are to go by that, 4-5 rounds, maybe you could work with that as well here, but it's the opposition that you really have to conquer. It's not just the numbers. You have to think about who's on the other side, and thus we come back to seeing how these last few rounds will go. Now, as you said, Flamengo still a buy coming out there. They're not going to be in any real trouble in that regard. Just a single Galil, a little bit of util missing on Delboni. It's not like they're missing an entire round's worth of equipment. Having it forced right back into this or what about... Let's see the plan here, because last round, right, they had that mid control going pretty successfully for them. They found an opening, our customer has found a double opening, then suddenly things went very quickly, right? Because they couldn't force the advantage into a win from there on out, but they did manage to force them out of mid. I kind of want to see that coming through again. It seems like that's something they also have ideas for the same time. Bestia, not going to be challenged for it. Instead, Thomas in, just spray the smoke, hope for the best, but Red Room is a massive question mark. That has to be suddenly taken care of by the rotation.
Yeah, Noxie's holding now. Cassin towards A main. Noxie's got to be cautious. At worst, there should be a trade here. Noxie can back away. Great information. We're seeing the spam through the smoke from Timo. He will connect to Danico. Noxie doesn't need to overfight here. Look, Flamengo, they've got control of Red Room. Barely any ammunition there for Noxie, but he can find VSM. Timo's still waiting behind the smoke. Backing away from the B-bomb site now is Luchov. In Donut, Tomazin. Feels quite isolated here. But as I wanted to say, I don't really know why Noxie looks to fight. Yes, he goes 1-for-1, but obviously, who cares about them having control in Red Room? There's no bomb site there. They have to maneuver. Oh, Misfit drops the bomb and, well, again, round over. Nice shot, nice find from Cassin. 4 survivors here. Bestia, they are on a real streak of success. Another tactical pause called here from Flamengo. Look, a lot of people might look at this game and go, well, Flamengo, they've got 4 rounds here on the T side. It's not too bad. You know, Bestia are on their preferred side, and it's a map that obviously Bestia statistically are better at. They were 3-0 up. It's been 6-1 for Bestia since the weaponry's been in play. Bestia are dominating here on the CT side. And if this continues, I'm very worried for Flamengo.
Right with you on that one. No, man, okay. I can't get it out of my mind from that last one, right? The Noxie fight, why he decided to go for it. It feels like he's hoping he takes down one or maybe both, and if he doesn't, Flamengo would have sped up into the op of Cassin there was waiting in Temple. Yeah, it felt like that was the idea, but the Flamengo slowed down. It didn't really end up mattering in the end, but that just felt like the play, but it was also unnecessary, right? It's not like Bestia is playing the absolute best game. Like, they're making some overextensions, if you want to call them mistakes as well, where Flamengo are able to capitalize upon, right? The B defenses we've already seen once cracked wide open. That was the only route they've had since that beginning. And here as well, they're given a chance. Like,
Cassin's
look at that.
Crazy, man. Why is he going for that fight? Maybe if you've got a rifle, you could really opt to do that, but there's no need. Luchov now rotating in, AK in hand, flanked by the Tech 9. This is disappointing, I've got to say. The molly landing at the feet of the bomb planter. Noxie will get one. No smoke here, so he can find the bomb carrier again. Cuts Moretz in caves have been spotted, so it seems like Bestia have a good chance of things here, but I think we have to say, I don't really know where Cassin's going for that fight behind ramp, especially because there's a molly down. We know the difficulties of Orpa's looking through Molotovs. And secondly, even if he gets the kill, he's probably going to get traded. I just don't really know what the game plan is there. If he posted up towards the backside, I think he finds that kill, or he finds plenty of kills. But look, they still win the round. Bestia, it's a good round for them. But again, there's just moments where Bestia make these mistakes. They look a little bit amateur, I think we have to say.
Yeah, that is it, but still the fact is, somehow, even this last one goes their way. It should not, after the initial entry, and the second especially, they still recover for the round itself.
And the third, they were in a, what, a 4 versus 2 at one point, or a 4 versus, a 3 versus 2, with a bomb site taken.
It's just quick rotations. The fact that they've been able to take mid control so often as well, that whenever they wanted to kind of split it, speaks to that regard and how well they're able to maneuver around the map. But speaking of it, right now, they're not. They have been chopped in half in every single duel they've gone to. Cassin is left alone in a 1 versus 4, and sure, last round, maybe. But this one... No. I refuse to live in the reality where this is a 1 round.
He gets the first.
Okay, maybe we get a
player pushing, okay. Cutsmertz is close.
Oh, no.
He's gonna tuck in the corner, but where? Cassin able to retrieve an AK now. 1 versus 4 gone down to a 1 versus 2. Pushing through here now. They've got a good setup here on the bomb site, though. That's the big issue. Need here to land on the bomb site. Repositioning now is Cassin. Danico doesn't know any of it. He's able to get the first. Cassin's spotted the second as well. Delboni, information here for Cassin. Waiting for Delboni to make the move. And Cassin will find it is a 1 versus 4 for Cassin. And he does the celebration. What have we just watched? Flamengo. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. You can forgive the first kill. He's looking for information. The second, maybe. Maybe you can say, well, Cutmrats, he's against an AWP. You know he wants to push. It is a 1 versus 4 with the whole map control the way of Flamengo.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous.
Not only do we have to say what a mistake from Flamengo, but great decision-making from Cassin. When he sends that nade onto the bomb site from the right-hand side, you can so clearly see that the player on the bomb site, I want to say it was Delboni, he was a little bit worried about a potential swing. That's why Danico's just holding from kind of long to the bomb site to cut the rotate. It's just disgusting. But what a clutch, what a mistake. And Flamengo now, okay, yeah, they were 3-0 up. Who cares? They lost the half 8-4. This was the issue. This was the problem that I mentioned. Ridiculous.
It's not just a mistake, but it's multiple. But nonetheless, that is an insane first half there for Bestia, and we started talking about it, right? The veto itself, the whole shebang headed into this series. Bestia essentially have 3 out of the 4 of the best maps they play. Yeah, this is supposed to be the weakest one, just statistics-wise, numbers-wise, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Mirage already, because at the moment, Flamengo feel like they are going to be running out of steam here. If they can convert those rounds to victories, that's the sort of thing where Bestia will punish you immediately, and they're not going to let a game like that go, surely.
Yeah, obviously the big kind of question is why they banned Inferno. It's the one map that seemed as though they should be finding. Thomason will take down Delboni. VSM still waiting behind the smoke. The bomb's now been recovered. And VSM's in a 1v3.
Why do they ban Inferno? Why do they not pick Dust 2? That as well was the other question we had.
Yeah, exactly.
They head towards Ancient, and so far it has not been great. 1 round half of the first opening. The pistol forced by an eco. That's the only rounds they've... those are the rounds they started with, and then it was 1 Tech 9 play toward the B side. That's not something that's replicable. It shows this gun rounds, everything. Bestia have been a step ahead in most situations. And even when they've been a step 2 or 3 behind in 1 versus 4, they still win those ones. So there's so much already that's going against Flamengo here to start off the day. And it feels like it is not gonna stop.
Honestly, that's the quickest... I think that's the quickest round of CS I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's about to be done here.
Yeah, Bestia leading by 6. Only 3 more needed. I feel bad for Matt. I don't really know what he's going to say on the analyst desk. I guess he'll just ask for that 1v4 to be replayed and repeat, because maybe, I guess that's the one round that looked pretty good for Flamengo and then fell so flat.
Maybe hello, thank you for joining, goodbye, see you in map 2.
Yeah.
Next, put your cats away.
My cat will stay. Matt has his opinions. Here. It's gonna be the CT side, actually defending for now. They've not fully kept anyone at bay, but it has slowed a Bestia down enough. They're still up a man here. They had the B side for completely over business. Didn't actually know about it. And now slowing down. Rotations made for Flamengo. Ready to hold the B site as well here. And Bestia, now they start the search as well. Not fully committing to anything before they know for sure with what it is they're walking into. Now they're gonna find out. There's 1 and 2 coming in for the CT side. Did they spot both of them pushing toward the B side is my question. One was known, second not. Now they should. And it's on to Nocte, who will have a quick backstab on this. Unchecked for the first one. And Delboni against him. The first round in, what, 10 to find here for Flamengo. And it's coming down to another clutch. That is going to be another one for Bestia instead.
What do we do? What are we doing here, Flamengo? Just, yeah, it's a rough one. And obviously they're going for the investment. They don't feel confident winning the game, being 8 behind. It's a tough watch. It really is. For a side that are finding openers, are finding advantages. Cuts Moretz, nice find there. Mollied off by Noxie. The flashes are great though from Noxie, trying to kind of solo his way through cave. Aggression to be seen from Cuts Moretz and spotted, but Luchov takes a fair bit of damage here. Tom is in looking to progress. Delboni's in a great position here. Timing is excellent, but doesn't capitalize, doesn't find the frag. Smoke now in red room to allow Thomas in to creep on out. Bit of a spam and connects through the smoke. Man advantage back the way now of Bestia.
Damage has been dealt. That's a silver lining. And it seems like Timo's also going to give away something toward the B site. Make it an interesting push. Eyes on him or not. He's dead. No chance. It was Donut. The land has been spotted at VSM. Gotta fight. Hold his ground. Cannot do so. And thus, rotation at least quickly. Inbound on the site. And while casting, he's found at that first one. He's not going to be expecting the second so quickly. Misfit could just smoke. Could find it. Stop the bomb from ever being planted. And it's coming down to the Luchov now.
The problem here for Misfit is because Luchov hasn't gone for this trade straight away, surely Misfit's going to be worried about the idea of maybe Temple or CT. And as the time starts ticking, Luchov, obviously, we know it if he went towards Red Room and pushed into CT, he had the round dead to rights. Worried about A main here is Luchov. So certain.
Oh, no.
Misfit could just swing for it and will fight. Important round for Flamengo. Big mistake seen there from Bestia, but I don't think they're too worried about it. They've got plenty of rounds ahead. But obviously, you kind of question, well, Timo, the idea of it is that he's going to be this lurk or kind of maybe to show attention elsewhere. They did still have quite a lot of time. I don't really know why Timo just goes out onto the B-bomb site to go and die. But Bestia do go down to a 3 versus 2. I think they definitely could have had that one. It was, in fact, the smoke that they throw that kind of cost them. If it was just a molly in CT, I think they have that one. But going to be a playthrough A here from Bestia, and it's an excellent call, as currently Delboni's just jiggling. There is a rotation into Donut. Cuts Moretz finds Noxie. Cuts Moretz again to secure the second of this round. Smoke now in A main. No casualties on the side of Flamengo, and the MP9's making them money, so
gotta be happy with that one for Flamengo. Cementing finally something here, at least not 1 but 2 rounds in a row. Before it's too late, at least have something here built up before you, well, currently seems like eventually end up on the losing side of it. It's not an impossible situation by no means, don't get us wrong, but from how things are currently being played, Bestia have been able to pull these tricks that have essentially kept almost every single round alive. Time to see some of that magic for Flamengo now is, however, the point.
yeah, look, I think this game is kind of always the question of when, not if, now for Bestia. I think they've looked far too compelling here on Ancient to give the idea that Flamengo will come back. Obviously, there is the chance of it, but very slim. Still limitations on the side of Flamengo. They've got MP9s. You understand that they want to keep their finances high, but I think for Flamengo, we're kind of in a scenario where are you really wanting to play with 2 limiting weapons in the round that means everything? If obviously they lose this, they give up 12, and with 6 opportunities for Bestia to close out the game, I think this is where maybe you do look to kind of upgrade this weaponry, because you're not really in a spot where you're wanting to say, well, yeah, okay, we'll kind of work with weaknesses and hopefully we can get it over the line. Timing for VSM's good. Delboni will take down Luchov. Trading eventually seen there onto Delboni. Deep Molly seen. Donut still under the control of Bestia. Spamming through the smoke is VSM. Misfit for the same approach. Bomb will eventually go down, and Thomasin now backing away towards A main. A lot of control here. There is going to be a flank from Flamengo. Thomasin spots out 1 in Temple, now needing to deal with the flank. Slowly making their way through. All going to be about timing here. Great from Thomasin. Will get 1. There is still this flank here from Cuts Moret. He can find 2 here, but he's quick on the trigger. Won't matter. And it's the low HP Mac 10 of Cassin to be...
You have to think about the flank as well.
He's here in Temple. We'll find enough time for the defuse for Flamengo. An important round. 1 step closer to their opponents.
It's a good round there for Flamengo. It really comes down to the first and second duel coming in from the retake of the Temple, and then, of course, main. One of those goes the other way. You've got a round instead. That can be played out for Bestia, and that flank as well may not be checked immediately, but what you have is a 7-11 scoreline at the moment. You've got Flamengo fighting for this. What a Tech 9s on the other side. Surely not going to be falling to one of their own tricks. But we're going to see what the Tech 9s get, because shenanigans are always going to be in play with these sorts of weapons. They've even got a little bit of utility to support a, well, semi-doable play. You know, a couple of smokes down and flashbang into that sort of deal. And, well, flashbang in, player out, make it 2, 3 maybe, not yet. There's the tricks coming through. Now to hold the site. Double swing this if you want to. Are you audacious enough, however, is my question on Bestia's side. Yes, they are. Fighting into CT spawn, and both shuts down.
Yeah, look, just the 2 casualties for Flamengo, so money will be on the rise. Look at players like Cuts and Merits, Danico, just shy of 5-digit bank accounts. Flamengo, they've got themselves back in the question now. Then we're at that 11-6, 11-5. We were kind of saying, well, okay, this is getting a little bit too outlandish, a little bit too out of hand. Yet, now, only 3 rounds away, only 2 full buys away from leveling up the score. Cassin now on the big green, though, to deal against Misfit. Obviously, Cassin has had the round of the series already, winning that 1v4. There's only a few isolated moments that can have happen in Counter-Strike that will be better than that clutch. Cuts Moretz. It looks as though he's going to be pushing through this smoke now. Oh, timing. Unfortunate. Gives up his life. And now with the advantage the way of Bestia, Flamengo have got to take a risk. They do it by taking B lane. Limited utility now for Bestia. Just a smoke and a flash. Waiting for this re-aggression, and Cassin can find VSM. Knowledgeable that Flamengo, if they want to win in this round, they're going to have to take a risk. Smoke seen from that mid to B, so it is going to be this acceleration into Red Room. Great flashbang here. But Danico and Delboni, they double up and they find a lot of success. Misfit's got this information now that they're maneuvering through cave. How has he not heard this? Deep Molly thrown now. Should deny. Timo can find. Excellent there. Clearly Misfit. Assuming that one would come from ramp. Still, we've got Danico and Delboni. Cassin, though, posted up. Delboni here as well. Information gathered by Timo. Cassin, great triple in this one. Give Bestia their 12th. And now with 4 opportunities to close out their opponent's map. Bestia surely on track to take this here.
It feels like it. When you get toward that 12 Bestia, surely they're going to close it out. And in that last round as well. It starts off well. They make a call that I'm surprised Flamingo isn't ready for, right? It's the AWP that's pushed in deep from Misfit all the way down ramp. They're thinking, yeah, okay, B's going to be a bit more covered as well. Not recognizing that Bestia were already going to be there. And then, of course, that first shot from Flamingo. Coming back to it quickly, then denied toward the end. And now, oh no, a missed shot that almost gets Flamingo there first. They don't fully put the pressure on that play, but here's the next one instead. A flashbang to ramp, a confident swing, and a trade quickly for Nocte as well. Bestia, if you want to continue toward that B side, now might be your best chance before the CT is fully start to wrap in on you as well. But
this could be problematic.
Yeah, the rotations are coming through, but the utility is not great on the CT side. That's the problem here.
Boost them up the smoke. This could come at a risk. Cuts Moretz found. No. Oh, unfortunate there. Thomasin could isolate. VSM completely alone here on the bomb site. Found here by Thomasin. It's now 2 versus 4. Misfit and Delboni, they get the first. Delboni gets a freebie here. Not the best of the trade, but will still connect. Orb shot missing. Delboni still on the bomb site, found by Teemo. And it's all on Misfit. Through the smoke he tries, but Teemo holding. And Bestia will be victorious on map number 1.
They're going to be taking this one, and with that, we're going to send it over toward Hayes to talk a little bit about it. What did we end up missing? What went wrong for Flamingo? You can say DeVito, but let's hear the others' thoughts as well.
Yeah, cheers, fellas. What a display. Honestly, very impressive from Bestia with where the game had started, going down 0-3. We thought, hang on, is there maybe going to be some sort of a display coming through from Flamingo? I suppose it is maybe a bit preemptive. It was just the pistol, anti-force, and anti-eco they won. And once we got into the thick of the gun rounds, that's where we started to kind of notice the disparity between the two teams kind of came to fruition, became a bit more of a gap. You just noticed it became more real at that point, right? Like the way we had expected it to be. So let's draw things back all the way to the start of the map. Now, obviously, this was Flamingo's map pick, and we mentioned in the pregame that we were quite surprised they decided to bring Ancient to the table because we know how incredibly proficient Bestia have been on this map in recent times. Had some really good sculpts, and it's just been very reliable for them. They've even picked it on a few occasions. And I think where Flamingo missed a bit of a trick in this first half was actually just not really going for middle control nearly enough. I feel like they were going for a lot of numbers-based approaches, leaning into either opposite side of the map, but not really much emphasis on middle. Not like big mid takes where they're combining with the players coming through from shelf while pushing through elbow at the same time. And I feel like that would have just aided their cause a lot more because Bestia then almost always had that mid control, which meant they almost always had valid and very good information at their disposal. And therefore, they always had like an extra man on the right side of the map so they could pad up the defense. I will say, it ended 8-4 on the half, but it felt like the game was way closer than what that scoreline actually suggests. I mean, there were a number of rounds Bestia won where they kind of had like no business in winning the round. There was the one eco. I mean, Flamingo didn't even win a gun run in the first half, if you think about it, guys. Like I said, they won pistol, anti-force, anti-eco, and then they won that one eco round where they pushed it into the B side. And I noticed it was a trend for Bestia where they weren't really too keen to put numbers on the B side in their anti-ecos. Instead, they seemed to prioritize actually just retaking the bomb sites, giving up the sites, and then trying to take it back after the bomb had gone down, recognizing they're going to have like superior utility, they'll have the numbers, they'll have the firepower, and they've got the plan, right? They've obviously ironed out their retakes in those sort of situations. That's their protocol. So they did lose that one Tech 9 round where they gave up the space and they weren't able to retake the bomb site. But yeah, I feel like Bestia just had way too much control of middle in the first half. And then they were, like I said, had their blushes saved by some individual brilliance. I mean, that 1v4 from Casson was really good. You look at it for Bestia, though, lots of isolated duels. They just get caught off by his repositioning back around the bomb side. I mean, he did play the clutch perfectly, it must be said. Like, just making really good decisions, micro decisions with the clutch. And then we flip halves and Bestia win the pistol, they convert, they go up like 11-4, and at that point, it's just game over, right? There's just no way back in for Flamingo. They do give us something to maybe get excited about. They win a couple of rounds, but it's almost just superficial at that point. Bestia were able to just kind of trip over the finish line and get the job done. And they win map 1 here in the quarterfinal, first quarterfinal of the day, 13-8, Bestia the victors. We're going to have a short break now. When we come back, it's going to be Bestia's map, and it could only get worse for Flamingo from here. because we're going to Mirage next, which is a really good map for Bestia. Flamengo do play it as well, though, so let's not write them off entirely. Like I said, we're going to have a short break, and when we come back, we'll jump into Mirage.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Into the action we go on Mirage, the selection of Bestia. An excellent performance from Bestia on map number 1. Obviously, Flamengo, they got a couple rounds at the end, bit of a consolation prize, but after we saw that 8-4 half, even after losing the first 3, I think we all knew where the game was going, especially, I think, that 1v4 for Cassin kind of, I guess, just put that seal of approval on the game was definitely going to go their way, but this round looks pretty good, in fact, here for Flamengo. They've got a lot of control, but they're just missing the shots. Timber gets the double. Delboni spamming through, will connect, but we're in a 2 versus 4 in about a blink of an eye.
It's quickly gone awry here as Bestia have decided to take the round by storm, and now the A site as well for Misfits currently hiding in CT. They're going to have somebody covering for that bomb plant that will go down. They can't stop it, but Misfit is allowed to take a duel. Suddenly, one man becomes 3 on his screen. As this one is now to the cuts Mirage. Nade will not even finish off Nocta. He's able to escape from the trajectory, and if they will just swing him together, that is such nice movement there. On both the final kills coming through Bestia.
I felt bad for Cuts Moretz on map 1, actually. I thought on his CT side, he looked to try and kind of take some space towards Cave, and actually had a few successful moments. I think the real difficulty is he was trying to kind of do the same approach that Thomasin was kind of going for, to be the proactive player, to try and get information, try and find some frags. It just seemed like in every engagement, the timing just couldn't have been worse. Obviously, it was the lowest performing player in the whole server, but actually I feel like Cuts Moretz was kind of a, you know, a real space taker, and it could have been kind of a great game from him. And I think with little moments like that, obviously the 1v4 as well, going for Bestia, I think Flamengo, yes, they didn't have the best of times on Ancient, but we could have seen a different story. We could have seen a real chance for them, but just losing that final round is just ridiculous. It's still fresh in my mind. It's a round I'll be thinking about for quite some time, I feel.
Quite valid, I'll say. But for now, what do you think about the force buys here? For round number 2 for Flamengo, they're going to be stacking more toward the B side. Early fight in the Palace. This one I feel like is going to dictate some of those thoughts. Now, 4v4, what's up?
Yeah, look, honestly, I don't mind the idea of these force buys, especially on the CT side. I feel like you can kind of reclaim some lost ground. Obviously, the CT economy is really tough, so you're not going to have the utility. You're not going to have kind of the perfect investment if you opt for the eco. I think that's also the benefit of going for the second round force, because not only do you have the chance to get the lead back your way, mess up the finances, but even if you do lose, going into that 4th round, you'll have a perfect investment. So I don't mind the idea at all, actually.
Let's see if they can make this one still work. Though, seeing Bestia just toward the A side, I feel like that's going to be taking a lot away from their chance, essentially on the Del Boni now to find at least one, and if not, survive. Thankfully for him, there is not really that much utility to deal with him specifically. Although he's moving forward, 45 seconds left on the clock. Now, checked mid, didn't see anything, and he waits. Those smokes, the utilities coming through, he knows. Somebody's going to be on his screen soon, and now Tomasini, he was there. Second one would have been nice, but that still kept the round alive here. Bomb needs to be planted. CT side have a couple extra seconds here. Coming through. Everybody on spawn. Watch the first as well. Timo, back it away. They know he's going to be somewhere close. They have a nice 1-2 punch set up on this one. And it's coming down to the last man, but Timo will clutch up here. Total of 4 kills. 8 force buy, well worth, it seems, for Flamengo, despite not actually ending up on the winning side. It's dealt a lot of damage to Bestia. Able to buy up another Desert Eagle or 2 on the CT side there if you want that weaponry again. Just keep that economy low. That's at least something.
Yeah, obviously, great round for Timo. 4K in that one. Doesn't really put a foot wrong whatsoever. What are we thinking's the kind of lower limit here for Flamengo? Because we know they prefer the CT side massively. Are we thinking they've got to win the half at kind of the bare minimum, or is that?
I think so. Like 7 or 8 probably is kind of what I'm looking at here. Because otherwise it feels like it's still very much in the realms of possibility for Bestia to just have a good round to quickly turn things on its head. In that sort of situation. It feels like it needs to be very dominant. And that's a good start to it, at least. 5-7. Of course, a dangerous weapon, as always. And Customer Red kind of shows what it's done, but such a good call.
Yeah, so devastating, because all 4 of these players were on the B-bomb side. If they just held their nerve, would have been a very simplistic round for Flamengo.
The problem here is, as soon as they realize, oh, it is the B side, Nocta, if he just would have, even if he would have waited there, they would have checked him on the way in. Even with the Mag 10, I don't really favor his chances in that duel all too well, but bomb goes down, and they'll have to spend a couple of seconds just to figure out where Nocta might have gone. He smartly disengaged here. It does not need to give away any single individual duel here.
There is still that AK towards ramp that Flamengo should be looking to save. Maybe just Mirage has forgotten about it. Cassin spotting. I think the idea here for Flamengo is just to try and remove the finances as best as possible, and looking at 2 players progressing through under, one of which should be in the Mac 10. Noxie doesn't check it. Lucha will get one, but Danico could be unknown, and an excellent round here to deny the finances. AK can be retrieved from Danico. Look, the round goes the way of Bestia, but look at the money. There's limitations on their side, yet for Flamengo, they've got the AWP, they've got that saved AK. Utility's going to be strong. Nice decision from Flamengo.
Indeed. Now, Misfit, AWP is coming to out for him immediately here as well. On the other side, we're not going to have that immediately for Cassin. But for that, it's not going to be there. But for map number 1, right? You said you felt a little bit bad for Mirage, right? He played a pretty decent game. Though, didn't really have the absolute best of the time. I kind of have that same sort of thing for Misfit there. Like, he played a decent enough of a game. But you could say that for anybody, right? Anybody played a decent enough game. It just wasn't good enough in the end. I just want to see what the what individuals will really give us now that they have the chance to do so.
Yeah, look, there was definitely moments from Flamengo where I was really impressed. You know, that round where it was the Tech 9s, the progression towards B, the lone defender, VSM retrieves that rifle, then gets a triple and kind of confirms that round for Flamengo. There's certainly moments where you kind of questioned not only the decision-making from Bestia, but also we saw the brilliance of Flamengo. But now with this being their first real weapon investment, if they don't put pen to paper, you know, the financial damage they dealt in the last might be for nothing. Mirage playing here towards the B-bomb site. Flashbang coming through. Mirage drops the smoke, and oh, Mirage found by Thomas, and then he can just back away. Timo clearing towards middle. Could boost into window if they decide. It is a hefty A gamble here from Flamengo, and seemingly to be the right call as the bomb is making its way through T-spawn. With no broken murder hole, this could be quite tough here. Timo falls, so does Luchov. Okay. Man advantage now the way of Bestia, of Flamengo, sorry. And an excellent setup on the A-bomb site. The Mac 10, 26 points of health. Danico surely to pop in this kill. Timing couldn't be worse. The swinging Mac 10 can find not the best of shots from Cassin, but a 2 versus 2 now. Molly towards jungle. They can plant for Con. Oh, this is so tough to watch.
This round has flip-flopped all over around about 17 times at this point already, and it might do so yet again here. Trying to get into position in Palace. That's going to give them ideas as well, but Cassin, the long flank as well, that's coming through. Noxe just needs to buy time, but the problem is he can't do so in this position. They're both making a risk right now. They could try to stick to the fuse if they wanted to. They don't have the safety of a smoke. They don't have the cover of anything. They're going to have to spend a couple more seconds on this Cassin. But now it's just waiting. They haven't seen him. Instead, they're looking for it. Knocked out with the first one, and there's Cassin. Trying to buy this time, making sure VSM's not on it, and he'll take the duel, take the round head on.
And this is the problem of that kind of last, you know, half-buy/eco from Flamengo. They find all the remaining survivors from Bestia, yet they don't capitalize on it. They don't win the round, and they're going for broke here. They're going for the investment. Limitations will be seen in the util department from players like VSM, like Misfit, Danico as well. Delboni bringing out an MP9 drop to Danico. But very limited utility. Only 8 pieces in total for Flamengo, so they might need to go for a bit more of an aggressive approach. No defuse kit either, so if the bomb goes down, Flamengo might be kind of questioning whether to even give a retake a go. Mirage looking to push through. Flash of the smoke could work out nicely. Mirage fully blinded and taken down by Luchov, and now we can see this acceleration towards B. The M4's been spotted here towards short. Molly and Mac 10 will find, and round is over. The CT, why are they giving this one a go? Keep these weapons in the next. You don't have the kit, you don't have the util, you don't have the numbers for this retake, so Misfit will back away now. 5-0 start for Bestia. Look, we said for Flamengo, if there's any confidence from us that they can win this game, they've got to win the half. And in doing so, that means they've got to win the remaining 7 rounds here. Misfit's been spotted as well by Timo towards short. Mac 10. Oh, Noxy will find. No head armor there for Misfit, making that an easy frag.
It's a wonderful start now, of course, as well. Confirmed, more or less, for Bestia. Despite good attempts for Flamengo, they can't contain it for too long.
But this is where we're going to bring up the issue of why they didn't pick, why they banned Inferno and why they didn't pick Dust.
Yeah.
Flamengo had to push it to Nuke. They had to get that third map. We kind of already knew that Nuke was going to feature just on the basis that it's a kind of a heavily played map here from both Bestia and Flamengo. But look, Flamengo could have taken a crazy risk. They could have just said, well, okay, you banned Train. We're going to actually ban Nuke. Or maybe we'll ban Mirage. Then, you know, it would have been a far better veto. We kind of discredited the decision here from Flamengo when it came to the vetoes, and we're seeing it on display here. Cassin, maybe not the cleanest of shots, but attempting here. VSM, the save rifle in ladder. A couple MP9s have been invested, but VSM is now trapped as Cassin's holding for the escape. Cuts Moretz here towards short. Nice HE grenade just to soften him up. Oh, the smoke here in window, but VSM can get one.
The opening they need.
Yeah, this is where Thomason needs to push out of apartments.
Waiting for this Noxy. Debating switch of the CT side on the other side. You can walk through, but there's got to be somebody waiting for you. Doesn't matter which side. Up next, short plays also going to be falling down to Cassin. Nice no-scope at least. Will have himself an opportunity to want it to be sight, but a missed shot. Seems like the end of this round. Thomasin unable to capitalize as well in the unlikely scenario, an unlikely round. And Flamengo finally broken through here.
Yeah, important round for Flamengo. Not only is it to deny 6 secured, but just that first on the board. Even still, though, VSM gets that kill. Noxy wants to take the risk and feels like he needs to be that difference maker. Honestly, Bestia could have just sat in middle with 3. We could have seen Thomasin push out of apartments, and I think the round goes the way of Bestia every day of the week. But still, Flamengo, an important round to find. There's limitations now on the side of Bestia, and a Deagle and a Mac 10. So Flamengo with a good chance. Obviously, victory here gets 2. An eco to be seen finds 3. And a bit more stability can be seen on the CT side. Timing on the HE grenade looks good. Cutspress now under pressure. Molly in hand. Smoke in hand, sorry. We'll drop it. VSM looking to double, but taken down by Timo. Cuts Moretz. Very much alone here. The rotation's so slow. He's got to try and keep himself alive, but not the easiest of scenarios to be in. Cuts Moretz with the USB in hand. Will get taken down. Noxy's Deagle finding. Timo takes down the rotating AWP of Misfit. And a 2 versus 4 now for Flamengo to attempt. And with Delboni retrieving that AWP, it's seemingly not going to be given a go. Six secured for Bestia.
Yeah, it starts off as well looking so good with the first one. VSM finds the smoke that was dropped. But, right, you can only do so much. When VSM is immediately traded after the first out of that smoke, at that point, it stopped Cuts Moretz from actually being able to help his teammate out in that situation.
Yeah.
Didn't give enough space. He decided to stick around close. He only had about 8 bullets remaining for that entire situation. Had the result of the USP at some point as well. There was just not enough he was able to do in that situation, which is weird to say, right? He gets the information, drops the smoke, his teammate finds the first. You're like, okay, that's good enough. You could find time for those rotations, but that wasn't the problem there. Flamengo just weren't quick enough on that.
I don't know how, though. They're players in jungle, they're players towards con. It seemed like VSM and Cuts Moretz delayed for long enough. The second Cuts Moretz drops that smoke and information comes through, we should have had the AWP in market instantly, but just far too slow. Maybe some of the CTs were a little worried about extremity lurks, or maybe a bit of a fake, but look, you're 6-1 down. You're not in a scenario where you can be taking risks based on rotations. Timo finding Delboni. Information there's still another player on the A-bomb site, and Lucha finds the tucked away Cuts Moretz. 7 now found because VSM and Misfit surely just to save here. And surely the AWP's going to be hunted.
Yeah, remember when you asked me what the sort of scoreline Flamengo we're gonna need here? He's gonna say win the half. I said, yeah, it needs to be very dominant.
Yeah. It's dominant.
Yeah.
Just
it's
not
not bad. I mean, it has been dominant, yes, but not for the side we were kind of measuring up to be. Or needing to be. Because Bestia, they are running all around here. They're using all of the map here as well, which is very impressive. That they just go, they go A, mid, B, short. They could do every single part of the map, and they just go there and with success almost every single time. It's making the game so much more difficult for Flamengo as well to respond to properly, because you're thinking, okay, let's just take the simple approach. Let's fight mid control here, boys. Let's try to stop them. Bestia, instead, in that situation, they've decided to go full on B. Right? It's just such a difficult game for Flamengo at the moment to read and to respond to in the correct manner.
Yeah, definitely. And look, we said that Bestia, that isn't the most sample size when it comes to their map pool in the last couple months. Obviously, they've only played 2 series since April. So it's not as though they've been kind of competing in all too many events. But when you look at their Mirage, not only do they have a 100% win rate, that's across 5 maps. And in those 5 maps, their kind of worst game, I guess you could say, was a 13-8 victory to Legacy. So just goes to show how dominant they truly are on this map. And when you look at the kind of the victories that we've seen from Flamengo, there was an OT victory, OT win against Swingers, OT win against Swingers again, a couple close losses as well. But Flamengo, nowhere near as consistent on this map.
A quick timeout here as well, and for Flamengo, it'll do fine. It is to get their head back all right. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, for Flamengo, you think back, like, the rounds that felt like they had success in them. It's only really been early success. They might have found an entry, maybe 2 if they've been lucky, right? Think back to 5-7 for Guts Mirage and Ramp in round 2 or 3.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that was good. Still lose that one. This still does not go all too well. Then you've had another opening in mid VSM with what the saved weapons or what a half-life they had going on. Right, you've had these openings. They've had positions where they can work their magic from. But they haven't been able to actually capitalize off of those. Like, the entries so far have been going 50-50 pretty much.
Well, yeah, look, I think when you look at the rounds that Flamengo have actually brought closer, it seems as though it's those kind of half buys where maybe there's a bit more freedom, maybe there's a bit more kind of individual ability, because I think in those rounds the expectations aren't that you are going to win it. So someone might make a bit of a heroic play, a little peek towards ramp, or kind of an aggressive play in window. Yeah, it seems when the rifles are in play, Flamengo are playing far more disciplined. They're playing far more passively. And in doing so, Bestia are completely manhandling. And as you said, Bestia, they're not shy away from kind of detailing the rounds all across the map. You're going to have, you know, the initial control taken in middle, whether they want to barrel their way up short, whether it's a split through con, a fast A, a progression through B. It seems like because Flamengo are playing so disciplined and playing so reserved, Bestia are looking to play a bit more as a pack, and in doing so, they can head, you know, it could be a triple A setup. There's still going to be a 5 versus 3 when it comes to those entries. And obviously that's what we saw from the kind of previous A hold. It was that triple A setup, you know, 2 towards, 1 towards con, second tucked away towards sandwich, and the third towards triple. And they were just eliminated without a casualty on the side of Bestia. So I think for Flamengo, we need to see someone trying to look for an early push towards Palace, maybe taking space in apartments. So at least they can say, well, a bit of information on their read, and maybe that's why there was such a slow rotation out of Flamengo when it was that B play and we saw Kutzmarets trying to live for so long, because Flamengo are still so worried about Bestia's aggression and kind of placement across the map that they don't feel comfortable on these retakes. They don't feel comfortable on these quicker rotations because there can always be a lurk. So Flamengo, the only way they're going to be able to, I guess, make an attempt and a comeback on this CT side is actually looking to push here, actually looking to take some control, because they've been far too static, and Bestia have been absolutely smashing them.
They have. Bestia really just have been. And that's the problem. You can't give them that sort of respect. We said there's here above. So far, they've kind of been proving that. And doesn't seem like we're going to be getting a counter argument anytime soon. We were counting down the clock, now we're not. We got baited for a second.
Yeah, I think we got baited by the kind of initial thoughts on this game as well. I think the idea, this is a quarterfinal, this is meant to be kind of a close game. We looked at the, I guess, potential vetoes. Obviously, kind of us casters and analysts will have a slight idea on where we think this was going to go. Personally, I assumed it was going to be Flamengo being the team to take the risk and either ban out Mirage or Nuke, maybe look to pick Dust, Inferno. It could have been an Anubis finish, it could have been an Ancient finish, but somehow, as Matt pointed out, Flamengo, their map pool isn't anywhere near as strong as Bestia's. Bestia's have got this incredible format map pool in the basis that they've got Mirage, Mirage, Nuke, Ancient, and Anubis that are so strong, and somehow 3 of these maps feature. It just should never be happening. But not only do Bestia have the kind of the map selections going their way, they've also got the individual stepping up. Timo's 12 and 4, having a really good game. Noxy as well, having moments. It is going to be this A play now for Bestia. We do have this AAA setup. Utility coming through now. Bestia ensuring they don't forego any angles, any setups. Timo will fly in with a Mach 10. Misfit falling. Disadvantaged here. Delboni will get one. Timo now searching to whether to go for the AWP in CT or pick up his fallen teammate's AK. CT has been taken now by Bestia. Just a one flashbang on Delboni. Great find there.
Quick push, flashbangs will affect everybody involved in this duel. Try to fight, try to fall back as well. Gotta decide which way you want to hang on Bestia. It's been left to one man. Already had a massive clutch on the first map. Now he's gonna try to get it one again here. There's one bullet to do the trick, but he's been wrapped upon! Doesn't spot him. Delboni gets the kit. He gets the round. And Flamengo, they've got a little bit of hope now. Waking up the individuals. Delboni, that's a 4K for him. It's time to make sure you take these last few rounds, and we can still talk about taking this to a third map. Problem is, so far, there haven't been many favors in that regard, at least. But if we can get these sorts of rounds again from individuals on that Flamengo side, then yes, we can talk about it. Just needs to show repeat success and not debate it into thinking we're going to the game and then pausing again. Let us see the game, and we'll start to talk about what Flamengo can do here.
I think maybe Flamengo are just creating these technical issues, so at least they can say, oh, you know, it was a long drawn out best of 3, it took us a while. Look, it seems as though there are going to be some continual tech issues here, and we can chew your ears off about what we think's the reason, stuff like that, and our kind of 2 cents on the game. But Bestia, they've looked the better team. Flamengo, they've been a little bit short-sighted here on Mirage, but as we don't know how long this tech issue will continue, what we will do is jump to a short break, and hopefully we will be back very, very shortly. Timer ticking now. Bestia, they have still won the half at worst, 7-5. Look, Flamengo, I guess they could do it if they find 5 here, but a lot of hypotheticals will need to pan out for them.
Yeah, I mean, that round as well. It's coming down to the duels in CT, the 1 versus 2 there. So far, it's not really confidence inspiring in any way. But I'm liking this confidence for Denoco, however. Led to a first kill. CT side, we talked about this, they have been able to get these openings. Yes, that's not been the problem here they've had. It's about converting these situations into one round.
And look, obviously, I said Flamengo, their only chance to come back and kind of take this one is they've got to be a bit more proactive on the CT side. We've seen it, the push into apartments, catching off Thomasin. Thomasin's had a bit of a tough game. Obviously, was the lifeblood of the CT side for Bestia. Noxy, though, in a great flank. And now this is where the CTs are going to be so hell-bent on finding him that Noxy, he can just be a nuisance here. Well, all he needs to do is hold the flank. The T's are going to be emerging out of apartments. I don't really know why Noxy's so kind of certain on finding the B-site player. They knew he was there. Still 2 versus 2. Opportunity for Bestia. Now with the bomb down, this round becomes a little bit tough for Flamengo. Op can stay posted. Cassin has been spotted. Nice find from Cassin. Oh! Cassin has the idea, but Misfit finding.
It's good. It's good. Had a chance for a redemption there with the RT side as well, but Flamengo still shut it down. They're giving Cassin opportunities. But Flamengo, with Misfit this time to secure round number 3. Now, no question, it's not going to be any sort of dominant Flamengo first half, as they kind of more or less put it out to be the, at the start of the map here. That's not happening. But we can still talk about it. Give them that chance to come back to it, right? Last map though, right? If you look at that, 8-4, 11-4, we kind of said again was down at that point. They got a couple of rounds toward the end, so if you want to get toward that sort of point where you instead say, come back zone, all you have to do is avoid that initial loss of those first 3 rounds and lock at least one of these ones here.
Ooh, loot job Steagle, nice find there. Open Misfit posting. Misfit's kind of caught between 2 different decisions, whether to go for the flick on the player and short court guide now by Thomasin. Del Boni found by Cassid. It's a 4 versus 2 now. Danako still holding for Palace. Thomasin finds. Oh, wow. What? What? What is this?
It's not. I don't know what. Whatever it's supposed to be, it's not. Yeah. At a bit of a loss of words here, if you can't tell. Well, good luck, Flamengo. Suddenly things look a whole lot more dire and troublesome.
Yeah, and it's those half-by rounds where I think you really get to see the difference in the team's ability, because for Flamengo, we saw a couple of them, and yes, they brought them close, but there was still never that idea that they were going to win the round. Yet here for Bestia, you see those Deagle shots connecting. We see the kind of the space taken from Thomasin in Red Room there, and it's just little moments like that where if you can see these Tech 9 rounds, the Deagle rounds come close and you can find victory off of them, that's where I really see moments where you kind of separate the wheat from the chaff. You really get to see such a difference in a team's ability, because not only do they capitalize on the great shots, but it's the contingency plans in place. The Deagle shot connects in con. Obviously, then we see this double short push. You know the Orp's going to be playing towards jungle, so instead of fighting him from con, you just have the player boosted up in Red Room. They can find that pick so easily. It just seems in every moment for Bestia, whether they lose opening picks, whether they find opening picks, they've just got so many different protocols in place to deal with whatever's being thrown at them. And obviously, here's another one. Thomas, and he gets the information towards under that there's a player in window. So we can just see the AWP posting up here. Great find from Cassin. Drops the molly as well. Cassin, he must have spotted him towards TV, or Step's been hurt or something.
How was that not communicated by Mirage that someone was running T-spawn? He was hearing all those steps.
Yeah. I think it was commed. It just didn't seem like just the shots were hitting. I'm not too sure. I don't really have an answer for that question. But Mirage now in the clutch, needing it to deny 9 found, but no smoke, no defuse kit. Not much time.
Oh.
And Lushov. Sure, that's how we'll end that round. 9-3 though. Bestia only needing 4 to close out the series. And Flamengo. It's a disappointing one. I don't really know what the in-game leader or the coach is going to say here for Flamengo, because honestly, it's been disappointing.
All right. Yeah, pistol or bust is, I imagine, what we're thinking here. Or at least something close to that.
Honestly, they could win the pistol. Bestia Force, they win that as well. They win the eco, they win the first full buy and the eco, and they're still behind. They're still losing. We could see kind of every hypothetical in place for Flamengo, and they would still be trailing. And now it's Bestia's turn on their preferred side. Nearly an 80% win rate on their CT side. To give an idea of what that means is kind of generally 9-3 or 10-2 starts, or half, sorry, for them. But obviously, they don't need 9 here on the CT side, just the 4. Cuts Mirage. Smoke and Molly combination is going to be this acceleration towards A, surely to overlook. Thomas in as well, and the Julie's connecting. He finds 2, gets a 3rd, making a 4th. Off for the A's, but Luchov.
Beautiful.
Luchov wants to take it away. Bestia, well, that's 10.
I mean, if they're coming to this one as a favorite, they're showing us why. It doesn't matter if they haven't played in almost, what, 2 months? They are playing quite the game today. And yeah, pretty much 2 months. They had the opening map against Shin. That was it. That was the first game they played in almost 2 months. Not all too rusty. As well, out toward the side. That is a flying MP9. He's got a bomb down. Fred, are we going to suddenly start talking about that bomb plan being the reason why Flamengo are going to start winning this game?
No, it's 11-3. The game's done. It's finished. Come on, look, we can be the kind of optimistic, you know, glass half full, but actually we're imagining it kind of people if we want. But yeah, this game's been done for quite some time. Honestly, this game's been finished since the vetoes.
Oh God.
Yeah, look, Bestia. They've had a really impressive performance in Mirage. We've said how dominant nearly every game for them is here, and
alright, let's get it then. Intermittent Nocturne with an MP9 is going to lead the charge. Utility is going to be there. They will spot him. Good spray. Not connecting fully to the second. VSM will be traded quickly. But that's immediately as well. Bestia's mid-play shot down. They're gonna keep fighting for it, yes, but just the utility they'll throw. Connector at short, both disengage at the same time. Look at Thomasin as well. He's pushed through the B-apps. He's got all this information. He might even catch one of the T players if he's just patient enough. Maybe we'll catch 2. They're looking for it. They'll spot him. That might make Flamengo rethink. They've got so much time with the clock, and suddenly it's down to just 2 plays on Bestia's side. But talk about these rounds and Bestia so far. Believe it or not, their chances are way better than they should be.
yeah, look, the issue here for Flamengo in this round is, yes, they've got a 4 versus 2. Yes, they've got this round dead to rights. They've got an extremity push hit from, I believe, Danico. Misfits low with a bomb. They have no smoke. If Timo and Cassin stay here towards the A bomb site, stay silent, and Flamengo decide to throw utility here towards A, I'd be very worried. But Timo, it's all going to be about timing. Spots out 2, and now information's perfect for Cassin. Timo just needs to live. He needs to try and survive for as long as possible. Let Cassin be the operative player in this round. A late flank through jungle, though, will confirm this. Flamengo, they will find it. It was a 4 versus 2. We expected it, but there was ideas that Bestia could have found that round still. Orp in play, though, now for Cassin. Still 7 rounds ahead here, our Bestia. 5-7 in play on Thomasin, but we've seen... I think we all know where the 5-7 state is within CS. There's moments where I question whether I should go for a 5.7 or a rifle because of how disgustingly good that gun is.
It is way too good. I mean, for a reason, people have said it's better than an M4 at close range for, like, what, a decade? 2 probably at this point? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's before my time, I'll say, but at least a decade. Although, yeah, 5-7 is dead. There's nothing for it anymore. Almost at least has that AWP picked up. So he's gone for the upgrade. Into mid, Timo is actually thinking about this as well, but doesn't know how to clear it. Would have been one hell of a play, and now they're gonna try to flash him in and out of these fights, and he's quickly Daniko popping off 1 and 2. Almost being left alone, and I don't think he's even gonna be able to save here. There's so much time that surely Flamengo are just gonna try to hunt him down.
Yeah, obviously for Flamengo to achieve such a hefty comeback, they've got to realize that finances for them is going to be really important. I don't think they ever want to be in a scenario where they lose one round and players with MAC-10s, Galil's, weaker utility. I think keeping all 4 players alive here actually is the main goal. But they are going to be searching for this hunt now. Oh, just a tag. Delboni, no trade needed, but obviously was in place for that trade. Flamengo, they will find their 5th now, but still trailing by 6. A long road back into this game. A long road back into this series. Obviously, if Flamengo do find victory, we move to Bestia's 2nd best map in Nuke. And I say 2nd best, they're both 100% win rate. I'm just basing that off of sample size. Mirage, dead to rights here. Timo will take him down. The bomb now recovered. Space to be taken towards B. Misfit able to isolate these fights quite casually. No issues here for Misfit. Yeah, excellent. A great way to deal with this kind of scenario of the CTs aggressing. Again, though, a vast majority of Misfit's kills, don't get me wrong, I don't want to take away from his kind of 12 and 11 game as he's currently joint top performer of his team, but a fair few have come from saves on the CT side, kind of eco frags. You know, I feel like the impact that Misfit's having and the kind of hypothetical impact he could have are very different numbers. This is feeling very reminiscent to Ancient, though. It's a question of when, not if here.
That's the sort of, oh my god, game as well that Bestia are going to be playing here.
Ooh, Misfit, unfortunate timing that. HE grenade softening at him and cuts Mirage. Thomas in. Noxy. Oh, if he can find Daniko here, this would be disgusting. But Delboni finding the molly, forcing Noxy into a very difficult scenario. 5-on-3 now for Flamengo. Cassin looking to take this space that Daniko previously had control of. Bit of a gamble towards B here. I don't really know why Luchov is looking into window. There's going to be all this control taken from Cassin. Now we'll maneuver. Right decision. Cassin needs to adopt a little bit more of a kind of freeing approach. He's not going to be able to get into the back lines if he continues to shift. Utility raiding down towards A. Luchov pushing into the Molotov now. There's going to be an aggressor through Palace as well. Cassin pushing. Surely these steps are going to be heard, though, from the teammate in top middle. And there, they put 2 and 2 together.
I think they're going to be on this one. Oh, nice shot. Trades 1, 2, 3. They're so quick there for Flamengo, however. Looks good, but only for a second. Flamengo, they are looking to stand here on Mirage. And in the unlikeliest of situations, currently, it doesn't even look like it's that far away.
No, I feel like Flamengo now is a kind of a team unleashed. It's clear the halftime team talk has helped them massively. Not only when it comes to the individuals, we're seeing a little bit more of a kind of a threat potential from Flamengo when it comes to these opening duels. You see that kind of play through under where they send the molly to force Noxy forward, the flashbang as well. Nice discipline, in fact, from, I want to say, Delboni, just making sure that he uses the flash. He kind of is able to isolate that fight. There's no one else to be kind of worried about. Still, though, trailing by 4 are Flamengo and expected to reduce the deficit in this one, as it is just the Deagles, just the pistols. But obviously, we've seen what the Bestia pistols can provide, as it was that half buy that really gave them that edge moving to the CT side. At what point do we say Flamengo have a chance? We have to wait until 11, or?
I think it's that next round.
Okay. Yeah,
I think that's kind of where we're going to see if Bestia really have what it still takes to cleanly at least close it out. Because Flamengo's picking up the space, they're getting momentum, they're making decent enough reads. Last round as well, they had a really good post plant there. Just wanted to essentially slip in, but didn't lead anywhere. Haven't really had any real issues just yet. Good flashbangs. Lucio should still have this first one if he wants to. And it's alongside his teammate. They're gonna make 1 and 2. There's 3! Oh no, maybe it's not the next round. Maybe it's this one where we are gonna see them wake up. It's down to Cassin. Another clutch attempt here. His third 1 vs 2 chance in this game. In this map. He's fighting for it, 5-7 in hand. Trying to force Delboni away to Palace, and suddenly he's picked up an AK-47. That's why he could win this, but it's not. It's a sharp shot from Palace.
Look, I said I wanted to see more impact from Misfit, and he provides in that round massively. Excellent on the AWP there to find. Switches to the sidearm to deal with the flanking player in Con. Absolutely incredible there from Misfit. Great awareness.
This is it. This is where I see Flamengo are really up to the task. You take this one, it's got to be 9 at the board and probably 10 as well, unless those follow-up pistols is what I'm assuming things could look like. That is where Flamengo are going to be getting up to the task. And it's been a slow start for them, yes, but this time, unlike on Ancient, they've actually made this much more doable. The problem is still is one mistake, one round, one slip up, and suddenly Bestia to map point. A little bit of pressure here, knowing as well the game itself. You lose this map, you're out of the tournament in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, look, we have to say that Flamengo have had a, really impressive time.
Damn!
Came through the Swiss stage, looked good. Obviously won the round of 16. Yeah, it's just disgusting.
Beautiful.
From DSM.
What's he gonna try to chase? Is he actually gonna... He's going in. No, he's not. Lost in the smoke, not sure which way to go. Flash in for the fight. Another nade. That's what, 3 around him. And finally they'll take him down. No weapons saved. That's gonna be only a half by suddenly on the side of Bestia.
But look, you said it,
Nexus, go right into this one.
It was the kind of Flamengo's chances conditioned on that last fall by Bestia. They've nearly got an 80% win rate here on their CT side. They won the pistol. They won the next eco, where a bomb plant was seen from Flamengo. And ever since, we've seen an exceptional streak from Flamengo. That's now, what, 6 in a row, and expected 7th with this being a half buy. And quite rightly, Bestia are going to be opting for the tactical pause. But what's happened to Bestia?
That's the question. They just are not ready to stop essentially what's been happening throughout this entire game, but which is the openings that Flamengo have been able to get away with. But now it's also the follow-ups to those situations where they're shining. I think since halftime, Bestia have maybe had about 2 opening kills. Maybe 3.
Honestly,
even so, it's just been Flamengo going off that and then lessening the amount of mistakes they've made. They've not fallen apart immediately. They've instead continued to build up on those, and that's exactly what you need to do. Map 1, and until this second half as well, was essentially Bestia coming back from any single deficit they were in.
Yeah, look, you can tell me that Bestia don't have a single opening frag found in this half, and I believe you. Obviously, we've seen their pistol success. We know that, they have, but it doesn't feel like it. And the double from Delboni, great aggression here out of ramp.
Through CT, the last line of Bestia's defense to defend against the double digits on Flamengo. They await. It'll be one quick shot. That is a nice opening, and an MP9 to try to continue from this.
There's a player in TV. There's currently a 2 versus 2 on the bomb site.
It's revealed the position, but suddenly sees Timo alone. Desert Eagle in hand, and he has also fallen to Delboni, taking 4 here. And that's the individuals on Flamengo I've been waiting for to show up officially. Everybody's now getting into the action.
11-10 now. And this is where you question why Bestia opted for the kind of the half buy in the last, because if they lose this round with no survivors, they're not going to have a buy going into, you know, that 11-11. I would have much preferred, I kind of hypothesized this the other day with Charlie. When you've got that full loss bonus and you're sat on 3k or like that 3.5k mark, you can look to half buy down to 1.6 and get a buy in the next, but you're up against things here. It's not as though finance is going to be a thing that Bestia need to deny. Look at the money. We've got 3 players above 10k. I think all teams need to do and need to realize is, look, we're going to go for the full eco, we're going to go for the USPs, we're going to forego any chance of winning the round, and then we can get 2 full buys in a row. Danako, an important kill to find, although disadvantage Bestia, there's 2 players that have been whittled away at massively.
Down to the read here, and which way Flamengo as well decided to go. Currently heavily leading still towards A. Only Caston here as well. This needs to be Bestia. The rest of this team, Noxy, Adatomazin, moved quickly here. If not, this might well be done. Caston is not ready. VSM just shoots out of the palace. Drops in and says goodbye to this one. We're going to be looking at 11-11. It doesn't matter if a couple of them are low on the T side. This is done. We're tied up the game here.
Yeah, the individuals for Bestia have fallen off massively. Maybe it's this idea that that confidence has turned to complacency. They had such kind of threat factor about them, but Flamengo, they're the individuals that are really stepping up, and maybe it's the pressure they're getting to Bestia. The idea that that semi-final spot looming, just 2 rounds away. Yeah. Haven't found a round since that eco from Flamengo in round number 2 of this half.
Terrorists win.
Things are falling apart here. It's been, what now, 8 rounds in a row that Flamengo have picked up. 11-3. That was the actual scoreline.
Yeah, ridiculous.
It felt it should have been done like 10 minutes ago. It really feels like it should have been, but not yet. Bestia's perfect streak on Mirage might be coming to an end. They've got 2 rounds to get here on either side to finish this one. And of course overtime as well, a possibility in itself, but we'll see if and whether we get there. But now we still wait. It's all be for Flamengo, just utility that was thrown and CT counter you till now we just waited out.
The most devastating thing here is if Flamengo, they kind of mount this comeback, they bring it all the way to 11-11 and then still end up losing to Bestia, whether it's in overtime, whether it's in regulation. It would just be so devastating. But Flamengo, they opt for a bit of a slower approach here. It's been their speed, it's been their kind of potency and aggression that's yielded them so much success, yet now they're slowing things down. This is not the round to do it. Why are we opting for kind of a difference in pace and a difference in decision-making from Flamengo when it's been kind of so successful? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't really know why we're seeing this change. And in doing so, now we've got an elevated position for Noxy, and with the fact he's using a suppressed weapon, he might go overlooked and kind of unknown. Flashbang into apartments. There is 2 players here and obviously 3 in middle. So it seems like Flamengo are going to kind of push and prod at range. Cassin looking to rotate in as well, and timing of this could be perfect. Timo just jiggling, spots out Cuts Barrett, and we are going to see this rotation now. Players still in con to cut ties. Cuts Barrett will find one. Doesn't double down though. Noxy and Molly spreading, in fact, but he can find, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Delboni will get one on the bomb site. 15 seconds remaining. There is a playthrough short, but Delboni can find him. Thomasin will be rotating in soon. Misfit holding on the orb. Misfit finding.
Not like this.
Thomasin. It's a 2 versus 4 here. We had a player still in short. I don't know how this round has ever gone the way back of Flamengo, but Thomasin gets the first. Worried about the last. Found by Delboni. Triple in this round from Delboni. Flamengo, the first team to find 12. And again, Flamengo, somehow, some way, they've been winning these rounds, and that's a perfect moment to isolate. Delboni is in a 1 versus 2 on the bomb site, and obviously it's still a 2 versus 4 at the time. I just don't know how that round's ever found from Flamengo.
That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They come back into that one as well for Flamengo. They've completely turned the tides here for how the game was supposed to go and how it was going. That was for Bestia to come back into this one mentally, but I don't think they can. I think this one is done. We're headed to Nuke. The opening as well supports that at the open B site, waiting for them. The only Timo here. Stuck in the corner. Can't even dodge the flashbang. All it is just waiting for is still Boney. Or Denoka, excuse me, to walk in, but he does not get that kill. Instead, he's been forced back, but you look at the other side of the map, and the A side's completely open. One defender, that was Thomasin waiting. And nothing.
Noxie's gone loud for some reason. He will find the frag. It is still this playthrough under. 2 versus 3 now for Bestia. Not an easy round. The bomb is making its way through Palace. 2 players progressing through under. Cassin worried about apartments, and quite rightly. If Cassin can maneuver to ladder, the timing could be perfect. He could really catch off some players here. He's playing close towards short.
Oh no.
It's actually the Tech9 that finds him, and Tech9 of VSM will close it out. 13-11 now for Flamengo after being 11-3 down. 10 rounds in a row found from Flamengo. How have they been able to make this comeback? How have they made it possible? Look, I'm not too sure as to how it's been done, but I'm sure Matt is going to give his 2 cents, his insight on how Flamengo were able to come back. So, look, what happened there, Matt?
There we go. I'm afraid it was a disaster class from Bestia on their CT side. I don't think I've seen such a massive collapse from a team in a very long time. From being up 11-3 at one point, are you kidding, guys? They were 2 rounds away from winning the series 2-0, and they just dropped the ball in the biggest way possible. They didn't win another round from that point of being up 11-3. They lose 10 in a row to lose Mirage. Their map pick, their map they've looked so convincing on in recent times. They lose at 13-11. Like, you, honestly, I never expected that. So let's just bring some highlights up. We can show everybody kind of what went down throughout the map while I break it down. And we can start off thinking about that first half where Bestia started on the T side and got off to a fantastic start. I mean, they were just going from strength to strength. You could see how comfortable they are on the T side of this map, just in terms of how they go through the motions and the processes of taking map control. You can see how well oiled they are. They look so good on this T side. You can just see that they've always got something going on. There's always a goal and an objective, but there's also a plan in place that's being followed to the T. It's not like it's just kind of a haphazard approach in the round where everyone's just running around and doing their own thing. There's always some sort of a grand plan within the round for Bestia. And I think that Fred was on the point, on the money with the point that he made about how it felt like Flamengo maybe weren't being dynamic enough on their CT side, maybe not taking the fight to Bestia as much as they could have been. And when you have a team like Bestia who, as comfortable as they are on the T side of Mirage, they're just going to eat you up for breakfast at that point when you give them all that control for free. Then we come into the second half here, and we get this great highlight from Thomasin, gets the quad kill with the Julies. They win against the Eco round as well, 11-3. I'm like, cool, feet up. I'm ready to join the boys here for the post-match segment and start to talk about the game that follows. But no, I'm here alone because Flamengo completed the comeback. And here's where I think it went wrong for Bestia in the second half. They were just so insistent on trying to contest middle every single round until it was like 11-all. And only then did we actually see a different look from them where they have a bit more of a priority on defending the bomb sites. And then they actually do really well on the B bomb site. They go 4v2 and they still lose the round from there. So what could have been is my big question. It just felt like every round Bestia wanted to fight for middle against the T-side. Flamengo were persistent with their mid control as well. Every round they were looking to default into middle, take that control. They had great util usage, very good covering of angles as well, making sure they're covering their bases, snipers, connector, catwalk as well. And Bestia just... it's like a dog with a bone. You couldn't, they wouldn't let go. They were constantly trying to force the issue in towards middle, constantly trying to take the fights to their opponents, and they just got shut down every single time. I'm not joking, guys. If you go back and check like every gun round, Bestia ran into middle and tried to fight mid at the start of the round and just straight up like lost the gunfights immediately. So a lot left to be desired there, I'm afraid, in that second map coming through from Bestia, who cleaned up Ancient, cleaned up the first half of Mirage, but just couldn't finish it off in the second. And that means we're going to need a third third map? Yeah, a third map here required. It's going to be Nuke. We're going to have a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into that decider.
Into the action now on the final map of the series. We get to see the knife round, in fact, as well, which is always nice to see. Look, thoughts and feelings, Nexus. What are we thinking?
I do not know, but if I have to say something, if Flamengo get us to this third map, it only makes sense they end up winning it, right? That's for the story. To come back from 11-3 down on Mirage, to win it 13-11, you gotta make that count. You gotta make that count. That's the sort of momentum that they're gonna be headed into this one as well, the mentality, and I'm sure something you're gonna be able to also appreciate, or at least want to see. If you get to this third map, you gotta win it.
Yeah, honestly, look, I think for Flamengo, the comeback on Mirage, being 11-3 down to come back and take it in regulation is so impressive. If they now fall on Nuke, it's going to be so tough, right? It's going to be so difficult to kind of just be there and sit there and watch the sadness, because to have that immense comeback for it to mean nothing, that's where it would be so devastating. But Flamengo, they're going to be starting on this CT side, obviously the favoured side of Nuke.
Let's get it. 2 dual Berettas, a flash, that's all the CT side's going to have in terms of investment here. On the other side, you've got a bit more heavy in terms of that sort of investment early on, and models have already out, smoke as well with it. Let's make sure that a Misfit can't be or can't watch toward the lower part of the vents in case they're going to try to drop down. It seems like at least one has made their way down. The rest on around into dual Berettas, cuts Moretz, 1-2. Delboni joins, that's 3 in total, and 1 remains.
Yeah, nice pistol round from Flamengo.
Easy.
It looks really good for Bestia. I thought the game plan was really nice. Get a player down the vent, try and crunch in on ramp, just kills weren't seen. Look, Nexus, as we kind of forego the end of this round, I think this is just I guess a bit of a, you know, it's going to happen. The round's going to go the way of Flamengo. I'm going to push you for a prediction here. Who takes the series? Who makes that semi-final spot?
Ah, you put me in a real tough position
Look,
here.
Honestly, I don't know why nearly every co-commentator I have alongside me always ums and ahs about pushing for a prediction. Look, you're probably going to
have nothing. I really have nothing to
just
nothing
flip
to
a
really
coin,
say
mate.
here.
Just flip a coin. I'm going Bestia. You can join me if you want.
I don't know where my coins are. I don't know where my closest coin is. I can't do that.
All right, well then you're going to have to make a kind of a calculated decision then.
How? Alright, well, I'm going Bestia apparently as well.
Oh, wow, doubling down.
No. I had I rolled a dice, odds, Flamengo even, or, odds Bestia even, Flamengo.
It was what, a D20?
No, it was a 10.
Oh, okay.
It was just the first dice I got. Whichever one rolled out of the bag first, but... Trying to secure the bag for round number 2. It's a 4 spike coming out of Bestia. A bomb would mean they've got at least for that bag here. Winning it would be even better. And guess what they're about to do? With 2 entries, 1 trade, yes, a bomb not planted yet, actually. And still fighting from heaven as well. Misfits joined into the action, though. Big player down. That's the lurking lobby now down. Bestia regain control of the A site. They have information on both players, I believe. Danico. MP9 the ladder, that's the only surprise, and he's dead.
Yeah, Misfit now just needing to save because it will be the investment from Flamengo in the next. It's crazy to see the T-side team forcing the second after not only losing the pistol, but not even getting the bomb plant on the T-side. Crazy that they've gone for it, but it works.
Ooh, hold on. Misfit? Oh. Nice one to Timo. If he's not there, that's pretty much 2 more free kills, I'd imagine, as well, but... Here you have it. Bestia. First round immediately on the board as well. It's just a 4 spy and it's double entries toward the A side, and that'll get you done. Round number 1. Not bad. Not bad by any means, but to continue from here on out as well. Do not falter against the pistols yourself. And that's what we're going to see on the side of Flamengo. Couple of smokes, flashbangs, and of course Kevlar with the pistols. Because there's no other way really about this one. You just have to force. You could say they've been forced to force buy.
Yeah, obviously finance is always so tough when winning the pistol then losing the force, but A bomb site under the control of Bestia, and this is where these pistols surely just need to save. No value in throwing them into this round. It's already done. Is there a lower limit on the CT side of Nuke? Are we saying winning the half is it? Or is 6 enough? I feel like it's an odd map now, Nuke. I feel like a lot of teams kind of so heavily favor the CT side, but you have the odd team that just looks to dominate on the T side.
I'm with you on that one. I was going to say, it is a very odd map nowadays. So, as much as I've not been committing to any specific calls here, I don't know, or don't really see the number in my mind. Especially because of that first map, and then the comeback on that second one as well that actually goes Flamengo's way this time. I don't know if there is a specific number either team needs to get. I'm now to take this a round at a time here. Of course, for now, Flamengo save weapons for home the last one. And this time, they have the grace of at least no need to save. So they can send all their players. They can even stack the A side if they felt like it.
I think the issue here as well for Flamengo is there's weaker weapons in play. Bestia kept plenty of life in the last. They can grow such a kind of a financial strong point here on the T side, and that becomes the real issue. We know the CT finances are really tough to kind of be tasked with, and obviously if they can save this Kevlar actually for Flamengo, it will be quite important. Obviously they want to deal some financial damage to their opponents, but seemingly going to be this play towards A. Utility thrown down. Flash through the smoke. Danico not blinding. Thomason rotating through. Timo will get one. Luchov holding for the main swing to find Danico. Still needing to deal with Misfit on the back of the bomb site. Aware of his position here, and Misfit caught off guard by Lucho. Still in the main smoke is one. I believe that is Cuts for Red. Pushing out will be found, and VSM all that remains. Nice triple in this one for Luchov. VSM deconnecting to the first. Second spotted. And now it's going to be a crunch in from lobby. Noxie can find. I believe there's a rifle to be retrieved as well. So they go into the round with 3 rifles, 2 MP9s. They come out of it with the round victory and those 3 rifles. And it's going to be the first real full buy for Flamengo. And we're expecting there to be an AWP on Misfit, as AWPing on the CT side of Nuke can have so much success.
Alright, let's see that. Round of 5, CT side, Misfit as well, AWP back out from him. We didn't get to see from him what I kind of wanted on Mirage. Played a good game, I want to see that here as well, because Nuke, CT side specifically, that AWP, or a great AWP, makes a world of difference. I want to see how willing he is, or how supportive that his teammates will be to give him as much room to maneuver. If he's going to be going aggressive as well, these are the things I'm looking out for here.
This is going to be such a pivotal round for Flamengo. If they lose this, it goes 5-1 for Bestia, on the basis that Bestia should be fine against this kind of half bite. So I think we have to say for Flamengo, although it's early doors here, they won the pistol, yet Bestia are the ones with this early foundation.
55 with the clock here. Bestia about to make a play. Setting up in. Squeaky, and it's suddenly 1 and 2. Lincoln, you'll miss those entries. That is how quick those are. A-side taking over. Flamengo, let's get off the save here, surely.
Yeah, obviously the save will allow an investment in the next. I never really know what to think in these types of buys, because obviously you can drop weapons across and, you know, there'll be 2 players with lacking in utility. Is it better to go for the full buy, or is it actually better to just bring maybe an MP9 or a 5.7 across? Because then you've still got the opportunity to win the round, and even if you lose, you get in the buy in the next. It's always such a kind of a tough question to ask, but Cuts Moretz, he's taking contact here in secret.
choosing as well to just run away. No, he doesn't actually need to commit to the fight. He can keep that M4 alive. It'll be more important than anything else at this moment. So,
yeah, seemingly Flamengo feel like they need to just get rounds on the board. That's why they opt for this investment.
Yeah, from this one as well, I really want to see Flamengo just get in Bestia's face, right? Last one was pretty slow. There was not much. There was the outside smokes that came through, yeah. But they didn't really spot anybody there for Flamengo. They were kind of afraid to make a rotation back toward the A side as soon as they were... Well, as soon as they weren't ready for anything. Bestia walked in with apparently the best flash of all time at a double entry in 1 split second. Good enough to delay that round or destroy that round completely. So I want to see if we can get a different sort of plan to it for the CTs now. Right, of course, there's so many little tricks the CT side can do here. Well, actually, not so many, but you can go aggressive, and you can go aggressive. It's just which way do you want to go about it, and where do you want to have a trap set up potentially as well. For now, we're playing very passive outside. I just want to throw an utility over, that's about it. Lushov attack now to 80 HP, suddenly M4 headshots feel a lot more dangerous toward him as well. Be careful, especially if anybody else tries to open up those smokes, but now we're not seeing that. You've got a steady A-hold instead. Misfit on ramp with the AWP. He's moving toward this part of the map instead. And waiting for Bestia to walk into him.
A little bit worried about boost. I quite like the idea of that. Playing a very tight angle though, and in fact maneuvering back. Thomas in, goes to the jiggle, doesn't spot anything. It's going to be this A play from Bestia, seemingly. Delboni's playing a nice angle as well. Danico does have a molly and an HE grenade. Elevated angle now taken from Delboni. And this round's all going to be contingent on timing, because look at Timo. Oh, will be found by Cuts Moretz. It's a nice flashbang, fully blinded, but still Timo taken down. Cuts Moretz. There is a molly on Thomas in. Delboni's playing a great position, though. VSM, he's shown his hand. Oh, VSM doubles, and that's this round surely done. Molly on the back of the bomb site. Squeaky's open. It's still a 2 versus 5. Simple stuff for Cuts Moretz. Nice trading and spacing there. Flamengo, they put another round on the board.
Absolutely fantastic. VSM, of course, that's his round. Stops any sort of outside threat as well for his teammates to worry about, and that point is simple trades 1, 2, 3 there on the site. Hot second vent, and then on site, it is all as easy as it really could be there. Yeah, you still get a little bit of damage toward the end there, but it doesn't matter, because Flamengo have that one very steadily under control. Now Bestia. Forcing right back to it. Thankfully as well on their T side, they're not having to worry about money immediately, so they can force this one, they can maybe even buy that next one. We'll see how that maybe goes. But for now, trying to disrupt Bestia's plans. Outside of the smokes they're going through, even at a second one as well there, apparently. Just to make it a bit more impenetrable for any single HE to have blown their cover. I like that. Quite creative. And with that, Bestia down towards Secret. Nobody here to receive them as of just yet, but Cuts Moretz is moving into position.
He's opened the doors, he's given that information away, and now we're going to see a molly and vent and this acceleration. Great angle, though, from Cuts Moretz. Contact taken from ramp as well. They have to check him, though. They've got to realize that VSM can't have been that first responder. He couldn't have physically gotten from double doors towards ramp that quickly. Luchov just gives a free frag away there. I don't really know as to why. All going to be retaking here.
Oh, that is a nice bait and switch as well. Even if it is a little bit risky there for Carson still alive. Second one, not as difficult for him. And Misfit running away. Bestia, a very, very good start to their T side.
Yeah, and there's still so many rounds remaining. Still 5 more to fight for, and Bestia are looking pretty clinical here. The money's going to be awkward for Flamengo. Because surely it's just going to be a half buy. Maybe Danico could invest in a hero rifle, or Misfit could drop one across. I don't really know what the best goal is, but I think an investment in this round is the wrong decision. But they are going to opt for it. I don't like this buy from Flamengo. Obviously, they can still find victory. They've got 4 rifles, one of which being the big green and an MP9. But I still feel like it could come at a risk. Obviously, losing this will give 7 to Bestia.
Fast view tilt out towards A. Flashbangs are going to wear off, and Alboni gets himself a freebie for it. With VSM in tow, they're going to be very quickly cutting down all of Bestia. Thomasin is sure getting the plan toward the B side, but Cassian in no place to support him at the moment. This is coming down to a near impossible situation for Thomasin to come up clutch here. First one, already spotted, and the second, he just walks into VSM's crosshair backwards.
Honestly,
and over the fuse, the round gets decided. It's an awkward play, I feel like, for Bestia there.
I don't think it's an awkward play. I think it's a stupid play. They know that the money's going to be touchy for Flamengo. They know that there's been kind of these back and forth victories, and even in the rounds that Flamengo have won, it's come down close. They should know that there's limitation and risk here, and obviously the limiting factor being utility for Flamengo. I don't really know why Bestia decide to go fast towards A, and then obviously contingent that, okay, if it goes wrong, they can go down the vents. Honestly, all we need to see from Bestia in that round, outside smokes, they could just sit in lobby. Flamengo would have to go pressing and probing, and they would have won that round. I don't mind a fast A here or there, but it's got to be timed well. It's got to be at the right moment.
Right place, right time. Not this time, however. I do like that Bestia seems to now as well search bit elsewhere for these openings. But I don't like the fact that it feels a lot of these rounds are very similar. This time, the only real change from the last, 2-3 rounds is a fast player outside already. That's going to be Thomasin at the secret stairs. There's an opening. VSM dead. Leads him towards ramp. It's Flamengo that gave up the opening, and now the rest of the T side can start to move as well. Thomasin, he's just going through this one. That is not a good play to make because Bradsy's looked away. Don't want to do that. A massive fumble. But at the CT side, they've got one already in position as well. Waiting toward the B side. And now, second one joins them.
Delboni gets a double Danico. Oh no, it's Delboni and Danico to find. Luchov, though, looking to cut rotations. Nice find there.
His round. Drops the bomb.
The bomb is safe,
30
though.
seconds.
The bomb is actually safe. Timo can go retrieving that. Oh, he's gone towards top silo. I don't know whether I hate this or love this. Oh, Luchov.
We'll find out.
6 bullets in the magazine, and he will do it with the final. It's all on Misfit now. Down the ladder, he spotted Timo. Still silent here. It has to be an A play. No time for vent. Oh, he's decided to go to the vents.
Oh,
Scope would have been heard. Does he have enough time? Oh, there is enough time. Okay. Messed up my maths there. Misfit waiting for the volley to fade. Okay, well, maybe they didn't know. They certainly do now. Pre-firing here is Misfit. 1 versus 2. 6th round. So close to being achieved here for Bestia, but there is a smoke and a flashbang and a low HP Luchov, so Timo's got to be a bit cautious here. Nade of the smoke, peek to the left-hand side. Luchov, though, in a great position. We'll find nice triple in that one for Luchov.
It's a good turnaround today as well. It goes all over the place for a little bit. Bomb gets dropped, but able to be recovered as well. It's that vent dive that almost saves them. Because I don't think, if they just commit to an A play, I'm not expecting Bestia to be ready for that quick flank. They're going to think probably he's got to be in hot and waiting. But they make the right play either way. At least so hindsight proves to us. 6th round of the board, 7, 8, maybe 9 yet again, but I don't know if Bestia would get to 9 again. 8 was good enough, 9 was too much apparently to play with. But yet again, slow default, outside smokes, same as every other round essentially, and Luchov, this time him making his way toward the secret stairs. The Bestia, they're able to get this map control. I do like the fact that they recognize this much.
I love this
Make use of it very quickly. Delboni as well covering for his teammate. Notes makes it down to vent, yes, but as a corpse. Not what he's looking for.
I thought that would have worked out so well there for Nocti.
It looked like it, yeah, but more
Set
gap.
up here on B is excellent. Canids can swing. VSM, he's found 2 so far. Still not been found. Eventually taken down. Timo, oh, I think he thought he closed the door, but it's still open. Misfit. Coming through here. Great find from Timo. This was a 2 versus 4, I believe. Daniko now emerging. Timo, it's all about timing here. Daniko still holding for him. Wide swing. Daniko can find 1, and the swing from Timo will come through. Round goes the way of Bestia. Hefty disadvantage, but they do still find it. Excellent there from Bestia. 7 secured now on the T side of Nuke.
I'm out. Flamengo got to reconsider how they want to approach this now. I feel like they should have already at this point started fighting for outside of control, right? The only real fight we've seen from them, I think, is either when it's been way too late or it's just blown up a smoke and not really seeing anybody. Bestia, they've taken the space for granted, so far it has been given to them for free. And unless that started to change now, and who knows, maybe Bestia as well decided to avoid that, we never know. It just is something that they gotta keep going at, and again, now as well, the change is not to abandon it, but instead it's go more, lean towards it even further. Fast utility toward Hell Locust, that's gonna be Mirage now, needing some sort of assistance. Everybody on that CT side needs help. But MP9s, yeah, great weapons, absolutely, but Bestia, they're going to be slowly making their way towards these CTs here. And it's a fantastic position to be here if you are Flamengo. How that completely depends if Bestia want to keep pressuring towards the CT spawn positions.
I don't really know why we see this kind of investment, though. Did they really need to force with these MP9s? I wouldn't have said so. VSM.
Oh.
Gonna be spotted and found by Loot Shop. Can't double down. No trade here either. Canids does really well. Thomasin goes 1 for 1 on the bomb site. Timo finding Daniko, so man advantage back the way of Bestia. Great find from Timo as well onto Canids. It's all on Misfit now. Not the best of sprays. Bestia will get themselves 8 now, and we could be seeing an exact same scoreline, but it begs the question, why did Flamengo go for the buy in that last?
Alright, fast 8. You said these needed to be done in the right place at the right time, and here it seems like Bestia finally found the time. A-site falls. Got Mirage position known. He's threat still, they'll have to consider. And with that kill, it'll cause even more issues, but one man to go and up in heaven. Yes, Sam, he's gonna come up big time. Clutched around and lead his team to a 4th. Maybe just about enough, but if you look at Nuke, you're gonna say 4-8 CT half, that's usually not great enough.
Yeah,
but
usually where we're already kind of contemplating the game should be all said and done, yeah.
But, as the last map already proved to us, we don't know it's done until it's actually done.
Oh,
11-3, the comeback made.
Crazy. Absolutely ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Generational. Into the second half. Flamengo, your T side. Maybe this is where they do their best work. Maybe this is what they've been waiting for. Just have enough rounds to play with, and then you'll get something done here. So in terms of statistics, right, there's nothing that really stands out. Both CT and T equally weak. The only win they've had on Nuke in the last month as well was against Fury IFE. Besides that, losses against Red Canids, W7M, and Elevate. And none of those games were even close, like 13-3, 13-5, 13-2. It does not give me a lot of hope. And then on the other side, however, Bestia. Well, for 2025, they played Nuke 16 times. They've only lost 5 of those. They've been pretty good. Pretty consistent.
Yes!
The losses as well have been very close, bar for 1 against 9Z. That was like a 13-3. Right, that's the only game that hasn't really been anywhere close.
Oh,
So, it feels like it's all about to be done. This pistol could, however, tell us a different tale. Buy time for Flamengo to come back to this one. We thought Mirage was done. It wasn't. We think this pistol might be done. Maybe it isn't.
1 versus 3 though for Timo. The double swing coming through. Isolated fights are being given to him, but he's just missing the shots.
Alright, this
Nice
pistol indeed was done.
Yeah.
They just forced their way in toward the A side. Good utility as well. The opening's there. Flamengo. 5 at the board, and now we can at least talk about the fact they are not going to be done immediately. Force Buy, I do not like. I do not like these ones. Second half, it's 8-5. You can just eco here. You don't have to force buy.
Yeah, but it's the CT side economy, Nexus. It's the idea that you're going to have kind of these rifles. Maybe you're going to downgrade to FAMAS's MP9s. And look, you can be in the same scenario that you were in before. Yeah, this way around, you have the AWP on your first full buy. You have the chance to reset the finances of Flamengo. Nuke is a very kind of closed-off map where MP9s, 5.7s can work nicely. And obviously, the scout towards outside. I feel like actually, on a map like Nuke, especially on the CT side, I don't mind this force. And obviously, it was Bestia's force that gave them the real edge on their T side. Look, with the move to CS2, with the kind of less rounds that these teams are fighting for, forces become so much more important. I think you just got to accept it, Nexus. The force is the new way.
I mean, hey, I'll do it myself, but that's because I'm built different and I'm not playing against pros. But the fact is, Bestia here, they're immediately just falling into a terrible situation. I know what you're saying, and Nuke as well, I do agree, Force Buy is fine, but in this situation, I do wish there was a little bit of restraint shown.
Well, it's all about their first full buy.
Yeah.
Like, there will be no excuses for them to lose it. They'll have all the bells and whistles. There'll be some, you know, AWPs in play, full utility. But if they lose that first full buy, then you really put into question, well, you've kind of done this force for the idea that you can reset your opponent's finances, and with the upside of even losing, you get the AWP on the first real full buy. But if you lose it, that's when you're really questioning what the decision was for.
Yeah, I'm not even going to be gloating. I'm just going to be exhaling alongside at that point. Not a what if, but when. Because I am losing a little bit of faith in that CT side of Bestia now. It's just a force buy. I really have issues with them. Theo and I have had some ridiculous stuff that we've seen. I've grown distrustful. But maybe this round at least we'll get a couple of kills. Maybe they can take away an AK-47 toward that next round. That'd be nice at least. Nothing is ever written in stone. Here we go. Desert Eagle takes the fight. Was given a little bit of respect to move around, but VSM takes the angle, domes him. 4 more CTs to go. Thomasin doesn't even have a lot of help here. And, well, no help, apparently. What was Luchev doing, Mirage? Just letting him have this fight.
Yeah. Not too sure.
Must have been the smoke still just barely up that Luchev wasn't able to see. That's the only thing that makes sense for me.
Yeah, there was that top main smoke, the kind of the drip smoke.
That's the only way I can see that ever becoming a thing. Or an easy entry, let's put it that way. Either way, right, as suspected, that round goes to Flamengo. It's suddenly 8-7. And Bestia. Here you have the orb. You went for the force bite. That's the reason you go for it. You wanted the casting to be as effective as possible here. Now you gotta make that count.
Yeah, of course. You know, this is a big round for Bestia.
Opening's been found finally. Luchov on to catch Mirage. That's outside as well. That was a fair fight, apparently. Out towards round, Cassin. Orp will find his first as well. Just send Flamengo to follow up. Anybody else sort of jump through that smoke, suddenly rethink their decision. Instead, the spacing is not great, but it might be okay. Nocte still finds one on the ladder. Water ball from outside as well, and now Timo John leaves a Misfit alone. 1 versus 3. Bestia, they had it to perform in this round, and so far they've done that. Plenty of time. Misfit can move around here if he wants to, and he's looking for where he can find these CTs isolated. There's one. Take him down. 2 more to go. Surely you're not going to give up way too many 1 versus 1s here. That's where the problems arise. Nocte still down to defense, and Cassin even taking a position into Hut. Trying to cut off his rotation toward ramp if possible, but Misfit might have still found a way out here.
Yeah, the problem is he's got 30 seconds, so it's not as though he can silently go towards Secret and maybe catch Noxy. It is going to be this play up through Heaven.
He's going to run ramp.
You think? No, it's surely Heaven, right?
I think so. No.
He's worried about the A player, so he has no information about ramp. He has no kind of intel yet. He knew that Cassim was here towards A. He's looking to try and find him or at least get some information early on, but the bomb will go down. Now he can safely plant.
Good.
Molly at his feet. Molly spreading, Noxy finding. Round will go the way of Bestia.
Quick work at the retake there as well.
Yeah, not messing about like that from Bestia. I think sometimes you can overcomplicate those 2v1s and those kind of scenarios where you'll be watching in the sidelines and kind of just screaming at them, look, it's a 2 versus 1, just swing him together, you'll win the round. There's no need to kind of add a little bit of, you know, kind of threat to your own retake. Money's still pretty sitting strong here for Flamengo. They can get a strong investment in this one. The Bestia are going to be looking to push for double digits here. Missed Molly there towards top Hut. Needed the smoke here to spot any players creeping down the vent. Already a fast rotation down Secret. Already contacting Secret from Luchov. Someone's in just waiting in the vents.
Gotta respect a rat here.
Yeah,
just cutting off any early play,
case.
because you're not exactly sure what Flamingo's gonna be throwing at you in this round. A fast vent job and you're gonna be waiting for it. Absolutely, I like it, but it's an outside play that has led them toward a Secret, has led them toward the B side with only one anywhere nearby. It's gonna be Tomazin, MP9 in hand. Sorry, Luchov. Not Tomazin. Waiting for them now toward the lowest side. Nobody there to immediately rotate. Cassin is going to be able to support it, yes, but if VSM nails the first shot, that's all you need. The B side suddenly Flamengo.
I don't know why Luchov's repositioning there. He can just sit towards the top side. Flamengo look as though they're going to secure their 8th here, as the retake is going to be so difficult. The lack of space, control, numbers, nothing really going their way.
There you go. Might have lost the previous one, but here it was just a poor rotation for Bestia that catches them, but you can say that in more than one way. His first Nocte up to vent or back up the vent, or Tomasini back up the vent, then Luchev just not in position, caught swapping between top and lower of the site. Like I said, he could have stuck there. He could have just stayed in place and would have been fine. Or at least would not have been any worse than what happened.
Still going to be the investment, though. This is going to be an important round for Bestia. Obviously, they win the half on the T side. They move to their favoured side on a map that is comparatively just as strong as Mirage with their 100% win rate in the last couple months. But we've seen that stat change on map number 2. We've seen it change for Bestia, and I'm sure we could see similar things here. Flamengo. They're looking really good here.
Hassan, AWP waiting. Good tag. Takes 4 shots as well on the trade potential. Cassin, however, he's gone through flames, taking a bit more damage on his own. A-side defense is not perfect at the moment. It's got to be actually in a lot of trouble. That first shot for Cassin needs to nail it. If not, now trouble begins. Tomasini as well falls down toward the site and into the execution. Rotations here, yes, but it's just as easily dealt with.
Yeah, 2 versus 2, still possibility here for Bestia. Smoke landing in heaven. I don't like the idea of this smoke. Sometimes the T's are just far too confident that a smoke is all that's needed. Danico finding Luchov, though, gives them the advantage. Danico is full utility here. Might not feel comfortable using it in this scenario, though. HE grenade dropping down is Timo. Surely would have been hurt. He didn't hit because it came at the same time the nade did. Timing couldn't have been worse, and Bestia will secure double digits.
Oh, I think Timo's, well, he plays that so smart. Sees the nade, knows what he has to do. And it is that hectic. You don't always hear it. Somebody might have been talking. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter. Timo still caught that clutch in him. And Bestia, they just throw bodies at the problem until it eventually fades there. Every single kill they have is traded from the side of Flamingo. And not a second where things looked like they were all too cemented. Position was there, absolutely, for the season to work with, but that was about it, and now you move on. That bomb gives them a bit of extra money. Won't be affected immediately with that economy, but we'll see in around of a 20 what might come through. Keep in mind, CT as well, their economy's never going to be great here, especially not in a situation like this where it's been back and forth. Lucho, how good are you going to be on the defense here? First one coming his way. Second, he's committing to the fight.
Yeah, I don't know why he's done that. Going 1 for 1 in that scenario and containing secret's an excellent scenario to be in, but now Tomasini forced to rotate down. It weakens the A defenses. Obviously, it's still going to be this B play. Could catch off Misfit here, but not the scenario, not the position you want to be in. Timo has rotated down as well. Cuts Moretz will be found, so still this 3 versus 3, but some of the fights that we're seeing Bestia take, timing just going against them. Noxy now, he's got a nice angle, and I think VSM, it's the type of position that late on in a round, you know, we've had a minute of play, he might forget about. Noxy now playing even closer. Will be clearing, though, as VSM. A-bomb site, the intended goal. Still believe the bomb's got to make his way up secret. Flash towards outside. VSM looking to take space in main. Cassin gets 1. Aware that the bomb carries here now. You can put 2 and 2 together. Dodging the flash. Gets the tag. And now the rotate from Timo. This is a perfect scenario. How has this gone so wrong? Cassin's done so much work here towards Garage and will convert the round as well. Amazing stuff here from Bestia as they now push for their 11th.
Getting closer toward that 12, but again, Flamingo, they got to keep things alive here. And it's a risky call they're making, but one that may be very lucrative. High risk, high reward, forced by the right to this one. But how do you continue from this? We're seeing a couple of different approaches as well from both teams now as well in the second half. This one being very dynamic. Down the vents. Tomasini down for the fight. He is not afraid of a little flame.
Oh no, this has gone so wrong as well with Timo finding. We got 2 Tech 9s and the HE grenade. Oh, could find Danico. Get him himself out of that. Noxie with the information here. Quick reposition as well. I love this from Noxie. Cutsmeretz finds one though. Cutsmeretz found, and now this is where the question is to be asked from Flamengo of where to go. They are going to maneuver towards ramp, realizing that's where the AWP's remaining, so might play a bit more disciplined. Already there is a player down. There's 2 players down here, in fact. Caught off guard is Misfit, and now it's onto the low HP Tech 9 of Danico. 1 versus 3. 40 seconds on the clock. He knows he's got to get a kill and maybe a weapon to win this one. Realizing is Noxie. Danico. Oh, this is crazy from Noxie. He's making his way up the fend. Danico. This is so tough. Taken down, 12 found. 4 in a row needed for Flamengo to take it to overtime.
Just outplayed him there as well. That's so nice of Noxie.
Yeah, look, for a player who's had a really tough game as well. He's 9 and 12. You know, joint bottom performing player on the server when it comes to kills. When it comes to KD, he is at that bottom, I believe. So I think now, obviously, we go into this series expecting Bestia to win it. After the vetoes, we're even kind of doubling down on that approach. And now they've got 4 opportunities to close out the series and push to that semi-final spot. Obviously, they'll be facing off against the victor in 9Z versus Crew. A match being faced a bit later on today. It won't be with me, you, and Hayes. It will be at 8 p.m. Obviously, though, we're drawing to a close very shortly here in Series 1 of South America.
Yeah, we're
6 best of 3s away from it all being over. After this one,
I think it's going by quite quickly.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, but there's
like
plenty more events coming up.
Yeah, plenty more. And for today as well, of course, we have the rest of the quarterfinals. Next one, of course, is LP2 game. After this one, so we gotta find out how long will we go. Maybe Flamengo decided to get this one to overtime as well, because why not?
Give us a bit more action, a bit more intrigue. Swinging towards outside with no smokes. How has it gone so right for Flamengo? Cassim will get one. Timo now in an excellent position. Cutsmeretz is looking to take this space, and Timo goes overlooked, and now the MAC-10 falling! That's the bomb! The Deagle not connecting either. VSM eventually fires. VSM, he's been the lifeblood of this Flamengo side, but with him being found, it's a 1 versus 4 for Delboni. Spotted. We'll get the first. 64 points of health. Securing the second now. There's a low HP Luchov and a Noxie who's maybe not had the best of times this game. All it takes, though, a couple bullets and it is done. Delboni in front of the Molotov. But it is finished. Noxie will find Bestia securing. And they've got their spot in the semi-finals now. We expected them to find it. But look, let's bring Hayes in. Let's hear what he has to say after that one.
Well, honestly, what I have to say is that I was really concerned at one point that it might just be slipping away for Bestia again. I didn't expect to find myself here gunman at the end of the broadcast, but I guess I'll just hold down the ship then, fellas. I thought we were going to be going to the 3 of us. Man, the consistency is lacking, fellas. Anyway, what I will say is I thought it was going to happen again for Bestia, where they get in this position where they're in complete control of the game. You know, 8-4 up on their T side of Nuke. Again, we could just see the confidence of the team on that half of the map, a half that generally is quite challenging for most teams, but you can just see again how well oiled they are in terms of how they're going through those motions and processes, much like was the case on Mirage as well. And then it's the CT side where I'm left there watching thinking, oh man, this isn't nearly as convincing as the previous half was. It's almost looking like a completely different team. Sometimes they're trying to force players a lot more. But I'd also just like to flip the script quickly and give some credit to Flamengo. I feel like we kind of wrote Flamengo off, especially after with the way they'd lost on Ancients. I mean, obviously, it was a bit of a gamble for them to pick that map coming into Bestia. And we were wondering, you know, why they made that decision. Obviously, Mirage was picked by Bestia. Not much Flamengo could do about that. But the fact Flamengo were able to come away and get the win there. And, I mean, listen, I know Nuke ended 13-8, but it still felt like it was somewhat competitive, especially in the second half. At this point, you had 8-7. I'm thinking, we got a game in our hands here. Flamengo are doing it. They're doing what they did in the previous map and fighting back in some unlikely fashion. But yeah, eventually Bestia were able to get things back under control. And once they started winning rounds again here in the second half, they didn't drop the ball again. I must say, Timo had a very big series. I think that he was probably the pick of the players alongside Casson for me for the Bestia team. And with that in mind, you got to think about how Nox is taken a step back in the team. He used to be the AWP IGL. He's now just the IGL. And Casson has been playing incredibly. Like, Casson was so... he was just superb on the AWP today throughout this matchup. I mean, had some really big rounds on Ancients and some big moments here on Nuke as well. So it's just good to see how I feel like Bestia's ceiling has kind of been elevated since Nocta 4 went the AWP and let Casson pick it up. Nocta was fine on the AWP, but he just wasn't like blowing teams apart like we have seen from Casson in this series. So that is going to be the first game of the day done and dusted. I don't think there's any need for us to go to all 3 cameras now, guys. I've kind of broken it all down. The lads have given me their thoughts throughout the series as well. And we actually are slightly behind schedule now. So I think it's in our best interest to throw this one to a break. It's going to be 2-game against LP as that next quarterfinal of the day. Like I said, going to be a pretty quick turnaround time here between series. So don't go too far. We'll jump into that next game shortly.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
I wasn't lying when I said it was going to be a short turnaround time between the previous series and this one. We're going to be jumping into our next game of the day, next quarterfinal of the evening. LP taking on 2Game. Now, two teams that I wasn't necessarily expecting to see here, guys. Both teams coming through from the Swiss stage and both teams overcoming their opponents in that round of 16 playoff game. Just need to make sure I'm not fibbing to everybody. LP did come through from the Swiss stage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, 3-2. I'm just making sure. But both teams, like I said, coming from the Swiss stage, Fred, able to overcome their opponents in that round of 16 in the playoffs, now into the quarterfinals. And I mean, an opportunity for one of these two teams to get to the semis.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, when you look at this game on paper, I think there's a lot of kind of question marks as where it's going to go. Because I think a lot of the time you think, okay, well, we saw a 2-0 obviously for them against Sharks for LP, and then for 2 game they bested Silver, I believe, which is that kind of old solid roster, which I think a lot of people would be saying, okay, well, who are these Silver guys? It's a name we don't recognize. It's the old solid roster, so that's a very strong team as well. So I think there's definitely the opportunity for both these teams to take it. I feel like they've been really impressive throughout those Swiss stage endeavors. Obviously, to be not only a team to make it through the Swiss stage and then best the round of 16 opponent, usually the harder opponent you're going to face, it always breeds for such exciting CS, especially when it's these 2 teams that have made it with that kind of contingency besting an invited team. So I'm excited for this one. I think this quarterfinal is probably going to be the closest of all of them. So look, I'm just happy that I'm on the broadcast for it.
Yeah, I tend to echo your sentiment that this should be the closest of the series today. Nexus sounded like you were going to jump in there, mate.
I don't know if this is going to be that close. I find it really hard to pinpoint a lot of these games, but after that last one, I really feel like it's not going to be as close for whatever reason. It's like this gut feeling I have right now.
Who, then?
Yeah, exactly. It's
I want to say LP,
to 121.
just with how they made it through, right? Like, make it a 3-2, that's something. Then beating Sharks as well, that's a 2-0 victory as well. Like, they got a nice streak currently building up, then I'm intrigued that I'm kind of seeing what they're trying to cook here as well.
Yeah, actually, when you look at that victory against Sharks as well, yes, it was a close victory, and a lot of people would be thinking, okay, well, Sharks probably could have taken it. The only reason it was so close was because Doc just lit the world on fire, across both maps, gaining 24 kills or more, which was just ridiculous. No one else could kind of, get even close, and they still lost. So, yeah, actually, maybe LP are going to be more favored here. I'm not too sure.
You guys are cooked, both of you. I need to get the meds out again, Zola. You've got your prescription. We need to get a prescription for Nexus as well, from what I can tell. Listen, I did get to see 2 game yesterday, and we can bring their roster up here just while I talk about them. I was casting that game against Silver that you were referencing, Fred, and this team is on point. Like, Zariba is playing some really good Counter-Strike, super reliable as the anchor. Hardzau's experience is also just what he's mostly required for in this team. He's not looked at as the guy who has to have like massive pop-off moments, even though he does. He's also the most experienced player in terms of playing at the higher level of the game. Detroit is normally, his problem is consistency. Like, this guy has really high highs, but his volatility is my concern. If he can bring the same level we got from him yesterday, then 2 game, there's no reason they can't be winning this. On the AWP or the rifle, he was just banging guys out. Lucas was quite quiet, but he was able to deliver in big moments when his team really needed him to. And then I think it's Pickle. I was calling him Pickle yesterday. I don't know if you guys are going with PKL or Pickle. It's kind of up to you. But he's the IGL, or, a bit of an older fella, but could also hold his own. This 2 game roster, actually in a pretty damn good place at the moment. And I think you guys are going to enjoy the show that they'll put on. I'm probably just going to eat my words by the end of this, but Nexus, my stock of these guys is pretty high at the moment.
You know what? Fair enough. You do make up a pretty convincing argument here, but I'm just gonna say you're gonna eat those words.
Okay, so, fair enough. It's dinner time, so why not?
Do get ready to eat those. Map 1, that'll be the appetizer. Map 2, that'll be the final meal, and then that's it. No dessert.
I don't even deserve dessert. That's crazy. You're saying 2-0 LP. Okay, well, Fred, I mean, you were pressing him for a prediction in the last series. You just, like, straight up
finally got one.
Here he is, just offering one up of his own accord.
It's the gut feeling. For once, I have it.
It's because it was you that asked, Hayes,
I see.
You've got a softer touch to my brutality when it comes to kind of predictions. Looking at the maps, though, I'm not feeling too confident for 2 game. They opt for the Ancient Band. They have a 5-map pool. Come on, this is... Really? Like, what's going on here?
The thing is, they haven't played massive amounts of Counter-Strike, so we don't know exactly what their map pool looks like, in terms of how they feel about it. Yeah. But they do have that massive deficiency, like you say. Ancient being their permaban, Inferno's has never been picked into them, and it's LP's best map. Like, it's a map LP like to pick regularly as well, so that bodes really well for LP. I hadn't actually checked that before. I was going on my rant about how 2 game, we're just going to close this one up, but at least they do get Dust 2 as their map, which is great for them. And then Nuke as the decider will be middle of the road, as it tends to be. 2 game beat Game Hunters on this map as well yesterday. So that's, that was a good result for them. Not yesterday, a couple days before that. But anyway, I think this will be pretty close. I think this will be a closer matchup than any of the other games, like we said earlier. And Yeah, Fred, I don't know, man. I think I'm still backing 2-game here, but the map pool does look pretty good for LP.
Well, it seems like we've got 1 for 2-game, 1 for LP. What I'll do is I'll kind of sit on the fence then. I can just hold my judgment until I see which team's actually cooking.
What the hell, Nexus? What the hell?
Well, normally it's me always pushing for predictions. So, look,
and here you are doing the thing you hate the most. Okay, I'll remember this one.
Yeah, but I don't want to disappoint either.
To Charlie.
Yeah, this is going to upper management.
Honestly, I don't think he'll care. He's got his feet up at the moment. He's had a few days off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Look, I think the idea and the kind of guarantee is that this should go 3. I know that LP's second most maps played is Dust, but a 40% win rate on it in comparison to 2 games flawless Dust 2 is far too much of a disparity for me to kind of not mention. Obviously, we were proven wrong in the last with that Mirage going the other way, but I think we all know that that's just kind of a bit of a fairy tale, bit of a, I guess, the unicorn where it should just never be seen, never be kind of, should ever happen. And I think best year is the type of game that they're going to look back on and go, well, yes, look, okay, we took the series, we should have taken it in 2, we should have won Mirage 13-3. I think that was just a bit of a blip on the resume. I don't think they're too bothered. But yeah, I think this will go a 3rd. Nuke's exciting because both teams play it a fair bit, decent win rate as well. I'm interested as to why 2-game don't get capitalized on Inferno as much, as Inferno is probably the map that is probably the most beloved in this region, kind of maybe apart from Nuke. So I'm quite interested as to why they've hardly had to play it. But you have mentioned the kind of lack of sample size on most maps because they haven't really been playing in too many events at the moment. But
yeah, that's the thing. It's like a Pandora's box going into Inferno. Yeah. We just don't know what to expect. We need to talk about what's important here, Nexus. Laga Dorsi Palados is their name. All right, probably butchered it, but that's like 60% correct at least. You know what it means, Nexus? I bet you don't.
Oh, man, you won that bet. Tell me
you
what
played GeoGuessr. It means naked and afraid. Have you ever heard of the reality show?
No. I have, yeah. I do like to dabble in Bear Grylls memes name. Every now and then.
Naked and afraid. Well, that doesn't fit the logo at all. But that the picture they've got for their team.
I feel like I wouldn't really.
It's maybe
broadcast ready with it
instead.
Yeah, well, at least they're keeping it interesting. Anyway, shifting the conversation, I guess. BSD and Hardzao, 2 players we're going to compare side by side. I actually haven't seen a huge amount of BSD, to be completely honest with you guys. It's going to be a bit of a newer outing for me in that regard. I mean, the recognizable name to me, everybody else around him. So yeah, keen to see a bit more out of him. We're highlighting him because he's been putting up some good numbers lately. I mean, he's kind of been floating around the Brazilian scene for a while, and hopefully this is the team where he can settle, Fred. Yeah,
definitely. Like, I feel like for so many players within this region, the kind of turnover is ridiculous. The amount of kind of chopping and changes that goes on even while events are kind of undergoing is crazy. But yeah, like I think for a lot of teams and a lot of players, they are just trying to find that kind of perfect 5 that can do really well. But yeah, as you said, it's been 4 years for BSD's time on HLTV, still very young, 23 years old, and he's been on, I want to say like 10 teams already, some of which kind of notable names being Nitro, Case, obviously he was on patents to Ferrari for a little bit. Yeah, it seems like there's a fair bit of chopping and changing here for BSD as an individual. But look, he has put up some good performances. I've actually been really impressed with ZMB as well on this roster. Always quite a consistent player. You just have to look to their, recent series, that recent victory against Sharks, that 2-0. It was ZMB doing a lot of the heavy lifting, Liam Monster as well. So I'm excited for how this one's going to pan out. I think the idea that this is the closest game is still solidified in my mind. I think when you compare the remaining 2 series after this one, you've got Red Canids against Bounty Hunters, and I feel like, yes, okay, Red Canids did have a really good 2-0 against Game Hunters, but I think that was just a bit more of a one-off affair, and I think Bounty Hunters should take that. And then 9Z versus Crew against a better team on a better day, I think they would have been absolutely destroyed with the way that they played in the game that me and Nexus watched the other day. So I think this is going to be a banger. It is going to be a close affair. The idea of it being a 2-0 is crazy, so I'm just putting out there again, Nexus. So yeah, look, I'm excited to see how it pans out. Hopefully we'll see that kind of exciting Counter-Strike, but already I feel like we've seen the round of the day, maybe even the round of the playoffs. That 1v4 was ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that certainly will be tough to beat. Nexus, you got any final thoughts here, mate? I know we've kind of been hogging the mic a bit. Got anything you'd like to contribute here before we throw this one across to a break?
Kinda, not really. 2Game, with the fact that they don't really play Inferno or Ancient, I feel like there could have been a flip in that veto as well, where they could have instead of banned Inferno and gone for just a weaker map overall of Ancient. Because overall, for the year, they played Inferno like 3 times. They played Ancient once at the very start, like January, still under a different banner. Like, they could have gone for something like that, but they didn't, so maybe we are getting to see that Inferno, like you said, right? Pretty popular here. So I'm interested to see what 2Game do have in that regard with that prepared. Probably almost knowing 100% that it is going to be picked against them. Yeah. So that's where I currently lie.
They had to have known it was going to come eventually. I'm sure they've been working on the map. That's why we say it's not like it's a punish pick guaranteed. It's just that we don't really know what to expect. And, well, hopefully we're not going to have to wait too much longer, but we are going to have to wait a little bit. We're going to have to exercise some patience here, ladies and gents, before we jump into that first map of the second quarterfinal. Like I said, it's going to be around a minute. I mean, maybe we can try and hold on. I mean, I know that normally it's not always the case when we used to get told, okay, 1 minute, then we're going live. That then, you know, classic South American Counter-Strike is another delay. But the winner of this will play against the winner between Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. Fred, you were talking about that already, saying you think that Bounty Hunters should get the win there. I do tend to agree with you. We could just talk about the bracket in general. I mean, Bestia, 9Z, Bounty Hunters, would those be like the 3 names to kind of look at and say probably have the best chance of winning Series 1 here?
Yeah, I think when it comes to whoever wins that Bounty Hunters Red Canids game, I think they'll probably go on to the grand final. Not to say that 2Game and LP don't have the ability to take it against them, but when you compare the ability kind of that series to this one, I feel like it should be a kind of, I guess, a formality, that semi-final. But look, who knows?
Who knows? What we do know is that we are indeed jumping into Inferno, fellas. Okay, so we're going to get into the first map of the second quarterfinal of the day, and I will see you guys afterwards.
Here we have it, though.
On the other side, right? Hayes, catch you later. Fred?
Yes, sir.
I'll catch you right now. What do you got here? Tell me your thoughts of Inferno as a map, as a history in Counter-Strike. In one word.
In one word. Boring.
Amen.
Sorry to
Amen, brother. Let's get it out of the game.
Look, my biggest issue with Inferno is when you look at every single map bar Inferno, there's nice rotations. There's kind of a little bit of a mid portion. There's kind of excitement when it comes to gamble calls and well, not gamble calls, but more as in like, there's always a route from one bomb site to the other that isn't through spawn. Whereas this map, that's all you've got, which I absolutely hate. But it's around, bit of speed out towards A here. Hap can get one, and Hap doubles down. BSD finds Ariba. Round is done. But as I was harping on about, my big issue is rounds like this. It's a fast A, the kills come through, and the CTs, okay, yes, it's a pistol, so they might give it a go, but in a rifle round, this would just be a save, and that's my biggest issue with the map.
I throw a Dust 2 into the exact same ring. Boring. Same thing, rotations-wise. We've seen it. We're gonna see it for a while. I don't hope, unfortunately. I don't know about Valve cooking. What are they gonna do? Cash probably coming back, but maybe something else. Probably not.
I feel like at least Dust has middle. It's got lower tunnels. It's got short. It's got connectivities. It's got a bit of depth to it. Inferno is
but it's boring and ugly.
Yeah, but so am I. So, you know, people have to listen to me all the time. Yeah, it's fair enough. Force buy scene from 2Game. I don't mind it on a map like Inferno as well. I feel like Nuke and Inferno... Yeah, Nuke
Inferno and Nuke are both in that same thing. CT force buy is fine.
Yeah, when you see it on Mirage, though, I'm just like, what was the point? Same with Dust, where rifles are kind of just the supremacy. You can't really have many moments across the map where you can have these close range duels. We are going to be seeing a quad A bracket setup. I like this from 2Game. I think you've always got to take a bit of a risk. The problem is LP are going to be shifting their way through apartments. Utility sent now. No one jumping out towards short. That's the biggest issue of this round. First player's got to be heading their way towards short. That's kind of a generic half thing. Leo Monster gets a double with a Mac. A lot of damage dealt to both Leo Monster and Reelsin. There's going to be a play now from PKL. Oh, we spotted him. Still found a great quad here from Leo Monster.
That is a wonderful shot there as well. And with that, LP. 2 rounds on the board. That should be a third as well, coming to it very quickly. And we just want to get this one over with, right? One flashbang seems like PKL also has that same sort of idea. He's going to throw his teammates some sort of support. Maybe. Wait, he's going alone to mid. Wait, what is... I can't smell what he's cooking right now. No, wait, no, he's on B. Sorry, I just got confused.
Great
Very
HE
similar
grenade
on
onto
the pictures.
Lucas. Yeah, it feels like when kind of back in the day when casting, it was what, Susp and
Adam B, yeah.
Adam B, yeah, the twins. Back on what, that Metasport roster, I want to say?
Metasport, yeah.
Yeah. Just every time casting them, you just, there's no point. There's no point even trying to guess.
I think the only thing different was which way is the hair flipped. I think that was the difference, but it's really hard to tell. Kind of funny.
Yeah, look, we saw the flash sent there from 2Game. I don't really see the point in buying it. Same with Hardzow's Deeg if we're not going to see something a bit more creative. They're kind of using the flash as reactive, as if LP are just going to push into the bomb site after getting 1 kill. They're obviously going to be more systematic. They're not going to just barrel their way through. I love that ZMB's actually just got a 5-7 hit. Obviously, we hype up the 5-7 all the time. Molly will force Detroit out into the open, and the rifle of Leo Monster. That's back-to-back quad kills, by the way. 8-0, making an ace! 9 kills in the last 2 rounds. Okay, Leo.
2 thumbs up from me. Pretty good. Pretty damn good there. And with that, you do have the 3rd round, but I kind of agree as well, right? If you're buying a flashbang, why not just do something a bit better than just throw it when they start shooting or whatever. It's whatever. I don't think we're going to see too many of those sorts of plays happening. That was just a weird one anyway. It's just pistols. Nobody's really going to care about the outcome of that one. Unless it's somehow 2Game winning it. They weren't. We move on. Here, Banana Control is heavily contested already by LP, making their way up top BSD. And opening for him, Zoreba will trade back one of his own, apparently. An action toward the A side that's led to the CT side of figuring out how do they want to rotate here. And how do you want to rotate now? You've lost Zoreba as well. There's the next one, Detroit J. You talked about consistency and issue on him. Well, that was Hayes talking about it. He's looking for the second. 1 more to go on the site. Won't find him, but he's done enough.
Oh, the motor smoke's going to bait happen massively. He can just wait for the reload hit. He's going to hit a pinball, freebie, and he's heard the steps of Lucas as well. He can drop the smoke. He's now got his teammate to join him. Goes for the fight, and Hap will find. Even after the brilliance of Detroit trying to delay and deny, still the round going the way of LP.
God damn, that is one hell of a returning yet again for LP. It's that show as well, right? PKL in a library. As soon as that nade gets pulled out, it's a jump scare for him. I like the confident play as well that after we would have made it to rotate that second man over. Nice little play of the T side. Didn't see the openings, but we know what happened. It was them finding entries toward the A side to work with. And for now, but out of control yet again. Just Molotovs, just utility. This is the basic Inferno. We could just not be here for like the first 50 seconds to a minute, and I don't think we're going to be missing more than 1 kill.
Yeah, look, for 2Game, this is the issue they have. Obviously, we've kind of hypothesized that they will have had some work done here on Inferno, but this is the issue with low sample size and kind of not playing the map as much and not being as confident is we're going to see dominant results like this from LP.
There we go. I said we could be here for like the first minute and we're not missing anything. And this is something that's going to happen in a lot of rounds, by the way. It's just the basic utility that you have to respect to a degree. Finally, at the last 20 seconds, are they going to make a play? It smokes in and out, and the CT is trying to find themselves anything they can weave together a round with, potentially. But it doesn't seem like there's all too much they can do. Bombs been planted as well. That's all the final hope of 2Game in this round gone. Had Lucas maybe found that bomb planter, who knows? But the fact is, doesn't get it. That's the round done. LP 5-0.
Yeah, look, we started this game ever so slightly delayed. Obviously heading into it, I think LP want to get us back on schedule, which is nice for them. Quite kind.
Alright, if you're 2Game, what's the change you're going to make right now? We haven't seen a whole lot of anything crazy. It's just the very, very basic of Inferno. But what's something you want to see, or you have seen in the past that you like to do that you feel works out a lot?
Yeah, look, I feel
what's
like
your call?
It's got to be a second mid play. It's got to be kind of an AWP peek towards bridge. Maybe you have... You send the insta mid smoke from CT spawn. You have two riflers pushing through middle, maybe looking to contain deep in middle, but going to be swinging from kind of, swinging from just second mid to mid. You have one player sending two flashbangs over, and then you have the AWP pushing in apartments, either peeking from bridge or peeking from stairs into second mid. And just with kills like that, okay, yes, it means your rotations will be slower, but very rarely have we seen LP not go for a bit more of a default hit. That's why the rounds are going to take a lot of time. They're going to be slower. They have opted for that deeper smoke in middle. The CTs have kind of gone for what I'd hoped for, but the issue is, where the flash is towards second mid, they would have an advantage fight in second mid with two players blinded if they went for that call there and then. But the problem is, when you're a team that doesn't play Inferno too much and you don't have your kind of set protocols in place when things aren't going well, and maybe you don't have your little pocket strats on the CT side, this is what it can look like. I think, thankfully, though, at least it's a map that you can kind of just play bomb site-wise. Like, you can just play a triple A, double B. It's not as though you need to make as many gimmick calls, but with LP's individuals and entries looking so good, eventually 2Game are going to have to realize, well, we're either going to have to take banana and rotate a player across to go a 4-1 setup, or we're going to have to look to fight in second mid and middle early. But it is going to be this play through A now. Detroit. Pressure coming his way. ZMB with a pre-fire here. Detroit will get one. Now we see this acceleration up from short. Molly and Pit. Flashbangs coming over, which Ariba can duck from. Realty gets... Oh, Hardtail gets the trade, in fact. Hap gets a double, though. Hap 1 versus 2, though. Both players here will be rotating in from long.
Yes,
they've only got 1 kill combined. 9-0. He said it, he's yet to die. Can he find this final? It's talking about timing on his peak, and Hap is not fine. A 1 versus 2. He's now 11-0. And I said, Lucas, PKL, they've really struggled. Only 1 kill between them. They only needed 1 in the clutch, but they somehow allow him to isolate their fights. 2Game. 0 rounds and 0 kills for PKL.
That is nasty. And that is well what keeps LP with a clean streak of 6-0 so far. That is one hell of a round as well for Hap. And it starts off well. You have 2Game denying that initial push through long, but then as soon as the crossfire comes to question with a sight mini pit, that's where things go south. That's where he very quickly falls apart. It's the play in mini pit is slightly overextending. Let the man on balcony have an easier fight, and instead they didn't trust. It was Detroit J with the AWP on long. Didn't trust him enough to hold that balcony position. It's that sort of things that kind of lets you know maybe 2Game are a bit unfamiliar with just the very micro positioning on this map that could have let him have an easier time. And it's just something that LP instead, they're happy to walk away with as the victors.
Just to let you know, both Hap and Leo Monster either have equal or more than the whole of the 2Game team kills.
Oh my.
They only have 11 across all 5 players. Obviously, Leo Monster surpassing 11. He's got just 1 more, and Hap 11-0 currently. Stat padding here of both Leo and Hap, yeah. But it's clear to see that 2Game, it's not as though they're a team that have been kind of patiently working on Inferno and saving it for a rainy day. It seems like they do just have a 5-map map pool. Double nades landing, double nades finding. Disgusting from LB there. Lucas will get one, but ZMB getting the trade. And now, with the flashbang coming through, they realize that there's still one player on the B-bomb side. The smoke's landed as well. There's going to be over-rotations from 2Game as well. So if LP just drop a smoke now in coffins and silently shift their way back towards A, they're going to have a fairly simple round. The utilities rain down. Hardzal's going to rotate in as well. Mollies, nades, everything being sent here. This is the bomb for ZMB. But it is going to be this A play now, and Zariba. He's got a smoke, he's got an HE grenade. The problem is he's got so much control to need to kind of hold on his own. And that's why you can see him worried already about Graveyard. Hard's out. Looks like he wants to push through this smoke. He's got his knife in hand for some reason. Oh, gunbarrel spotted! Why is Hard's out not just moved? Shots landed half a centimeter away from him.
Hunting as well. Zureba down in pit. That's a power position, yes, but needed more than one. And that's a round where it slowly withers away for 2Game. 1 kill at a time. And a ZMB, he's the one collecting a multi-kill this time. But have we had a multi-kill in every round? Because I feel like we have.
Yeah, definitely feels
like it. Is the
like
Eco
it.
the only one? Right, did ZMB get what? 2 or 3 there, I'm not sure. He's got more than that. But either way, it's been pretty damn consistent so far on the side of LP.
That round was won without the success of Leo or Hap. It was BSD, Reelsin, and ZMB.
Waking up here.
Look, this has been a very quick game so far. But kind of expected. 2Game, they don't play Inferno. And they're definitely looking like a team that doesn't.
Yeah, since January 3 times have they played it. All of 2025.
Oh, great flash.
That's tough.
Excellent utility there from LP. They spot out the players towards top banana initially. They realize there's going to be some form of a swing as it's this half buy. They're going to be confident with these 5.7s and MP9. So they return fire with the flash. They've got 2 players ready and waiting. But an excellent performance here from LP. And yes, okay, there's going to be a slight blemish with this victory. It's not as though they're against a team that are really consistent and competent on a map like Inferno, but this is still a professional team. This is still a team of great individuals where I feel like Inferno, yes, it's going to have its tactic, it's going to have its gimmicks, but we should be expecting at least 1 or 2 rounds being found here for 2Game on their CT side, especially with Inferno, the CT side of Inferno probably the easiest of all maps when it comes to a team that don't have kind of the set protocols in place. They throw the util towards the B-bomb site, and obviously they head their way towards A. Leo now. Hap has finally been taken down. It's taken 9 rounds for him to fall.
Bomb has been
planted. Yeah. So, I'll pose you the question. Now that we've had a couple of rounds...
A couple?
A couple of rounds, yeah. And none of them have 2Game had real success in. What do you now want to change? Because LP, I don't think they've just... Like, there's anything they're doing that's insanely crazy. It's just the fundamentals of Inferno they're doing well enough. Fighting for banana control. And then you add on top almost every single round they've gone to A, they've managed to find a successful entry, whether that just be a lurk or the full commitment they've gone for. So, what do? Right? Do you just go back to that second bit push that you kind of hinted about that a 2Game might want to get to doing?
Yeah, they've got to. Banana utility and banana utility and timings actually, you'll see it a lot. You'll see the kind of the difference between good Inferno teams and bad ones. Where on the CT side, there'll still be 2 mollies, 2 nades being sent from the CTs, but no damage really will be seen. And we've seen that a lot of the time from 2Game, where they will just send the nades and maybe 20 damage is all that's found across, 4 pieces of damaging utility. But yeah, Banana's actually quite tough to take with just 2. It's clear that 2Game aren't opting for a 3-man B approach early on to take Banana. So if you're not going to go for that game plan, you've got to try and take some space towards apartments, towards kind of brackets, and keep that control, because it really has been lacking. Nice flash from Lucas. Lucas will get that second as well, and they have contained this Banana control. This is all going to be about timing. Ham getting spam timing could be excellent, but PKL able to get the reload off in time. And 2Game, okay, they've been pretty slow to start, but seemingly their first round will come here in number 10.
Fred, is it too late?
Is it? Yes.
Is it
yes,
too late to start
too
winning
late.
rounds?
Way too late.
If we were counting out our previous games and maps already with, what, 8-4s and 9-3 halves, it feels like this one as well.
I think the issue that 2Game are going to face on a map like Inferno is because they're not taking any space whatsoever and they're looking to kind of just bunker on bomb sites. Okay, yes, they've done very well in this round because Lucas and PKL, they had kind of a nice flash there, important kills coming through. But the issue is, and what LP have had on display in nearly every round, is their trading's been really key. We see it from Zariba and Pip. He drops the smoke, he will find one, but then an instant trade from short. So the problem is a lot of the time, if it's a 5 versus 2 towards B or a 5 versus 3 towards A, it's going to come down to a 2 versus 2 or a 1 versus 2, I guess, at worst for LP. We saw what happened with Happy, won that clutch. The big issue is that 2Game, they're dumping all their utility quite early on. They're not taking space with it, and it makes retakes impossible. You think of that round where Haps in that clutch, there was no utility for both PKL and Lucas, so it's not as though they could throw a smoke kind of close to the bomb site so they could close the gap. There was no molly for his position, no flashbang to send over. He's stuck towards the default box, and they don't have any util to send. So, look, 2Game, if you're going to drop, 15, 10 pieces of util within the first 30 seconds of the round, try and take some space with it.
Now seeing that change on LP. They're just abandoning A as well. I like the sort of Hail Mary play to go all B here, right? It's been pretty good so far. Why not again? Those last round is a different show altogether, but yeah, they're ready for it on the defense as well. Let's see PKL, let's see AK loose. It's finding one on the site. Lucas needs more than one. Preferably 2, 3 is too much, but he's done his job. It's given the advantage over toward that CT side to play with. Someone needs to plan that that's a big issue at the moment as well. They're going to try to get that one. For now, successful. Opening kill as well. Make it a double for the T side to keep fighting. Hand spotted might be enough. Gotta be careful. But that's both CT's information given away here. Looking at a smoke, utility is well coming through plenty over in the CT side. They are both facing through CT spawn. It's not a good fight. You want to take. That's one. And moving into station. That's spawning the second as well. Taking short spawn. Shots not hitting, not connecting, however. And it's coming down to one bullet to decide this one. And HG flies in. And that's all you need. 2Game. Just barely avoid disaster in round 11.
Again, though, it was a 2 versus 4. It was a retake that 2Game really should have just had under wraps. And the big issue is, again, yes, they've got a lot of utility, but they're looking to line it up out in the open. We know that BSD is going to have to take a pot shot, have to look for a fight. And honestly, that round should have been found by LP. Okay, yeah, it's a big clutch from 2Game, but it was a 2 versus 1 at one point. We're seeing continual AWP shots missed there from BSD, and we're also seeing the rifler swinging for no reason. He could have just sat in coffins, played out the time, the bomb was planted for him. It would have been a 1 round. Honestly, LP should have found 10 there. I know it was a 2 versus 4, but the second it cuts down to that 2v1 with the knowledge that he's towards CT, I don't really know what LP are doing to throw that round away.
I'm with you on that one. It really feels like it. A bit of a done deal here. Trying to look PKL out of Banana. He did spot the second man as well walking through. But again, they're just gonna try to go with the speed play. At least make him think it is gonna be one. Bomb is headed all the way back toward A already. There's no forced rotation, however, at the moment that has come through. They still wait on A with 3 remaining.
Yeah, the issue is they don't have any control towards top banana. Yes, Detroit is here towards brackets, and the molly now indicating success and control might be taken. Nade, in fact, seen. Flashbang going to force him back once again. Detroit does have a lot of utility and is finally expelling it now. Smoke dropped and HE heavily dunking down here. ZMB taking a bit of a risky spam. Ooh, Hardzow has just stepped. Haps slipped the net. He's pushing here into CT. It is currently being held by PKL. It could be a playthrough B here so easily. Haps decided to back away. I don't know why he hasn't just sat in Arch. That would have been a free space to be taken. Great flash from PKL though. And Luke is now just looking to delay time. PKL rotating in through coffins. Missed shot from BSD. ZMB with the double though. Disadvantage, low utility, low health. Hardzow now. Looks as though he might take a bit of a risk. Orb now in play. Flashbang comes over. He spotted out one, but the Orb shot connecting. There is an HE grenade here on Detroit, but he's holding with the Orb. Nice find. Reels in his wet. Able to isolate the fight. AK, but the 5-7 surpassing. Another 2 versus 4 that comes down to a 1 versus 2. Crazy stuff here. 2 game. Look, they will find their 3rd round, but
Counter-terrorists win.
always come from a clutch.
It ain't easy here, but 2 game have managed to get a couple of rounds toward the end. Something to work with, yeah. But enough, no. Not at the moment, at least. We talked about it as well. Hayes mentioned that the peak for some of these individuals, mainly Detroit the J, is pretty good. Just inconsistent, and you could kind of, at the moment, see some of that, but I think more than anything, it's just unfamiliarity with the map, and that's something you can absolutely excuse in this situation. Do we want that to be the actual case? No, you'd rather have a 6 good map pool. But 2 game, they don't actually have that at the moment. Even if they hadn't picked into Inferno here, LP could have had something like Mirage, where 2 game have yet to won a game in the last few months, right? 0 and 5 on it. You have Ancient as well, possibly, right? You gotta think about these things. It's just not a very strong map pool at the moment for 2 game, bar for Dust. Nuke kind of falls into that same category. Maybe you could argue for Train, but that's good for both teams. There's just not enough of a strong pool at the moment. And it's made the job that much more difficult for 2 game in this exact series as well. And probably many follow-ups as well.
It's also why I think we're both pretty sure, we should be sure that we're expecting a 3-map series. LP should take things on Inferno. It'd be ridiculous if they don't. And 6 on the bounce here for 2 game on Dust. Okay, yeah, some of the victories are close ones, but still victories. BSD here towards Long. Great find. Now he just needs to try and back away. Sadly, he doesn't have any teammates alongside him. I don't really know why we're not seeing, or why we are seeing a cubby kind of hold there from BSD without a teammate in Long. This is the bomb progressing through CT spawn, so understood that it might be this play through B, and now Leo Monster alone. 3 versus 4, but with the CTs wrapping here, or the T, sorry, wrapping here towards B, PKL's got to be cautious not to lose his life to Leo Monster. Bomb site cleared, and now will be taken.
A bit short that decides how as well this round gets played out, or if it does. Who has more patience? Does PKL just feel safe enough? I think so. Leo. He's not going to think about this. Yes, he is. But PKL has the drop on him, and that's the round. There's 1 duel to deny the retake, and it's a very quick call to run away for Reelson. Not so much for Hap. He does get caught there as well as 2 game are on his ass. Is he actually going to survive or no? Seems like it. Especially now. So, 4 rounds in a row, pistol in the bag. Now, not to say it too early, but this could be a bit reminiscent of, let's say something along the lines of our previous series. Or series.
Are you thinking 2-game comeback? Is that what you're alluding to?
I mean, it could be. I mean, the scoreline's similar enough. You don't lose at the pistol here immediately. I'm saying I'm willing to entertain this to a degree.
Right. This moment here towards top banana, the MP9s are seen, they're spotted, a lot of damage taken. Detroit sends quite possibly the worst HE grenade I've ever seen. It lands behind car. They knew that there would be one behind half wall, maybe one towards sandbags. And it's just little moments like that, small instances where you question, well, what is this util?
This is a do or die here, reels in. Needs to go above and beyond the expectations set on him by any position he's currently in. Backed off into Arch.
Great positioning here. Especially if Detroit goes first, he might overlook this angle. They are going to drop the smoke though. Oh, it's hit him. Great information. Reelsin does go 1 for 1 though.
Are they going to try this?
Why are they not going for this?
Yeah, I don't know what the current split is. You have BSD all the way in CT spawn.
They're just going. They're going for the save because obviously some of these players have. Well, BSD has a 5-7, but not only are they going for the save, they're going to try and lock them out. We've got Leo Monster towards apartments. Obviously, Hap in middle, BSD in CT. We know the bomb radius on Inferno is ridiculous. So if 2Game want to kind of bring these weapons across, they're going to have to do it the hard way. Zariba's going to go down to the bomb. Leo Monster's just going to tag him away in pit. Oh, well, no damage taken there. Hap. More worried about what weapon he's bringing to the next in the kills, so we'll be taken down. I hate moments like that. I always feel like you watch it in your Face-It games, you watch it in your Premier matches, and you're questioning, you know, why has your random teammate done that? And then you see it at the highest level here. Just keep the MP9 in hand. It's going to be a close quarters fight anyway.
Yeah, 5 rounds to the border now as well. There, Mac 10 Desert Eagles or pistols upgraded there for the CT side. That's about it. Now this is a call I like here. Right, we had that second round or third round for 2-game. Right, a single flashbang was all they had in a similar eco round like this, and they were just kind of split up on the map, playing essentially default. Here I do like the sort of split they've instead gone for. Just one man toward the A side could be enough of a deterrence if Reelsin maybe finds one kill, drops that smoke. If the timing is alright, the stars align. Oh. Playing it okay. Not anymore. That smoke missing is going to be a big hit as well there, but 2-game, they're still pressuring more toward the B side at the moment. But this is also as well going to reel the A side fairly empty as well, if Reba pushes out toward the A side. Here on B, a Mac 10, a defense for the first one, drops down. Now 2-game, gotta start thinking about it. Do you want to go A or B? You have those lurks in position toward the A side.
I don't know why they'd ever think of going towards B here.
Makes so little sense. All you had to do was send Reba out, but he's got an AK, doesn't want to lose it. Here towards CT. What a big shot, Hardzao. Now that is the goal side of thinking. We found a rotation. We found one of the players getting out of position. The Mac 10 is good and Leo Monster better. Just left alone, a USB in hand. They will dismantle the defense, but that just feels like a lucky break. Catching those CTs out of position more than anything.
Look, they've just cleared out the whole of the A bomb site. Why are they looking to take those fights? Like, it works out for 2-game, and it's a moment where, okay, yeah, fine. The guns are connecting, the bullets are being seen. I just don't know why they go for such a big risk there. Nine to 6 though, investment now seen from LP. And this is where we should be seeing them a lot more confident and compelling.
From 9-0, by the way, to 9-6. Talk about how the game's gone so far. It was a perfect beginning, and felt like the perfect ending as well was going to be written there for LP.
Opener scene though in this one. A lot of damage dealt to Realsin and ZMB, but with the orb shot connecting, surely the attention will be there.
Good smoke as well. He just doesn't want them to get long. No matter what, he trusts his teammate, especially with that second opener. Another one spotted.
Yeah, information here of apartments. And BSD, it looks like he wants to go peeking, but maybe realizing and should be realizing the short is going to be an issue. Perfect timing for ZMB to peek, and this is what we expected from LP since the guns are in play.
Oh, PKL, knife out. You're a dead man. Double digits. Finally reached after 6 rounds of silence for them. And you can immediately as well see, look at how poor the economy is on that team side. It comes down to, is it round 2 or 3 with the MP9 status deny as many players saving, only 1 survives. All that reinvestment last round as well, with the USPs toward B. Leo still found a couple kills toward the end there. Or LP found a couple of kills toward the end. It still dealt enough damage to keep 2K in a very rough situation. Good run, Booth. Good opening. And from that, all you gotta do is not throw that lead away.
Yeah, Leo's already playing an advanced angle. BSD has got a lot of util here as well to send. It's quite obvious to be this A play from 2Game. They've got no control towards Banana. Hard Zao going to be looking to find this opener. Missed shot from BSD. Will drop the Molotov. Maybe not got his positioning perfect. Jumping across. BSD can get one, but important trade from Hard Zao. Flashbang coming over. Hard Zao searching, and he can get another. 3 versus 3 now, and it's going to be this crunch towards the B-bomb site. Leo Monster. I like the reposition here. Ooh, swinging through middle is Realsin. Hap now alone here. Found by Zariba.
Just waiting. That is all Hard Zao there. That second kill he finds in CT is what dictates this round and how LP do want to play it as well. But either way, it's worked out for 2Game. It's getting close here. It's getting to the sort of point where LP probably would start to sweat a little bit. But now, we just wait. I'm about to explode in the next 10 seconds. 2Game. Everybody A-OK. The monster.
Opening kills, by the way. Look, 2Game, they really shouldn't have kind of found that. We saw the opener with the AWP, but it was Hard Zao, obviously, finding not only one towards long, but getting the second in CT. It seems like 2Game, a bit of a frantic nature and kind of playing off individuals of where they want to head, but the second they get that kill in CT, we see kind of, I want to say Realsin, he's just swinging through middle, assuming that it would be open and that the B-bomb site's going to get crunched in on. Spots out one in Mexi. Great from BSD there.
Utility down B. It is a barrage coming through.
Peeks into the molly after they get that man advantage and 2-man advantage, in fact. And again, it's moments like this where LP may be playing a little too overconfident. They get one towards B, they get one in middle. It's a 5-on-3. You can play the round with all 5 of you in CT spawn, and you still got a really good chance of winning it. Yeah, they opt to continue to fight, and now with just a 1-man disadvantage, it's all going to be about timing here, and Hap's going to look for a peek in middle. Information gathered. There is still Zariba close, ready and waiting, and Realsin's angle's nice. It's all about Hap taking contact, though. We have seen the reposition now from BSD. AWPing now from Coffins. Smoke's been dropped to PKL. The issue with this is there's these double nades in play. BSD has to find a kill from this position, otherwise he's just dead to the util.
Even without it as well, he needs to buy time just for Leo to survive. And Box waiting. And there's two for BSD, and that's gonna be enough for the round as well. Raven might have found it at first, but Orb gets recovered even without it.
Yeah, the molly doesn't spread.
Yeah, quick trade as well. That's just the power. I don't know, it's the new Inferno, I say new. CS2 with the Molotov just doesn't always spread.
Yeah, it's kind of 50-50. I feel like there are definitely lineups that can land behind and 100% spread to all of it, but again, this is a 2-game roster who aren't going to know the full intricacies of every bit of utility.
Sometimes you just gotta pray a little bit and hope it's gotta be the right Molotov. Never know what the CS gods are gonna bless you with.
Just the eco here with the Hero AK from Detroit. So, LP should have 5 opportunities to close out map 1. But obviously, this game has come a lot closer than kind of the initial expectations. Because as you mentioned, it was that, what, 9-0 start?
I know.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
9-0-9-6 to now 11-7. Most likely 12-7, but it has gotten to a decent point either way.
I always feel bad on a map like Inferno for your A anchor, because they usually will end the game with the least kills, but actually I always feel like the A anchor is the player with the most impact. If they can keep themselves alive, if they can keep them, you know, their opponents contained from pit, that's all you ever need. Oh, hat! What's going on there? Caught off guard. PKL finds Leo Monster. Reels in.
Wait.
Not ready for the
what are you doing?
short. He can just sit in pit and he wins the round for his team. Again, there's so many missed decisions being made out of kind of a frantic approach. The lack of discipline has been seen from both sides. I've got to say, it seems like... Yeah, it just feels like both teams... All they need to do is, whenever they think of, oh, I need to go towards mid, they just need to take half a second to realize, well, do I actually need to do this? I think LP would have won this game half an hour ago, and I know it only started about half an hour ago. It's just one of those moments where I just really don't understand why LP are constantly making these kind of unnecessary decisions. We saw it from Reels in that round where it was the 3v5 or 2 game, and he looks to just push down middle alone, assuming it's a B play after Hardtower takes control in CT. It's just little moments like that. If you just show a tiny bit more discipline, the round's going to go your way.
Yeah, that as well. It feels like you say, all you have to do is stay in pit. Like, that's all Reelson has to do. You've got one stuck towards long. You're taking a duel, not even thinking about a short. It's just... I don't know why. Like I say, you're probably going to end the game with not a lot of kills if you're on A anchor, or at least probably not the most unless something's gone really awry or something, I don't know. But the impact you're going to have just by staying alive in pit, whether or not you go with A or B there, they didn't have full information. LP just didn't know. 2-game waited for a second and they got gifted around where they was never supposed to be one. It's absolutely ridiculous.
There's been a few moments like this for LP. It's clear that they aren't this kind of polished product that many have thought. There is still a lot of questions to be asked. Honestly, this game is kind of reminding me of that crew match that we got to watch, where it feels like LP should win this, they should take it, and they probably will, but they make it so much harder for themselves. Hap just playing here with a Deagle. He's heard the steps in middle. Hardtower has just backed away.
No, there's going to be a response. Flashbang is not perfect. It doesn't let him actually swing far, but nobody at the wall immediately. LP are going to have that control toward the B site. Hap flashed in, and out he goes.
I thought it was 2-game with the limiting utility. How is that flash not blinded?
Somebody's got to take a shot here. Surely, somebody's got to check that corner. They'll see him. There's going to be one of the T side. One for CTs. Traded back. Out waits BSD. Just giving it way too many chances at this kill. Bomb's not even been planted yet. I feel like it should have been down 5-10 seconds ago, maybe, but
Yeah, like ZMB's so far out this one. He just wants to keep the rifle for the next, realizing that BSD has over-invested. So if Hap wants a rifle, he's kind of pleading with ZMB, look, I'm going to drop him an AWP. You can drop me a rifle, and we can all live in the next round happy. 11-9 though. This was 9-0 for LP.
I knew I said something here, and it was that 2-game waking up here. I said, Fred, it could be a little bit reminiscent of our previous series.
Yeah, very true, very possible.
Whether or not it actually ends up going to a full-on comeback or not, I feel like it already has become very similar. We had comeback attempts and a successful one in that first game of the day. In that same boat here as well. CT side, money down to nothing to buy back into this one. You know what that means? 2-game have a perfect way to get 11-11 here if they win this one.
Yeah, and obviously the finances for them are looking pretty strong. They're 4 players above 3k, which means they're going to be getting an investment in the next regardless. For LP though, certainly not the same sentiment. Zariba aggression. Leo Monster's got such a deep position here towards Banana. This is where we just need to see a double rotation. Drop the deep smoke. Leo Monster's got a smoke and a molly of his own. That smoke's actually really bad, and that's why Leo Monster's so worried about any progression through it. It's a good setup towards A. I always like this kind of bout mini pit setup. Rilzin can hold any kind of aggressors pushing up short.
That's what Hap's actually doing as well right now, is watching over the car. And he's going to be able to adjust quickly to anybody in the apartments, as right now he's shown Zureba dead. That is a pinpoint grenade. And this is going to try to be a B split as well here for the CT or T side. And it's the first flashbang that lets them have control towards long. Now contested yet again by ZMB.
This is the bomb in middle. This is the bomb alone with the AWP.
Cannot die.
And that's why we are seeing a bit of a rotation from PKL, realizing he's got to help his teammate get out of here.
Oh, it's one shot. That would have nailed to Troy J. They slowed him down only.
LP are going to have to save.
I think so as well. The money is just not there. Retakes already as well. Not the most favored here. And utility certainly is not good enough for a retake here. You're going to need at least a Molotov or flashbang to make this one doable. And in the situation they're in right now, they got 3 players alive. Yeah, you can save that. If this was, let's say, close towards map point for 2-game, then you go for it just because you don't want to let them have that, or you don't want to let them end the game. But when you're not forced to, you don't have to go for it here. Lost bonus as well, I'm imagining it's going to be fairly decent for LP at the moment as well, so we might still see the reinvestment from them yet again. It's not going to be as free for that 11-11 scoreline as I initially thought. There are going to be some factors and modifiers here. 2.9 to get the lost bonus there, all is good. Hap and a ZMB can both drop. But, 2-game. They're in this one. It didn't start off great. It started off real poor, in fact. But there were some closer calls, right? 4 versus 2s, they almost gave away. And if either one of those goes LP's way, this game is done. If both of them go their way, we don't even talk about a comeback ever. Instead, with a 9-0 to 9-3, we have suddenly got ourselves a wide-awake T side. Where LP are making some mistakes. Just enough to let that T side get these rounds with their own pockets as well. Now, for number 22, let's see who takes this.
Nice damage here, great utility. LP have opted for a half buy here, which I actually quite like.
Oh no, what?
Timing there's awful.
What is that?
And that's 2 openers towards B. Zariba is here to find BSD. Oh, how has he not got that frag? But
that's not the same.
11 to 11 now, surely.
What is that play? What is the spacing there for LP? Like, there was not a flashbang to even affect anybody close. Well, right, as Luke is up close. Nothing. Sees the shadow. Easy shot. Detroit J takes that second through a smoke. Fair enough. But where was the actual setup for that play?
Yeah, I'm not too
even
sure,
worse,
honestly.
that's just the 2 defenders. You didn't even have a third man there to support in any sort of way. No fallback, nothing. Just go big or go home. And instead, you're going to 11-11, and it seems like 2 game. At this point, they've got what it takes to close out the game, because that is LP certainly running out of steam, running out of options of what they want to do here in these rounds. If that's what you thought was going to bail you out, I am losing a little bit of hope.
Yeah, from a 9-0 scoreline as well. You know, it's not as though this has kind of been back and forth, and we've been saying that, look, 2 game have got a chance. They seemed as though they were completely out of this, and it's maybe those kind of 3 clutches back to back to back on their CT side that gave them the hope and the confidence and, I guess, the team morale. Juggling utility here towards B is ZMB. HE grenades, mollies, unexpected smoke as well to be dropped. Timing on this nade. A little bit off. Might just be me, that nade looks really high.
I noticed as well, one of the earlier mollies they threw was like insanely up high as well.
Yeah. Timing there for Hards, that was excellent.
That's the B-side. One Molotov is the only thing that's going to slow down 2 game, but that's not it, man. Leo Monster. Utility deployed. He's at least going to try to make him think that he's playing towards the new box. Flash through. Needs a multi-kill. 2, maybe. Keeps this alive.
HE
I'm
grenade
gonna care about that
softening.
smoke. Recognize that's just a fake. Nobody's actually waiting for it here. The smoke faded. Molotov as well slows down that bomb plant. Now the smokes and coffins start to fade. And now it's suddenly 2 games. The pressure on them to get that bomb down. While it's on the LP side. A smoke and Molotov yet again. They can try to slow this bomb plant down. But that molly's going to be way too late. What it instead has done is give BSD the confidence. Somebody's going to be up close. So much time taken off already. Yeah. This is just falling apart here for the CT side. Retakers look at 2 game, pushing into CT Zureba in a position. And look at how slow LP is being about this. Both goes down and try to negate the orb, but surely that's it.
Even with the missed shot coming through, realizing that he's got to stick it. And even with realizing getting that, there's no time to get the defuse.
There's time.
Just got word from an analyst, Matt, saying there was time, so need to give that to the fans at home. There was no time. Great there from 2 game, excellent post plant. It's just taking space from Zariba there. He just wins the round, and then now the team with 12. How are we seeing 2 game in the lead here?
I don't know. I have no idea. Like so many things have just gone wrong for them in this second half that it is insane.
I feel like this analyst segment is gonna be tough for us to watch, because I think we both predicted you predicted LP 2-0. I said 3 maps, condition that LP would take this. The fact that 2 game are now in this scenario to take this first map, then we move to Dust, which is so confident for them. I feel like Matt's gonna be he's gonna be enjoying that analyst segment.
Yeah, if nothing else, the one thing we both know is that he's very cruel and will laugh at us, right? That's kind of his thing. He will laugh at us. Look. He's behind the scenes. He always bullies us. He called me stinky.
You lying heathen.
Nade to the smoke. Timing goes against them. 2Game are 5 kills away from taking this map. Not only have we not seen them play it in the last 3 months, you've said, what, 3 times in the last year? Hap will get the trade. Hap doubles down. Excellent here from Hap. Salvation. Man advantage now the way of LP. They've struggled to put pen to paper here on this CT side. All it takes is 3 more kills to push to overtime. It would be disgusting if this game goes OT. Especially with the fact that 2Game have made this excellent comeback. But still, they might be disadvantaged in the round. But the health on players like Hap and Leo, the lack of utility to defend. The flashbangs are good. The shots are not, though. Detroit, though, he can get the double. The problem is he's lost 2 teammates in the process. It was a 1 versus 2 now for Detroit. Obviously, it was a 1v3 initially. There is the Moto Smoke to help him out. I said no utility for LP. And with this, it means that Detroit can sit in apartments. He can re-wrap through Boiler towards short. There is the kit on Leo Monster, but if Leo goes down, this is tough. The bomb's already halfway ticked. They have no indication of where he resides. They're still worried about pit. They're worried about the bomb site. Maybe a re-wrap through long. The only place they haven't cleared is apartments. Leo, it's going to be the tap of the bomb. He can spot that he's not on it. And now it's just needing to stay alive. He finds it once the game is done. Map is over. It somehow goes the way of 2Game. What a ridiculous way for this to finish. From 9-0 up from LP, the map ends 13-11 to the way of 2Game. And look, we've had Matt patiently waiting. I think the first half, he was probably head in hands. Tears at his 2-0 prediction. And now we'll see a big smile on his face. So, look, Matt, thoughts and feelings after that one?
What can I say, fellas, other than I know ball. Clearly, I know ball. Even though they were down 9-0, I was never in doubt, Fred. I was like, don't you worry. They're going to pitch up. They're going to turn on. And it'll be game over for LP. Listen, jokes aside, I never expected them to win this map. Being down 0-9, it's not even like it was competitive. Sometimes you get these like really one-sided scorelines that actually aren't really like accurate representations of how close the game had been. This wasn't one of those instances. 2Game, which has been completely torn apart. I mean, the only competitive round in the 9 they lost to start off the map was the 1v4 they lost to Hap, for God's sake. I mean, and it was a pretty good 1v4. I mean, I'll give Hap that. He certainly did play it really nicely, but 2Game just dropped the ball massively in that round. It was actually in this round here where Hap just goes absolutely nuclear at 5-0. Just look at him dancing around the bomb site, isolating the jewels to perfection, forcing the 2 fights, recognizing he's got time for the plant, and then just taking the fights on his own terms, never really letting 2Game close the gap. And at this point, it's LP just going from strength to strength. I felt like 2Game showed a lack of initiative on their CT side. I feel like it was just too much of the same sort of opening from them every round. Gave up a lot of control in both banana and middle, apartments as well. And LP was just taking all that control every round. That's why it was so difficult to contain LP when they were on their T side, because it felt like they always had everything available to them. Could exec A or B. 2Game never really knew which way they were going. And LP just, it was, I mean, a really strong display from them on the T side. I mean, 2Game do kind of recover, and ultimately the 3 rounds they get here but are the difference maker at the end of the day. It's the bare minimum that was required because they won the map 13-11, right? Had they won anything less than the 3, it would have been game over in the second half. So that was really good for 2Game to kind of turn it around right at the end. Then we go into the second half, and it's a good start from 2Game. Yeah, there's a pistol, there's a conversion, and we're thinking, okay, well, at least they're kind of saving face a little bit. They just continue to creep forward and creep forward. They get 9-6. It's like, okay, maybe a game in our hands. And then LP say, no way, no problem. They're able to win that round. This is where it starts to kind of fall apart for LP. I mean, I know they made it 11-7, but the rounds that they lose from here are where you start to get seriously concerned. They lost this round against the Pistols and the Hero AK. Disaster. That should have been 12-7, guys. That should have been 5 map points for LP. Then they lose a 5v3 where they get both the opening kills untraded because they're over-facing. They're taking unnecessary jewels. They're thinking in the back of their minds, well, we've won the round already, so they've just relaxed within the round itself, and 2Game punished them. And it wasn't like there was one player from 2Game who was having some sort of a crazy pop-off performance. It was just everybody chipping in and contributing throughout the round. A really well-rounded team performance there from 2Game to get the job done and actually win on their opponent's map pick. Despite being down 9-0, 11-7, they still go on to win the map 13-11, courtesy of a Detroit 2v1, by the way, might I add. He came really close to winning a clutch, or not really a clutch, it was like that big individual moment on the A-bomb side with the Yorp, where he just missed that last shot and his team lost the round. But a really big clutch from him, just going into apartments, playing the long game, recognizing he can isolate those jewels, kills the diffuser, then doesn't overface, forces that last CT left to really go deep into apps, take that extra time, 1 or 2 seconds to get the kill, and then obviously he falls short in terms of time to defuse the bomb. So yeah, really good work coming through there from 2Game, and a performance to be proud of, and a performance that will buoy them now going forward into the next map. Their map picker does too. They've got 100% win rate on the map, and they're perfectly poised right now to get the job done and win the series 2-0. As for LP, need to ask some serious questions of themselves. Like I said, they cost themselves massively, losing the 1v2 at the end there, losing to the anti-eco, losing 2 advantageous situations in that second half, 5v3s, 5v4s, not converting their opening kills. I mean, you could tell 2Game were quite rusty on their T side of the map. You could see early round was fine, but the mid round was kind of where they fell apart, and you could see that kind of just lacked that game time. But they were actually able to connect the dots and recover while they were still in the game. They didn't have to lose Inferno, go watch the demo, go scrim the map and figure out, okay, this is what we had to do in that game against LP. No, they figured it out on the fly, and that was really impressive that they were able to course correct in the middle of the map and make the comeback a reality. So with that in mind, prediction looking good, at least from my quarters. 2Game going into their map pick, Dust 2 next, up 1-0. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll get into the next map of the series.
Two game, now it's their map selection. Obviously besting here on Inferno in a crazy turn of events, trailing 9-0 down and somehow able to dig deep and find the map. Now for LP, they've got to bounce back mentally after that loss. And Nexus, what are you thinking? How are we feeling this game's going to go?
Honestly, I'm all done. I felt something in that first map. I felt a comeback reminiscent of that first series. We saw it coming. I was expecting still LP having something a bit more to close out that sort of game. I'm done with predictions. I'm retiring for like a week. Maybe I'll come back refreshed. But for now, I got nothing here except to see how this one goes in 2 game. They've got a decent plan toward the A side. Control towards mid contested by Hardzao. PKL Lucas in the meantime having found their openings. I don't know how they're not dealing with Hardzao yet. He's having lived way too long a life for his position. 9 HP remains, and he's going to live until the end of the round. Just a nuisance nobody can deal with.
Yeah, nice pistol there from 2 game. They set the tempo already. The individuals will be continuing to step up here throughout Dust. It is going to be the force from LP. The scout in play, a couple pistols as well. ZMB still gravitating towards the 5-7 on a map where I feel like the Deagle has to be the go-to weapon on these forces. But if he plays towards B-bomb site, maybe lower tunnels, you can definitely understand as to why. And that is currently where he's playing from. Zariba going to be under pressure here soon. Aggression now seeing steps heard. Missed shots from Zariba though. Disappointing there, I think we have to say. The T's have taken this space and now they could just silently make their way out towards B. Leo is still going to be jiggling here though. Not wanting to give up this control. Smoke dropped. We'll see a rotation shortly. Nade. Slightly chipping away at Leo. Bit of an uncontested round here. Obviously, we see that initial contact, of which, honestly, we should have seen Zariba find one at least, maybe even both. But it's going to be a late play through B. We've seen a smoke drop now from LP towards tunnels, so... Oh, an attempt to refight through middle here from LP. ZMB's looking to take some control towards short. Obviously, once he clears this, it will be the indication, but the utility should show. Leo Monster back at the B-bomb site. Here towards window. Needing to connect the bullets, but with the smoke down and another smoke on Hardzao, this retake's going to be really tough. Real difficulty seen.
Well, difficulties seem to have quickly been removed out of this one. All they had was an opening to work with. A gamble toward the wrong part of the map, and that's Dust 2 for you. You'll lose the B side, CTs. You don't have utility at the T side to have a smoke or a Molotov. You're off. You really are just away from the site.
Yeah,
and I don't... Yeah, I cannot believe that we have Inferno and Dust 2 back-to-back. Like, it's insane. The amount of saving... It's gotta be out of this world.
It's kind of what put the stats so skewed, obviously, in that game. You know, you look at that game, you look at the kills.
Yeah.
And you're questioning, look, how at 2-game the team that won it? But it was just based on the amount of rounds that were saved. 2-game, though, 2 rounds up.
Yeah, on LP side, you had only one person below 1.20 rating. And on 2-game, you had one above a 1.0 rating. And 2-game still won that game. It's insane. It actually is just insanity.
Yeah, look, 4 players were in the green KD-wise for LP, 4 in the red for 2-game.
Somehow it just makes sense.
When you dig a little deeper, though, right? When you dig a little deeper, LP of the 24 rounds, 15 opening kills that went their way. When it came down to clutches for 2-game, so like 1vx's, they won 4 out of the 5. just really goes to drastically show how much LP should have won that one.
You're not wrong. You really are not wrong. But
yeah, this is just the eco here with a few saved weapons. PKL. PKL had a tough time in map number 1. Obviously went 9 and 20.
Very slow with the bomb plant, just seemingly afraid of somebody being too close, even if you've got players watching for it. Ooh. Nice shot at least.
Oh, surely PKL is going to go searching there, because not only could he find a kill, but also upgrade that Mac 10 to the AK. And that Mac 10 will be upgraded to said AK. They go into the round with 4 rifles, and they should be able to come out of it with 4, unless if Hap can find a pick here. Missed shot from Hap. PKL will find 2 game. 3 in a row. Finance is looking good now. We could see the AWP in play. PKL can drop that across. Obviously, we know the BSD is going to be wielding the big green here.
Let's see it. Big green. Out along for Detroit. J. Nothing found to start things off here. Toward the B side as well. Just early utility. Reals is going to be left with not a whole lot here. So, how he decided to play toward the B side, how his teammates might ease his job as well. That's going to be something to keep in mind here as well for the rest of this. What Leo Monster, 1 smoke only, and surely just not going to throw that immediately. Now, without enough information to play with, that Molotov is a dangerous one for Reals in, but he is not being tagged up yet. And seemingly, this one is going to be that B hit coming through. Leo Monster, smoke deployed. It's through mid with the majority of the T-side forces are coming through. Reals in. It's him and Leo to hold on, ZMB to assist as well. There's a tag. But it's made 2 games as well rethink their approach, because that utility starts fading soon. Do you want to hard commit to it? It seems like yes.
A great setup as well towards B. Reelsin can get early information and probably catch off a player. Kind of tucked here in this position. Lucas should be aware that there's one close behind this smoke. They're going to nade the smoke, in fact. I hate this decision. It gives the AWP a chance to find, but ZMB will get one. Lucas finds Reelsin. ZMB doubles now. Still needing to find the player on the back of the bomb site, but the AWP there can connect. I really don't know why we saw the nade of the smoke from the T's. It's such a silly decision. 18 seconds on the clock, 1 versus 3, limited time. CT's looking as though they want to give him some opportunities. There we have it. First comes through. Minimal ammunition, but we will see the round go the way of LP.
So, game's getting started here. LP, first one on the board. And Reelsin also as well. He gets tagged up. Doesn't even take a lot from him. Just a simple cross the doors and down to 20 HP. That's the problem with one of the problems of Dust 2. Tag nonetheless. Here. Straight up. Mid fight is what it's going to be. Or where this round is going to be meeting for the most part. You do have the play on long as well. That's going to be Hap just waiting. Usually you just see one of the other for the CT side, but Hap is just taking that space. Nobody's really contested him. Short at mid is where this round might come to its next meeting, and so it has. ZMB holds the position for now. Lucas waits below. That top mid as well. You've got Detroit J waiting for his own opportunity. And doesn't even get a chance to shoot.
Yeah, timing looks devastating there for ZMB. Man advantage now, 4-2 game. We've got a low HP Reelsin as well. If this fight goes against Hap, that's where real questions could be asked. Hard's out. Is he even going to clear this? That's the question. The Orb of Detroit's behind as well.
I don't think he checks it.
I don't know why you would. And now the Orb's going to struggle to get this trade.
Dodge.
Stuck in the Molotov. Tucked around in the corner now. And Detroit knows about it, but Hap still finds.
All right.
Yeah, interesting stuff now. LP, they've got themselves 2 here. This is the exciting half as well, because 2Game prefer the T side, LP prefer the CT, so this is one of excitement. I think we are still under the impression that this game should be found by 2Game. Not a utility here from BSD, but he's sticking with the AWP in hand.
Take the shots, give it opportunities here. The Glocks just running at you. At least finding tags. But this one, as you kind of expect, is just a very easy cleanup for that side. We're just wasting a little bit of time toward the end here. A bit of utility, at least, at the CT side is going to be expended here. But if nothing else, you, well, maybe got about $1,000 of damage to a couple of these players that'll have to just rebuy that. But hey, this does too anyway. Every other map also works the exact same way in these ecos, and that's one thing I do appreciate, or like to see at least. Just economical damage. But what about this one? You got 2Game, guns out, LP, trying to farm up their own money as well. Let's start it all off. There's utility for the most part. BSD making a big play here as well. Immediately takes control, has been spotted. Just for any potential follow-ups there for the T side as well, but that gives this well 2Game plenty of information. You can take short control. Probably not going to be a whole bunch here, but there's always going to be one somewhere nearby, and ZMB swings into it, goes down, no support for it. And now it's coming down to the rotations through long. 2Game, if you want, you can speed up. There's going to be nobody here except BSD. No rotations anywhere nearby either. LP, they're not calling for those yet. Taking to being said, that is a oversight for the moment, but they're more or less counting that 2Game might overthink this.
I think for LP here, it's tough because they keep losing opening picks. They're still finding the rounds. And obviously with this needing to be, it's a must-win map. As they are currently trailing after that loss on Inferno. This is where they need to kind of secure these opening kills, make sure that these rounds are very convincing. But nice setup here. BSD can just take contact, dodging the first flash. Missed shot though, and PKL confined. And this is where maybe we just need to see Hap go for the save, because the money's not perfect on the side of LP. And with this being a 5v3, the retake chance is very slim. But that's more like it from 2Game. That's what we've come to expect from their Dust 2.
Good opening, good continuation, and believe it or not, a save yet again for the CT side here. They've got money as well, of course, like mentioned. They'll be fine to save here and buy back into the next one. So, B side, momentum is now on their side to work with from here on out. And every single round, every single essentially decision for LP. Specifically, do you challenge long? Do you go short, back to mid? Those are the biggest ones they'll have to ask themselves, and if that initially doesn't give them an opening, you don't want to give away those same sort of openings you did in the last one, right? ZMB out on short, instantly dead, and nobody there to trade him. Not even a flashbang to assist.
Yeah, look, it's
known
those
to
types
disengage.
of fights. Yeah, it's those types of fights that even if ZMB gets the kill, he's gonna get traded in that scenario where you just have to question why are you going for such a bold play, not only on your own but without any utility or any kind of plan of action.
This time at least, we do see ZMB immediately making up for last round. More passive approach. We also have the T side spreading around the map. Couple toward the B side, smoke is okay. Realzin will have to take some damage from the flames. But he's able to get out, or get out of the way with a kill to his name.
Important finds that.
Almost as well.
I don't actually know how Realzin survived in that scenario. He should be dead to rights. It's just little moments like this. It's clear that both teams don't have kind of perfect game plans. There's always a slight mistake. ZMB could be giving up this round. He's just sitting in the smoke currently, all based on a timing, but great double. PKL will get the trade. Leo Monster playing a nice angle there, and it leaves the low HP Zariba in the clutch. 4-4. Much more like it. I'm enjoying this game. Not only are we not seeing the kind of the continual save simulator that was Inferno, but it's a much closer affair. It's this back and forth. It's this excitement that we kind of expected throughout this series, just on the basis these teams are of similar ability. Nice find there. Reels in doubles. This is the buy from 2 game. It is going to be this playthrough short now from 2 game. But a hefty disadvantage. I think in sometimes these approaches, you've got to go for a bit more of a split and search. Just hope to try and find some frags, because there's got to be an expectation that LP should be able to win this one if they just kind of play the bomb sites and trading correctly. Nice flashbang, forcing ZMB off the angle. Leo's just jiggling here. I spotted one. Smoke now dropped here towards tunnels.
Oh.
Okay, interesting. They have opted for this split and search approach, which I was so hopeful for, but Leo will find one with the molly. Progression through short now here from PKL. Hards out on his own towards middle. PKL gets one for free. Still needs to deal with ZMB on the back of the bomb site. Currently towards Goose.
Slow.
Oh, he peeks out.
What?
ZMB just stays kind of silent. He wins that one. Nice nade onto Leo as well. The flashbang looks good. PKL can find this is a 2 versus 5. This is a 2 versus 5. Hap will get the kill though towards long. Aware of Hardzout's positioning, but does get taken down. The round going the way of LP, but it gets so much more kind of close than it needs to.
It should have never been that.
Yeah, quite complacent there from ZMB. I think he's just gotten bored, sat towards Goose.
That's the only word I could have used there. Yeah, just gets bored. Like, you see that as well, right? Before the bomb ever makes its way, it's stuck in mid on the back of PKL. Like, Detroit J alone towards B, just isolated. Takes a fight, dies. PKL never even tries to do anything with that. He's just watching for that CT rotation. Smoke's like, okay, sure, round is started. That's it. Like, there's so many things in this one that I just do not understand. Yet 2 game almost pull it back as well. Like, utterly ridiculous, I think, is the only way we could kind of call this game so far.
Yeah, look, LP taking the lead here in the kind of latter stages. We have just seen from the Reels in cam that he's not here. And that's why we've got this tech issue. LP, though, look. They have the lead. Looking at the buy from 2Game, it should be kind of a bit of a half buy around this Hero AK. Hopefully a bit more of a speedy approach. I feel like a lot of these rounds have been quite slow played, and the big issue with it is the kills are being found. You know, there's double kill from Reelsin. It's moments like that where probably need to see a bit of a speedier approach here from 2Game. Obviously, we know it's their map pick, and I'm not trying to say that their game plan hasn't been there, but I think the slower play nature just isn't the way to go.
I don't think so either. Like, T-Side of Dustwood thrives on momentum, on getting this map control, but we're not really seeing that. For me, that's where this one is getting a little bit lost as well, right? It's not like they're not taking map control, but just taking map control and then committing from that is where things for 2Game come to a halt immediately. Right, like, again, this is different on a round. It's not a full commitment, for sure, but they've taken shot control, and now we wait. Walking through long, that's where the next one comes through at least. So, you have a fight, and then another one, you wait, another one.
Where's the trading?
What was the idea not to just triple swing? Why do you go one by one at long doors?
Look, Nexus, if I had an answer for that...
yeah, I know you don't.
I don't think anyone...
You cannot. If anybody does, I don't know what's wrong.
Well, okay. There's a hypothetical answer. The first player goes, Hap gets that kill. A lot of the time when you go for those A plays after taking short, there's only one player towards long. If Hap actually stayed in long holding the bomb site, 2 players could have gone out after and won them the round. That's what the copium of that call is.
I see it. I see the vision. But you have 3, you have very little chance of just normally winning this round. Just go for it, you know.
Detroit,
again, map control taken. Actually, this time map control is given here by LP. They're not fought for anything. And 2Game. Now it's time to wait. What of intellectual coming through this time? Slightly faster. But LP, they're still going to be more than ready for this A play.
Hap towards long, he's just able to find these kills so easily. Where's the utility sent from the T's? Where's the kind of just bullets being shot? It feels like every fight that Hap's taking, their opponent's got kind of a BB gun. 1v3 now for Detroit. ZMB seems aware. 7th, surely found from LP. Quite fast here in tunnels, and Hap feels like he's got him locked.
You can find one of the rotations here as well, right? Hap is the man who's watching for this. You double zoom, maybe you find him. There's a tag at least. But they're just gonna pressure him. Oh no, that's a mistake. Keeping leg day is what cost Detroit J's life.
But he makes the step, and we still see the swing out of Reelsin, knowing that he can't be on the bomb. But that is 7 now found. LP. Look, I said I was pretty sure that this was going to be a 3-mapper, contingent on the teams winning their own map selections, not a map trading affair. So, it's that kind of, you know, maps meme where it's like wrong equation but right answer. That's how I feel right now. Nice from ZMB. A lot of damage dealt to PKL as well, and Hap could be an overlooked angle here at Cart. Yeah, Monster. Great positioning to find Hards out. 5 on 3 here. 8 surely to be the result of this half for LP. LP, though, they are usually quite a large favourites here, or favoured team on the CT side, so we expected them to have some success. Maybe not to this level, though.
Maybe not. Leo. Yeah, they'll check for him, but it doesn't matter. Reba's not even gonna attempt the trade.
So Reba will get one. ZMB's low. Hap is isolated. Hap taken down by PK out.
2-on-5, by the way.
Yeah, 2v5. 2 players low. A lot of utility still here, but the Nada Molly combination. How is Zariba still alive? How has Zariba got another? He has no right getting a kill in that scenario. And now PK out. 1 versus 2. 9 HP. Galil.
That smoke is all you need in this one. Apparently ZMB doesn't need to see his opposition here. It'll be 8-4 at halftime here. It's pretty good. It is pretty damn decent here, right? For a CT half, actually really damn good. And you avoided the worst case scenario of completely resetting your economy every other round. We haven't seen actually that many saves for LP. There's like 2 or 3 at the start, and that's about it. Then it was just 2 game not changing up their game enough. And LP, slowly and steadily winning these rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously for LP, a required victory on this map if they want a chance at the series. We've mentioned that Nuke is that decider where I think things get most interesting, as not only it's a high played map for both these teams, so sample size is certainly there, but obviously decent win rates on both. So I think when you look at Nuke, it's kind of an excellent decider. It's a perfect kind of placement here, but the fact that 2-game win on their opponent's map pick after being 11-3 down and kind of written out of Inferno, having the perfect opportunity to close out the series, and now they look as though they've kind of forgotten how to play Counter-Strike. So 2-game, they're trailing by 4. They're on their favored side, and obviously LP have shown a lot of weaknesses on the T side of Dust 2 in the past, but surely the wind beneath their sails. Flashes towards long. Great find from BSD. Luke is now looking to back away, hoping to find kills, but Rilson can take him down.
PKL, waiting to defend. He's gone. This one to the retake. You've got a man in top mid, I was going to say. Leo took his moment.
Look,
Took a couple of seconds there.
My favorite thing about this kind of scenario is you predicted 2-0 for LP. Matt predicted 2-0 for 2-game. Obviously, LP were 9-0 up on map 1, and that's where you've got a big smiling face thinking, okay, 2-0 is going to go that way.
Yeah.
And then obviously 2-game Victorious and Inferno, and Matt's thinking, okay, kind of rubbing the hands together, thinking, this is it, we've done it, they just need to win Dust, and that should be easy. Look, so that's not going to happen either, so...
The only one surviving is you at the moment.
Yeah.
Because this is looking like a very tough return for 2-game, because they've just not had a single thing. Like, T-side of Dust 2 is supposed to be one of the easiest things I feel like in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, they've really struggled on the CT side. Yeah, sorry, on the T side.
But at least got Hard Sal putting the MP9 to use for 1. That's not enough. You forfeit this round. Detroit J looks to save the scout. He's got 2 kills to his name so far. It doesn't feel like he'll even reach double digits by the time this game is over.
I don't think many will reach double digits.
Yeah, I'm afraid to even say if even more than 1 will be getting that.
Yeah, but PK and Lucas both need a pick, but yeah, it's been a really poor game here for 2-game. It's not been the performance we'd expect. And look, you look to some of their victories on Dust, a vast majority of them are fairly close. You know, it's a 13-10 win against Selva, 13-11 against W7M. Obviously, that was in the kind of Astania close qualifiers. Obviously, a lot of these games are close, but I think we all know and we can all imagine that in those games, they were looking good on kind of both halves, and they probably would have been in the lead for the majority. You know, you look at their CT side against Selva recently, they won the half 8-4. So, yeah, okay, we can expect good things from 2-game, but still, it's little moments where in those other matches, their T side was a lot better. Kind of getting themselves 5 at a bare minimum.
A lot of action. Barely any kills besides the first, so fun. Get more for it. So just one, chase him down.
Habs had a great game. 15 and 3. Obviously,
Harry, fantastic. He was 11-0, yeah. Or 10-0.
Yeah, he was one of the main reasons that Inferno looked so dominant. Hap and Leo Monster were absolutely carrying. Honestly, I'm still so lost at how LP didn't find Inferno. It's going to be one of those troubling kind of questions that we might never know the answer to. Great from Detroit, that. Yeah, lovely stuff.
Second, not that easily found, but just barely as well dodged. Leomont, you can see as well, head was crouched. Barely visible, and now he's going through the smoke as well here. Hard out. Wait on the other side. It's still walking through. That's one, but not even the first. Quick snap, T side, they want that 12. On the side, it's Detroit J, they see them. They know they're getting closer and waiting. He'll be removed at the CT side. Now, packing the punch here on the defense.
Yeah, just a moment like that where Hardow doesn't find a frag. It seemed harder not to get a kill than to find one. Smoke on the bomb site. Molly and CT would have much preferred that landing towards short. He spotted the player towards long. This is all to take attention away. I don't really know why BSD hasn't read into this. Zariba found.
What?
Oh, the double from BSD, but Lucas will get the trade.
That is a nasty spray, but Lucas does salvage this round for 2 game. If that one is... if that one's going to be a 1 round for LP, yeah, we don't... That's just utterly ridiculous. That would have made up for the first map almost. Actually, no, not even close, but would have at least given them something to be happy about.
Yeah, look. 2 game, they still have the opportunity to come back and take this, and obviously it was once LP found 11 on Inferno, in which LP kind of capitulated, and obviously 2 game came alive. So, certainly the opportunity. Again, surely not 2 of these kind of crazy comebacks in the same series. BSD, nice opener. He's got the big green in hand and feeling a lot more confident. And the XM is in play for Hards Out. It's a weapon that very rarely features, especially on a map like Dust. I feel like when you talk of the XM, you think of Half-Wall and Banana, you might think Top Hut and Nuke. I don't know how Hards Out's playing this, not in lower tunnels or towards top B. Honestly, the XM, it's what, $750 more than the MP9? I don't know why anyone would invest in this weapon unless if they've got like a real key kind of gimmick play. And
this is an interesting round for 2 game. This is out of position at the moment. You do have Lucas at least who can buy some time, but it's gonna be really difficult to actually fight the site here to defend it. Rotations need to be quick, but thankfully for them, LP is taking their time actually committing to this play. He'll shift it up. There's that smoke towards CT again.
This is where we kind of need to see Hard Out on the bomb side. The XM here could be perfect. We will see Detroit get one hit. Lucas will fall. Orb of Detroit connecting once again. Hard's out. His goal was just holding towards short, not spotting anything. Man advantage now for 2 game, limited time. No utility remaining. Smoke on CT once again. Zariba creeping closer. The Orb of BSD still here, but somewhat worried about the idea of long, and quite rightly. Dropping into CT as Hard's out. XM in hand now. Reels in close to the smoke. BSD will get 1. Reels in. Trading places here. XM found, and now it's all on the Orb. Needs to connect the shots, but Detroit, he's got a double so far, but he can't find anything more. A devastating way for this round to end. And again, you put into question, what are we seeing from Hard's out? Oh, and it's just a tap of the bomb. I would have loved for this to be a stick. This could have been just a round victory with a stick of the bomb. They couldn't have spotted him. It would have been a safe defuse. Devastating as Detroit doesn't realize, but Hard's out. I really don't know why. Once that smoke lands on the bomb site, why is he not just playing the XM on the site?
$12 map point. LP, they really want to get this toward that third map. It's got to be now Nuke waiting for us. And it's one round away. And what we've seen so far for 2 games, this just, like, it looked uninspired. As I mentioned it previously as well, this feels like that first half was just so lacking. They got control, didn't know what to do with it, waited, and then it was too late to make those plays to capitalize off what you had. Because LP, they were giving them entries. At the beginning at least, when they were fighting for map control, they were giving an entry or 2 away. But now, things different.
Yeah, I don't think they want to make that same mistake as what we saw in Inferno. They've now secured 12, so no chance for 2 game for a comeback in regulation. They're going to need 7 in a row here now if they want the chance for overtime, but it's going to be a play through B. Hard's out, working as that first responder. Utility sent now from ZMB, and it seems like they're going to look to take some space towards top tunnels. This could work so well, but also goes so wrong. BSD gets the trade. We're not going to be seeing this rotation in from Hard's out now. Zariba, 5-7 in hand, needing to find but struggling. Hard's out here, ready and waiting. Zariba will eventually take him down. Picks up the AK. Round going the way of 2 game. Double off. Zariba quick enough to retrieve an AK, but important round there for 2 game. Obviously, there's still the opportunity for them to take this in a 2-0 fashion, but the belief and the chance is so slim.
I mean, you've got a little bit of life out of the CT side here. Picking this map, to have it pour first one, that's the least you can ask for now. But it's a, well, near impossible task at the moment. Blow up the smoke. Troy J versus BSD in the fight. One doesn't even have to move his mouse, and it's a click. Take Troy to J down. Miguel at the same time also does trade for the second up close. Another smoke deployed, block off T-side's access towards mid, but they don't really care. They can just pack tactics this and trade their way out toward the B side and hope this time it works. Boom back, PKL. He's got a Molotov as well, ready to defend. If there's any utility that lets them know they're headed this way, that's going to ruin their plans, but the volley is a little bit premature. That's not going to change things too much at this point. More util, more support coming through CT side. They're making rotations, but the site holds still leads it down. And Zureva, first one, he's trying to find it. Doesn't get it. PKL deploys utility down. A flashbang and a 2K to go along with it. It's decent, but reels in 2K of his own, and we're fighting for this map to stay alive in 2 game.
Yeah, no defuse kit on these players. There is one drop. The steps here from Hard's out.
Quick flank.
Realizes the bomb planter is in this elevated angle. No! Reelsin finds him, and now Hard's out. He's got the information. He gets the first, needing the second now, but found. And LP secure 13. They deny any chance, any question, any idea of a comeback from 2 game. No overtime shenanigans here. 13-6 being the finishing scoreline. But look, if LP took Inferno as they should have done after being 9-0 and 11-3 up, we would have seen them take the series here. But obviously, we need Nuke to decide it. And who else but Hayes to unpack the action here on Dust?
Yeah, cheers, fella. I mean, one-way traffic is kind of the term that comes to mind. Like you say, Fred, that should have been the wrap-up of the series. Nexus should be here lauding it all over us about how he was bang on the money with his prediction about LP winning this 2-0. Well, I mean, I guess the main point is that they're now still in the conversation for winning the series, and that's what matters the most. So let's just draw this one the entire way back to the start of Dust 2. 2 game came out the gate swinging, yeah, pistol, anti-force conversion, all good and well. But the gun rounds were just so unconvincing from this team, man. I mean, they really struggled in the gun rounds throughout the entirety of this first half. They won 1 gun round at 2 game on a map where they're actually generally really good. They've had really good recent results. They've normally got a very solid T side. They've got a T side that's pretty simple, generally speaking, but really effective. It just felt like they were lacking a couple of gears on their T side today. It was very like slow, and I don't even want to say slow and methodical, because there were a lot of times where they were just kind of like shift walking around, not doing much. And I think that was mostly down to the fact that LP were just able to find consistent opening kills. So that just really limited 2Game in terms of what they were capable of doing. The one gun round we did see 2Game win was the round where they just completely negate that opening impact by smoking mid doors, walking up short with numbers, and exploding on the A bomb site in the first like 30 seconds of the round. And then we never saw them try that again throughout the half. It's like, oh, cool, great, that worked well. Let's just try something completely different for the rest of the half. And that was a concern for me first and foremost. But then, like I said, they were just always losing one or maybe even two opening picks really early on in the round, which, like I said, just completely limited what they were capable of kind of bringing to the table throughout the round. I think that was a big problem for 2Game in the first half. And then we go into the second half. LP just also get off to a really good start, just pick up in the second half where they left off in the first. I mean, remember, it was like 3-all, 4-3, 4-all at one point, and then LP just go on a tear. They kind of give like 2Game a bit of a taste of their own medicine, and 2Game kind of give us something to get excited is definitely an exaggeration, but they give maybe a little bit of like a glimmer of hope that they could potentially be fighting back here on Dust 2. They win 2 rounds, it's 12-6, but LP just looked so solid across the board. I mean, if you look at the numbers alone throughout that game for 2Game, there really wasn't much to celebrate. Everyone was either like average or just completely nowhere to be found. And you look at the numbers here that I've got them for LP. I mean, Hap was just having a fantastic time. Everybody had double digits in terms of their kill count. Everyone was positive in their KD, and that did combine brilliantly for the LP team to win their opponent's map pick and inflict the first loss on 2Game on Dust 2 in the past 3 months. And that means that they'll force us to a third and final map, which is going to be Nuke to separate these two teams, a decider to see who will get themselves a spot in that semi-final tomorrow. We're going to have a short break. Remember, both these teams came from the Swiss stage, guys, and they're now on the brink of a spot in the semis. A fantastic achievement for either team. And I guess whoever loses this, it's still like, yeah, pretty good run, haven't made it to the quarters, but that's not what they're going to be focused on right now. Listen, we're going to have a short little break, and when we come back, we'll get into the third and final map of the series.
determination of which team will make their way through to the semi-finals. Obviously, map trading occurring. A bit of a question of to where this game's going, but I'm just excited to see it pan out on Nuke, a map that has been known, played, loved by the South American region for what feels like forever, and for this to be the final map, a very poetic finish.
Knife getting decided by, apparently, Hap finding the final two here. Getting to choose which side they start on, and guess what? CT is not really a surprise. And it does. We gotta get right to it then, are we? So, you said map 3 was gonna be coming through in this one. Seems like you were right.
Look, it's a 50-50 chance, right? It either happens or it doesn't.
You know, I've heard those are the exact same odds I have at winning the lottery. You know, either I win or I don't.
It's the we'll call it the fortunate's dilemma. I don't know, I'm just, who knows?
The gambler's
paradox.
The gambler's not fallacy, because I think that's already taken. Either way, Leo Monster, first 1-2, second shot is nice. Detroit J, one of his own have been traded back here. In 2 games, they initiated only the first 2 towards main. They backed off. Detroit J down toward the lower site now as well. Through Secret, Leo Monster again, keep an eye on him on the kill feed. He's got himself kill number 3 towards ramp. Last 2 remain, both spotted here and reels in. Doesn't even need to take this fighting and buy a little bit of time and isolate this if he can. Not so easy. Instead, this one has been brought back down to 2-on-2. Leo Monster still USP waiting. Kill number 4. Can't get it that easily. He's been hunted, chased, and the duelies, all that remain of the CT side is both get removed by hard sound in the end.
Look, Nexus, is that any indication to help you on where this one's going? Just a pistol round alone, does it give you any idea?
Not a single thing. I'm gonna leave it at that, not a single thing.
We do have a hero rifle here for LP. ZMB, it's been dropped over by Leo Monster, who's just got a 5.7. ZMB going towards Secret, this could be the perfect call, could be the perfect play. ZMB gets one, PKL falling, but found by Lucas. Cards out looking to accelerate, will find reels in. Man advantage now, the way of 2 game. With this being the Force and on the CT side, on a map like Nuke that is very CT dependent, this is a big risk. And the fact they've lost plenty of kills across the map and that rifle's fallen as well, this is where we really put into the question the decision here.
Seven and a dream. About to have something better. There's an M4. And that dream is coming to an end. But like in these situations, you only have that one try and that's it. Lucas is going to be moving around at least. Oh, there you go. This one, as it should have been, a 2-0 there. CT side won't still have enough money to buy in this next one as well, meaning 2 game. Now's your chance. Get another Mac 10 as well going over there. Maybe even a... Well, maybe even a full eco. One more Glock there. Who knows? But no, they're not going to do that. They're not that risky about these things. So, instead of... round of 3. USPs, a Zeus in the mix, and a P250. Why has... Why does Leo buy armor here? I don't really get. That armor is not going to make the difference between winning and losing that round, or losing this round, surely.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Hap has just got a kill, so Leo, if that weapon's dropped to him, I guess he can use it a little bit better while armored. ZMB found here, that was the Zeus.
Take that out. I like the pixel gap there as well, by the way. Just as a angled hold. Not that easy to see, especially when you're moving, but a very, very cheeky angle. But now, Leo, he's dead. There goes that armor. There goes $650 extra. That could have been used in that next round instead. So I'm imagining he'll be missing at least a flashbang or an HE. Maybe both. We'll see how right or wrong I am. BSD, one thing we'll know, he'll have that up in the next one.
Yeah, exactly. That's also the kind of the idea and the positive of going for that second round force, is at least it means you're going to get the AWPs out and kind of perfect weaponry in the first rail forward buy.
House is now moving. I find this quite interesting. And he's dead.
Oh, yeah, look. Obviously, the idea behind it is, well, he's going to look for exits. And honestly, I don't mind it, but just staying towards ramp, they're never going to exit there. They're never really going to be playing. And if he got himself into lobby, we could have seen a lot more success. Maybe even just a late tap of the bomb to create some chaos. But 3-0 start here for 2Game.
Openings found. AWT in action. ZMB, what is happening? Cards out. He's fed 2 freebies. Not a great opening for LP, I'll be honest. This is a pretty quick round.
Yeah, and look, it's 2 games T-side.
2 smoke kills.
It happens though, right? I feel like Nuke is the map where you see probably the most smoke kills, just obviously through nades towards outside, nades towards Squeaky. And obviously fairly tight kind of chokeholds on that T side. Obviously the kills came through from the CTs, but either way, on the CT, sorry. But a 4-0 start for 2Game. This is a perfect start here for them on Nuke.
As good as it gets. BSD. If you can maintain the orbit, at least it lets them have a fighting chance of the next one. Same as well on the other side of the map. Reels in. Well, apparently he'll be holding to his weapon as well. Rebad out at the same time. And so, 4-0. The perfect start now.
Really good start. Obviously with players getting an extra couple kills and the casualties on the side of 2Game, LP feel like they have the opportunity to reset here. So I actually don't mind the investment. Obviously losing it, that's where we put into question how that this half could be 6-0 for 2Game.
Any HEs? Can't see them, at least. Reelsin is the only one who has an HE anywhere, but doesn't look like it's going to be available for use outside, so a lot of space given to 2Game. They make their way down to the water to secret stairs. PKL, Lucas, they'll be the ones here to initiate the fight, and while Reelsin is going to be towards the B side, yes, he's not going to be actually able to fight for this one. It's going to be down to ZMB instead. And a minute left on the clock. The rest look to join up to the ramp where BSD waits. Whether or not he gets positive contact or not, is going to fall back, drop this Molotov, most likely is the plan. And now you're getting a bit of an idea as well. Molly's toward the lower side, in the vents. LP, they have to be ready for this, and Reelsin, they're going to try to hunt him down.
Great find from PKL, Lucas chiming in, and now the T's are swarming on the ramp players. Suffocated in ramp, surely. Orb shot missed. Leo will get one, but Leo, oh, surely not a third. All on ZMB. He's the late flank through lobby. ZMB steps shortly heard towards ramp, spotted it and found by Detroit, tripling that one, doubles his kills, and 2Game continue this streak. What a performance. Excellent stuff here out of 2Game.
That was a pretty damn good game yet again for the T side. Just the entries as well on ramp, right? PKL. Oh, sorry, BSD. Not a single chance he really gets in that fight. Or not one that he'll capitalize upon, let's put it that way. Immediately made the defense that much more difficult, but hey, there's so many things that you have to be careful of. One is, don't let the T side have as much control outside. Nobody tried to blow up those smokes that I could see. Weren't really contesting in the best way, therefore, LP. Out of control, not enough response. Even the thing mentioned as well, ZMB down the vents, looked like he was going to be taking a duel. Never actually went down the vents. Adding to more of that CT side of trouble in the previous round. But you move on, you live and you learn.
Yeah, the one thing we're learning is to not kind of get too confident with where a game is going to go, and statistics certainly can be somewhat swaying. Obviously, we know that LP do prefer their T side here on Nuke. Small sample size, though. That's only spanning across 3 maps. All 3 of their games on Nuke have been 13-8 victories for LP. Already close to giving up 8 rounds here. 1-to-1 trade, but contact made from Reelsin. Forced down towards ramp. 2Game, they like these B finishes. Maybe identifying LP's weakness is rotations and kind of defenses on the B-bomb side, so I don't mind this. It's clearly been kind of a lot of homework here from 2Game when it comes to their opponent's CT side. And I feel like that's the beauty of Nuke. I feel like you can really have a tactical advantage on your opponents if you do your homework, if you do your research. Just based on the difficulties that rotations can pose on a map like Nuke. But it's a 6-0 start for 2Game. Obviously, we talk about the T side of Nuke being unfavored and how kind of even if 8 rounds is found on the CT side or 7, it's not all too confirmed. Yeah, the fact that 2Game is 6-0 up here, they just need to keep playing their T side as they are currently, get themselves to, you know, maybe 7, 8, 9 rounds on the T side, and that's where we're saying, what a performance.
It really is. It really is so fun. LP, it's on to them to change up their game plan here. Like, as much as it hurts, this was the similar sort of case we had in our first series as well, where, due to correct me earlier, it was Flamengo who just didn't really change things up on their CT side much.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It was just, yeah, we're down 8-4 themselves. So that was a massive, massive fumble on their part. They just didn't have enough when it comes to adaptations or reacting to outside plays, not fighting, not contesting, not being aggressive enough, not getting in that T-side space, because if you let them have all that control with your only real contest before the round being a squeaky duel or maybe even a ramp just waiting there, you're not going to be in a winning position. You're not setting yourself up for anything.
And for me, when you are and static on your CT side, it just shows and kind of identifies you as a team that aren't really confident on Nuke, and maybe it's not their best map. And great fight from PKL, takes down Leo Monster. So opening kill found here from 2Game. Hardow progressing out of Squeaky. Hardow should have had that kill dead to rights. ZMB lucky to be alive here. Hardow missing a trick. It's going to be this double re-aggression in Hut now. Timing could be perfect. Oh, not the best of sprays whatsoever from ZMB. Hat being held by PKL. 3 kills found in this round for PKL. And it is this 2 versus 4 now, but BSD brings it down to the 2v4. Obviously 2v5 initially. Reels in on the back of the bomb site. Will finally have to show his hand. He can double down. PKL finds towards outside, though. He's on for the ace, but a 1 versus 1, and PKL found it was a 2v5. How has a 2v5 gone the way of LP? Ridiculous stuff.
I got no words. I really have no words. It feels like there's no way that ever should go their way. Again, it's, as I said, they're not setting themselves up in winning positions. You can maybe you can do that once in a while, but it's not consistent. That's the problem there. LP, you could have won that round, but now you have to do that again. Can you trust that exact same sort of performance? No. That's when these things in the long term will come to haunt them either way, but if that gives them that extra push to now get them fully set up, ready for whatever 2-game might have in store for them, good. I want to see a fight. I don't want to see a CT side just falter here yet again. We may not have a choice in the matter. Get a shoulder as well, I think. Troy J will take the shots. BSD, he'll the one who nailed it. Don't need to be the one to nail it. Now, to one of the lowest sight. Taking shots, an AK headshot is what will be giving us the B site to 2-game. Happened, BSD just not in any position to make this one work either. Again, Fred, it's something for LP, but it's not good enough. They don't have any of these setups that you're supposed to deal with T side.
Yeah, look, the fact that their 1 round comes from a 2 versus 5 just goes to show really how, okay, yes, 2-game, you lost that 1 round, but I don't think they're too bothered about it. They're now going to be hunting for BSD.
Oh. This bait and
playing with their food, it's disgusting. All 3 died to the bomb though, but money's not that far broken for 2-game.
Go. Pistols, hopes and dreams, something along those lines. We'll call this round for LP. Very little to lose, a lot to gain. A missed flashbang, second one at least will be hitting, but entries denied. 1, 2, 3. That's when there's final response, but BSD is the final man, with his teammates not finding a single real thing to work with. He's out of position. Nobody's even going to be flooded into him. No stragglers there. And Lucas just waits. Ooh. Wait a little longer now, Lucas. Next round.
Bomb has been planted.
7-1 though, impending 8. Like, again, it's quite similar to Inferno here, yeah, obviously for 2-game. I honestly don't really know what to think about this this final map. This was the one map that was meant to be the closest.
Welcome to my day. This is how I've felt essentially for every single map we've had. With I really can't explain. Like, there's absolutely a difference in the meta to what we usually get to observe as well. Right, the playstyles are very different. It makes a lot of sense as well. But it is so hard to kind of see some sort of norm here. Because we have these halves that are 9-3, 8-4 half, and it's the T side again, right? It's the unfavored sides to what we're used to seeing that are dominating as hard as they are. And even as the game currently is, I could probably see this one still going to like an overtime. Like, I don't think you can even deny that being a possibility at the moment. So much in these games. Right now, Fast A, Hearts out, dead. ZMB, he's got a good defense to start things off, but the follow-up's not initially there. But Hab will be baited into the swing himself. Out toward the side for follow-up is okay, but Luke is only went to add it alone. His teammates are going to be forced to trade this one now that it's the first 30 seconds. It's now to a 2-on-3 for 2 game.
Yeah, we've seen a 2v5 for LP. This 2v3 is certainly possible, but with finances not perfect for 2 game, they might slowly question whether saving these weapons will be the play if they're not given anything.
Low and steady, with 25 seconds remaining. They head toward the B side. You're only going to have to deal with one here. Reels in. He's tucked himself into the back of the site real nicely.
A great positioning here.
They saw him. A shoulder. He swung a little too wide, and now they hunt him down. If only he stayed still, perhaps the bomb could have been denied. But now it's down to 2-on-2. Quick movements. Detroit J pinched. Between 2. Has to decide which one he wants to face first. The Molly, I don't know why, but it's going up top. Detroit J just lets himself live here alone. Chilling on the side. His teammate, however, cannot provide the superior cover that is supposed to come from this.
Look, I just don't see the idea. Why is he swinging into him on the back of the bomb site? Yes, the round is still won by PKL. There is literally no way that Leo Monster can find the kill onto I want to say what, Detroit? If he just stays tucked against the silo. He could just be right up against that little B1 logo after he finds his kill, and there is nothing that he can do. But then Detroit just gives him the isolated fight. Even still, though, the round going the way of 2 game, 9-1 scoreline now. Nice find from BSD. Penultimate round here of the half. 9 on the T side's just disgusting, though.
I feel like we're gonna see 10. I think we're gonna see 11. I'll be honest. I'll be so real with you, Fred. No, we're not gonna see that anymore. I was entertaining for the last round, but now I feel like this one just has to be a smack for 2 games.
Yeah, look, I think 4 is possible. 3 is obviously, well, obviously any scoreline is still doable, but I think that's all kind of, we're talking about like reality.
A comeback.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
A comeback and how realistic one is. Not how many rounds LP is currently going to get, because 4 is not doable.
No, no.
They're not going to rewrite history here. But yeah, 3 is where you're absolutely requiring to win that pistol, pretty much. And
yeah,
then no fumbles. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. You have to play a near flawless game. And even 4, you're kind of at this point of the game, right? Counter-Strike 2, Economy and all that. Ooh. That is a tough game to win and come back to if you don't manage to. But, hold on. This one actually did get entertaining with ZMB, MP9 fighting 2 on the side. Reels in weight and now on the vents as well. Hards out. Attention has been split here. Up against the Deagle. Up close. AK pulled out. 1 more to go. And still in the vents. He knows. He recognizes. Do you want to fake it? Do you want to stick it? Doesn't matter. MC9 up the vents. You got another round here. It's not going to be 11. But again, with such a dominant half, does it matter if you end up losing a round or 2 here?
Well, look, we questioned that. We said that, obviously, on Inferno. We said for LP, it doesn't matter that you lose these last couple of clutches. Not really. You're still going to take the game, and then they don't. And little rounds like this was a 4 versus 3, obviously, for 2 game. PKL creeping towards outside, and miss spray there. Leo Monster capitalizing. Hard's out. He has had a much better game here on Nuke than we've seen in the previous maps. Hard's out has had a bit of a tough time of things. In it was what, Dust that he really struggled. Yeah, 8 and 16. Obviously his Inferno was where he did his best work. Hard's out, creeping out. How has he not got maybe even a double there? It seems perfect. ZMB finding half as well. Reels in, rotating in to find Zariba, and LP they will find 3.
All right, let's see it then. What sort of miracles are we going to see once more for today? And we've seen so much, by the way, today. And we have 2 more games to go. The madness doesn't stop anytime soon. No.
No, still another like 6 hours of Counter-Strike, maybe even more.
I feel like 7 at this point. Maybe even a bit more, who knows. But of course, that next game as well, to those wondering, of course, will be coming after this one. 9Z and crew will have to wait a little bit. It's about approximately, we'll see, about 10-15 minutes after this one is supposed to end. So we'll see when we get there.
Oh, look, it means that the players have got times to set their cameras up. It seems like there's always about a 10-minute delay for that anyway, so...
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, maybe that's what they need here. It's not just a problem, by the way, in South America. It's also a problem in EU, where people just... I don't know why. The cameras are always taking a while. Not a region-specific issue, I'll be on. So that's at least something. But if you're wondering why some games might take a while, that could be one of the reasons.
Obviously, connectivity issues. It's online CS. Always
yeah,
happens,
there's
right?
a lot. There's a lot with Counter-Strike. Detroit J, he's got 1. That's something to work with. A little bit. But still figuring out which way to fully commit to those kills. However, they gotta surely send him shooting it right back to A. With all the control as well they have toward the upper side of the map. Makes so much sense that Leo Monster just gotta call his team back over.
Yeah, Leo's in a great position to find Hards out.
This one either gets spotted or gets taken down. It doesn't matter.
Zariba making his way through to Squeaky. Leo Monster. Attention's being taken here by Hards out. Julie searching, hoping, finding, and needing a second hit. They do connect, and the Julie's at range here. The bomb is planted for Heaven. Oh, great find onto Detroit now. Hards out with work to do. His teammate's low. And this is where Reelsin can realize, well, I'm just going to wait for the tap of the bomb. I'm going to make you guys have to take a bit of a risk, whether it's a full stick. Reelsin, only 1 bullet that needs to connect, but it will be Hards out to find. Quick shot there with the USP. 2 game, acquired double digits. Only 3 rounds needed to close out the series and get themselves that spot in the semi-finals here. Obviously, as we've already mentioned, but the victor of this map will go up and face against the winner of Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. Obviously, we've already had 1 semi-finalist confirmed in Bestia. This is it. The force has been seen from LP. They lose this, things get really tough. There's 2 rifles, 3 pistols, 2 of which being the Tech 9. Fair bit of utility, but PKL is so quick here towards Secret, but he's not gone quiet. Has heard the steps of his aggressors as well. Nice angle here. Assumes he takes down BSD. That's the bomb dropped, and now we can see some quick rotations, but Reelsin and Leo combined give them the advantage. Luke is now in an excellent position here. He can reposition towards the back of the silo. Obviously, LP have got a lot of time to work with, so they don't have to go towards the B-bomb site if they don't decide. But there's now going to be flanks here. Zariba surely to take this space from Secret. I don't really know why he's heading towards lobby, kind of outside. We'll realize that. Lucas has kind of been begging his teammates, look, guys, I need some help here on the B-bomb site. So we are going to be seeing this rotation down towards Secret now. Lucas is kind of an isolated angle from both single door and double, so he can just focus here towards windows, but he takes the fight. We'll get the first flashbangs actually blinding the T's. Detroit and Zaruba so fast here. Hap has to go down, but he's still alive. The HP is so limited. 71 points of health. Or 75, sorry, combined on these remaining 3 players. Zaruba healthier than his 3 opponents combined. First kill found. Reels in on the rotation here through Secret, but Leo Monster can get himself a second. LP, an important round victory. Excellent stuff that.
Wonderful little play there for the T-side to keep this game still alive. It said I want to see this sort of miracles yet again, because there's going to be something still in this game that is yet to be shown. And that's what LP is going to try to do. That first one now on the board, they need more. What else? Doubling down on this one. You've left 2 game on nothing but the pistols. The force buy, of course, makes sense here. Just don't give them too many options. Too many opportunities to gang up on you, specifically. But that's what their 2-game game plan as well does seem to be. Through Secret, that Molotov is going to be important. Do you try to push through that? No, you don't. No sound made by either one of them either. Taking the damage. Taking position now. Leo Monster, first one. Joy J doesn't force the trade. He's slow on it, but it will still get it.
I still don't know why they take that fight. The T's are holding for them. Yes, it pans out for them. Yes, they got the advantage and the bomb drop, but there's no value in looking to push up Secret there. You've got a great setup. The Deagle can take contact. The 5-7 can play that kind of close range angle. Timing here looks good, but ZMB saved by Hap. Hard down now. 5-7 close by. He's got a lot of information from these steps. Detroit needs to get himself in this round. He is just sat on the B bomb site currently, and the bomb's still dropped. Nice find from ZMB. Missed 5-7 shots here now. Hap will get one. Zaruba rotating up towards A. With information that he's down here. Well, up here, sorry. They will just head to B, but Hap can find the frag. Tripling that round for Hap. LP. They close the gap. I mentioned before that LP do very much prefer the T side here on Nuke, so at least they've got that going for them.
Fast utility. Again, nothing with pistols here for the CT side, and seems like that is already going into a... or starting fairly poorly. Continues that way. Right, as you should in a round like this, LP are moving with confidence. Do not let you game get in your head. Even if that last round there were some closer calls, right? Those first 2 kills they might manage to find. Here. You know what you should be getting in terms of map control. They're getting all of it. And it is all going down very quickly here. And they're about to keep this flawless.
Yeah, look. I have to say, LP slowly making their way through. Hap. Oh, no flawless nature here.
Hey.
CZ, Zeus will find.
Terrorists win.
9-3 up at the half. 2-game then in the pistol to go 10, but LP, that's 3 in a row now. Full buy to be seen from 2-game. Overly invested in both these rounds. I don't really know why. Lucas can get one. Great from BSD. Great crosshair placement, but Lucas, he gets a double before falling. Advantage C now from 2-game. They've got to find this. They've got to confirm this round. Hap still is this lurk out of heart. Surely doesn't clear top.
50-50.
Goes against him. 2v4 now. Low utility on the remaining LP players as well. Sat in the smoke here is Hards out. He can deny the plant if he wants to, but Late peeking out, he will get one. Important trade from ZMB. 1v4 gone 1v3. Defuse kit here on Zariba. A lot of utility as well. Spotted and found though. 11 secured now from 2 game.
LP, they at least get started here on the T side, but that's when they have to do their absolute best.
Yeah, BSD now is kind of questioning whether to drop an AK over to Hap or bring the big green out. But with Hap investing in a Galil,
I think
will we see
answer.
the AWP? Yeah, it's got to be the AWP in play for BSD. If you need a difference maker in this type of round, it's got to be the AWP for BSD. Hasn't really been a game of the AWPers though, has it?
No, it really hasn't. No, today hasn't really been much of that besides for Casson. That's about it. He had like 2 good maps and that's about it. That's all we've really had.
Look, don't get me wrong. You look at the ratings, you look at the performance here from 2 game across both these maps. You're kind of seeing, well, obviously, BSD 34 frags to 24. He's got a 1.26 rating, and you're thinking, oh, okay, well, the AWP's been really prevalent, but it's not really been seen much.
So, PKL.
I love this from PKL.
I love this. What's the one thing I said I've been missing on this map the entire day? What have we had at this Nuke? It's CT aggression. Get in their face. Stop them from having a plan that they can execute. And what is PKL doing if not executing it?
Oh, how
3
is he found another?
kills! That's ridiculous!
He had 2 bullets remaining in the magazine and he's able to find. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Realzin does get a double kill to create some caution and chaos and create chances. There is a top lobby flank going to be coming through soon. And there it is. Zariba gets 1. Realzin has been able to back away, in fact. Going up the ladder. This is a risky decision. Has just spotted him maneuver into lobby. Timing looks good for Realzin. The issue is surely going to overlook this angle.
Here.
He needs to get the second. He can't just go at this one and done. He's got to get info on the second kill. Why is he taking his time?
He was thinking about it. Where can he find the next one as well? Does he take the shot and eventually force to with the movement? But 1 versus 2, they are all here. And 2 game. They are getting ready to finish this one off now. 12-6,
yeah.
And we are seeing the CT side finally confident here.
Yeah, honestly, look, I feel like in that scenario, it's so difficult to judge what the best decision is to do, because if you go searching towards the A-bomb site and find nothing, then you've kind of lost the kill for free. Obviously, we know that if all he needs to do is have a check-in squeak, he would have found both kills there. With 6 opportunities here for 2 game. PKL, he's done a lot of damage. Now looks for the frag, will find. Rifle going to be tough to retrieve as well. The Tech 9 will attempt that. The loss of life early for LP makes things quite tough. Especially with the limited utility as well. Positioning is good. Already we have Hap here in vent. Down the vent is 1. Hap with the missed shots though, so Hardzal can escape. Great information as well, so this should indicate that it is going to be this B play.
Minute remains between the end of this game. 4 kills. And LP currently the ones who have to extend it. Toward the site they go. Through the smoke. On the site. They'll find themselves entries, yes. But at the cost of every single one.
And there it is.
B2 game to take this one with a 2-1 game.
Yeah, I've got to say, look, 2 game after that initial performance on Inferno, I think most of the people might have written them off. Then obviously we move to Dust 2, in which they seem in a perfect position to take it, and then they lose. And now we're here on Nuke, expecting this to be the close affair, to go the distance. And obviously this is the kind of most dominant of the games. Obviously it's joint with Dust, but it never had that same feeling. Just Hayes, what was this one?
It was actually a pretty good display from 2Game, I must say. I think they played a really good T side. I like the changes of pace as well. Once they realized they had their opponents against the ropes, they changed up the pace and the direction a bit. They kept it fresh. I thought a 2Game actually had a pretty good display. That thought Detroit's in the first half. I mean, I mentioned his consistency was a problem, but I think he had a really good first half, finding some vital kills. I mean, remember, they even lost that 5v2 in the first half where Reelson popped off. So despite that, they still win 13-6. So feels like they were always going to go on to win that map. I mean, remember, both these teams came from the Swiss stage, fellas. I mean, LP, they were 3-2 in the Swiss stage when they qualified for the playoffs, and they still got that round of 16 win over Sharks yesterday, right? So it's been a very successful campaign for them. Of course, they won't be focused on that right now. And you can say that, and even more so for 2Game, who also came through from the Swiss stage. They won their opening match against Selva in the playoffs. Now they've beaten LP, and they're going to be into the semis, where they'll play against the winners between Red Canids and Bounty Hunters, if memory serves. Yeah, okay, cool. Confirmation from Fred. I don't even have to pull it up. So that's basically what 2Game are going to be waiting for. And we've been waiting, I guess, for that next series to start because we've run over time here. So with that, guys, we are going to throw it across to a break, and we're going to have a new set of faces to carry you through the rest of the broadcast day here in South America. You've got, like I said, Red Canids against Bounty Hunters, and then 9Z against Crew later on. We're coming your way. So be sure to join for those matchups. Rest of the quarterfinals coming in hot, but before that, a little break.
All right, we're back with some more CCT SA number 1 quarterfinals. We've got 2 more coming at you. I'm here with Vincent and Mark. Vincent, Mark, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great. I'm having a good time. Listen, I got back from Austin and I slept for like 15 hours. Now I'm ready to go. I'm feeling good, man.
Man, we're roping him back on the desk. I'm excited to get this guy back here. It's a fun couple of series that we got today, John. We had a blast yesterday, watched along in the round of 16s, but, we're bringing the North American desk in. I think we're about to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great, I think. And we'll go into the schedule and see what matches we actually will have for you today and which matches have already expired, of course. I shouldn't say expired. Have already ended here as Bestia, Flamengo. That one went 3 maps. I saw a little bit of that. I was surprised it went 3 maps, but at the same time, we did see some interesting stuff from Bestia yesterday. And then you have LP versus 2 game. Thought LP would take that one, but it ends up being 2 game to find the win. How are you feeling about that, Mark?
Honestly, I'm liking what I'm seeing from PKL and Co. Earlier in the tournament. I was seeing exactly what they were up to. And with 2 game, particularly against the Game Hunters, just with that 0-1, or excuse me, that 0-0 was their very first match. I wanted to see what they were made of, and it was a good game that they put against the Game Hunters, which unfortunately continue to struggle in the Swiss.
All right, we also have our games for today. 9Z and Crew facing off against each other. That's the first one. Next one will be Bounty Hunters versus Red Canids, but let's focus in on this match right here, Vincent. We have the 9Z roster. We know what these guys are capable of. Sure, maybe a few changes have been made over the last few months, but this should be one of the favorites to make to the grand finals.
You would think so, but to be honest with you, I honestly am not like 100% sure. In this matchup, absolutely, they're the heavy favorites, but I feel like we just haven't quite seen the heights of what 9Z were capable of, maybe just like even a year ago, right? They had that top 4 in Dallas. Yeah. They made the main stage of Cologne. They won a LAN last year, but this year, the past 6 months have just been marked by change after change after change. And listen, I think Lucan getting another opportunity after almost a year in free agency, and then before that, almost a year on Bestia's bench. That's fantastic to see. I think he's looked pretty good on this team thus far. Yeah. Fun fact, by the way, it's his 3rd time joining this 9Z team. Just can't quit him. He comes back every time. And I think that should say something about 9Z as an organization, just to be honest with you. Maybe a praise there if we're talking about them. Regardless, the most recent change is Adam S coming back in, and I say back in, but back in to join his teammate in Martinez, who he played with back on the Movistar Koi days in 2022 and 2023. I don't know how I'm feeling exactly about that, but what I do know is that 9Z have somewhat struggled in results. They've lost some series that I don't think they should lose, but they also haven't had that many games. So, how much can I really have an opinion about their results when it's so little to go on?
Yeah, it's honestly been a bit of a bumpy road, even in their previous series that they played in this series number 1 of SA and season 3 of CCT. I was actually surprised with the way the performances went. The inconsistencies were insane. Like you saw map number 1 looked strong on Dust 2, 13-6 win. The second map, they looked lost. Like they could not play Inferno. It was so very strange. It looked like an entirely different team. So then there was the concerns that maybe Dusty Roots would come out with the win. Then you go on Nuke and it's back to the same 9Z domination. So I don't know what 9Z are we going to get here today, Mark.
Yeah, I just want to see that same consistency that brought them through a strong Fire League qualifier, then to the, land portion of the Subway Surfers. Yeah. We were joking about that yesterday in the subway station. They got second place versus Imperial. It was that one. Yeah. You know what we're talking about. And I know what Vincent and you guys are propping up in terms of the struggle. In Series 8 last, coming in Season 2, I saw them struggle in a 3-mapper versus, obviously, regional opponents over there versus Shinden being knocked out in that BO3. So I think it could be an interesting one where you're right. I mean, it's a strange series they had just the other day, pushed around on Inferno, but brought back. But, we talk about how this roster goes down. The only change that they did make has been at the coaching position, bringing out Yell and putting in Bit.
All right, well, I think we've broken down the 9Z roster pretty well. Let's switch gears now. Talk about Crew. They've had a very, very good run throughout this series, the CCT series. They went, I believe, 3-0 in the Swiss stage. They came here, beat the Canids Stars, which I think maybe some people were surprised by in a 2-0 victory, 13-11, 16-14. It was a very extended affair, Vincent, but did well for themselves. Who do you feel is the biggest piece here?
I mean, it's got to be Buddha, right? And it's it's not just because he's actually coming off of the 9Z bench coming into this Crew roster, right? You know, a little revenge type story potentially coming in for Buddha, but like you expected this, right? When Buddha, I don't recall the fashion in which he was benched, but was never like a bad piece in that 9Z team, and I think was always destined to come to another like smaller Argentinian team to like come in and show up and be like one of the best players on that team. I think that's definitely the case. Here's what's crazy though. It's not just about Buddha. I think, and I talked to Mark about this, we classed a couple of their Swiss games as well, is the step up from the rest of the team. I've always thought that this Crew team had a pretty good tactical look about them. They didn't look like they were lost or anything, but Reversive on an individual level always struggled to a point that it was really not good enough. And the same is true for me for like Ataraxia, who I just didn't feel like was putting out the performances that he was required in order to put the most expensive weapon in the game in his hands. Well, that's changed here. That is entirely what's changed, along with Rai having an incredible step up in firepower and ability. Absolutely. I am really impressed with how Crew has been able to handle themselves in this. It's been a full team step up, along with Buddha being incredible as we sort of anticipated. I think this is a team that's a lot of fun.
All right, well, let's jump into the veto. I do agree, by the way, Vincent. I think you bring up some excellent points there about this Crew roster. And I think that revenge matchup potentially for Buddha will be very interesting. But let's check out the veto. 9Z picking into Ancient. Interesting. I thought they would go anywhere but that map. They've only played it one time over the last 3 months, but okay. Perhaps have a plan there. Train by Crew, which I can't believe this is weird. Train was floated by 9Z, so they're ready to play this. Perhaps they're planning. They were hoping that Crew would pick it as a punish pick, and then you have Dust 2 as the decider. What's going on here, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, especially for the beginning of the series, I think I get really hopeful if you're an Argentinian fan, if you're wanting to see Reversive & Co. reach into a Ancient that, I mean, particularly versus where Reversive was the most effective. Vincent and I were casting them in a 3-map affair versus LP. It was a 13-8 victory that they had over there. And I mean, it's been some okay results kind of along the way, but if you're kind of burning hot on that and you're going to catch 9Z, who was kind of cold, I mean, that's exactly what the theme was of their previous series versus Dusty Roots, was hot and cold, right? And if you catch them at that right moment, I mean, we even have a larger question for Train to go up there. They have not been ready to go on that.
It's so weird. The fact that we even see Train at all in Anubis being the ban, what do you think is going through 9Z's mind here, Vincent?
Honestly, I'm like literally trying to figure out what could possibly be going through their mind. I know they lost it, right? They lost it to Sharks like a few months ago, but
it's been a while.
That's Sharks, and that's a good map for Sharks as well. So like, it's not super worrying. It has been a while, like you said, and there's no real results to like be super concerned about Crew. The win against Flamingo, I don't think that should be telling in any way, particularly, not for a team like 9Z. I just have to imagine, here's my only theory, is that, they are more comfortable on Ancient than we know. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. But that doesn't answer the reason why the hell they're not banning Train. I don't get that.
The only thing I can personally think of is that maybe they want to ship up their map pool and change it right now, and banning Anubis will be their new perma, and they're going to try and bring Train in, or they're just experimenting to see if they, I'm assuming all of their practice on Train is going to come into effect here and become an effective map for them. I honestly don't know. It's hard to say. I think we're all stumped as to the reason why we got this veto, but we'll see how it all pans out. Let's check out the head-to-head. I think we know what we're going to get here, but I'm assuming it's going to be Buddha on the board and Martinez. Yep, there we go. It's the Two players that we would highlight more often than not. I think they each put up some fantastic numbers for their squads, so no real surprises here.
Yeah,
Now,
certainly. I mean, Vincent, you can, talk with me here, right? The last time we saw these two together was, as you were brought it up before, that stage run that they had in Dallas that was amazing, and obviously that top 4 finish at Cologne.
Yeah, well, it's top 4 at Dallas. They made it to the second stage at Cologne. But regardless, I think that it's going to be interesting. I think it's a bit of an interesting matchup because Martinez on the AWP, Buddha not the case. But I think that this should, on paper, be 9Z coming away with this pretty strongly. But Crew have been surprising every single time I see them here, JRT, and I think that it's possible that doesn't change here at all.
I don't know. I almost have to lean Crew. Why don't we just get our predictions here?
Interesting.
I don't know. Let's get our predictions out because I feel like I'm going to be almost devil's advocate here, but I'm going to say Crew going 2-1 here in this series. I don't know. I just don't like this veto for 9Z at all. I think that there's a lot of vulnerabilities that could potentially be exposed. Sure, they might be experimenting with a potentially new map pool, and we might be seeing it happen right here live on CCT, but at the same time, Crew's been good. They've had some surprises up their sleeves, and I'm going to say they take it. How about you, Vincent?
I actually don't like this veto at all on both sides. I think it's
okay.
I think it's struggling on both sides. And so for that same reason, I think that on paper, 9Z's firepower should be better. And so for that reason, I think they're going to take it 2-0.
All right.
I mean,
I think we have to go live, Mark, but I'll let you get your say. Okay, go ahead.
If we're going for the energy, hey man, these guys have won 8 maps in a row, perfect through our Swiss stage. We're burning all the way through this. I gotta go with the momentum. If we're gonna, park with the paper, I'm going with the momentum, and we're parking with JRT. I did not realize. Oh no, I'm gonna miss you, John. There he goes. Vinny, it's our time now.
I can't believe you would do that to John, our good friend. How dare you? Yeah, listen, I feel that. We'll see what goes down though. Max already breaking through, finding some early victories over towards the A side, and it's a split in that direction. They're gonna have to be careful. Cheshkin falling all the way back. He's got the kit, so even if he drops it, it won't be too big of a deal, but this is still bad news for Crew.
It certainly is. And just getting so much information around this smoke, Cheshkin, it's just gonna remain a mystery on this bomb site. So much damage they've already taken in this, but I mean, if it's not the obvious steps that are drawn all the way out for 9Z, it'll just take another moment or two. Buddha may end up with Lucan right in the back lines at this very step, but a very good check onto Cheshkin. It's just how these shadows show up in this corner. You may have already been seen, and now it's just all left to Buddha anyway.
What a shot that was. Ataraxia just gets felled immediately. Yeah. We'll see what can be done here. Valiant attempt, but Buddha will go down, and not too much to be done if you are on the side of Crew for that one. From the very beginning of that round, Mark, they're on the back foot, backpedal, taking mid. They get into house, they swing, and it's a fast split. Max's effectiveness getting that kill towards main makes it even more difficult for Crew to stand their ground there. And so when 9Z reroute to B, it's all but over.
Reaching quickly back into their bag, Vinny. Exactly how I think they prefer it. This is quick to go. Lucan and Martinez, they're going to clean up on this rampage. I mean, it was a quick dawn for it. I think we're slowed down on that Crew side.
I mean, can understand that. You can expect that. Mark, I've been a little bit disappointed with where 9Z have been at. Maybe more than a little bit. But I think you got to give them credit for making changes. Like they've been trying things. It's not like they've just been sitting on their laurels basically the whole time after they had that drop off from that pretty strong run starting towards the beginning of the summer of last year. They've been making adjustments, and question marks to whether those are working. Yes, but the fact that they bring in Bit from MIBR, I think is another huge addition that maybe goes a little under the radar. I'm really glad you brought that up on the desk. I had too many thoughts and I didn't get that one out there. But yeah, a super experienced piece in Bit. is a huge addition to me.
Well, I will say that's one of my favorite parts about walking up, especially with this 9Z unit, and especially where they pull today versus Crew. It's quite a matchup with a lot to talk about, and that's why it's so exciting. But I'm going to go down here, and this unfortunate force is not going to exactly go the way they prefer to, but they're still holding on to a couple of these strands of it.
Well, we have a second more. You want to talk a little bit about this Dust 2? I feel like we didn't get to discuss it very much.
Yeah, man, because we know what to expect on the Dust 2. It's a little bit more common ground between these two sides. It was just two unicorns that came through in the first two picks. We had to give them the respect. I really hope that we get to that Dust 2. I think exactly for where it parts for the Crew, I mean, I would suggest that at some point they would end up dropping on their 8-map win streak. Excuse me, Vincent. But, I mean, here at 9Z seem to be warming up well into this Ancient. And, I mean, you know, we were talking about that really, like, hot and cold series they had yesterday. It's an Inferno that's also been kind of eluding them for a little while. I don't know if I kind of rate that as too high of a concern on, you know, the path that they do normally, whilst it was very dominant, to say the least.
Yeah, it was. I just feel like it's my like go-to was who's going to pick Dust 2, and the fact that it's our deciders mind-boggling to me. That's a little interesting. So Reversive is just checked in A main, seen nothing. Now they're stacking B. Unfortunately, no eyes on mid, and so the mid to A crawl has worked a treat. Nobody's seen anything. There's been a little bit of audio cue maybe given away, but Crew just interested in stacking up on B the whole time after they saw nothing at A early. Maybe the worst case scenario for them trying to get away with something on a stack.
Max is going to farm up. Oh, yeah. Cropping a couple. And Martinez will finish it off. Eminem doing some great work already. 9Z are pulling out all the stops on a couple of these SMGs that'll break up the cash.
Finally get the chance at a full rifle round. This is something that crew do a lot. You know, if we're remembering back to some of those Swiss stage performances, Mark, they do like their force buys. They do like to keep the pressure on. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out so well this time. So a lot of pressure is on to this gun round. Otherwise, the T's can run away with things fast.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, where they were burning so aggressive with some of their middle fights, it just, I mean, kept passing their way and really turning out well. I wonder how they kind of set up to when these things aren't going right. Here is that shot right up, and you're playing a bit more passive. That's how you have to get this done deal. Leaving AK up there, it may be 9Z seeing into a bit more ground. So smokes out Donut. You're still hunting up here. Oh, so close to taking a couple of those fights. Lining up on that back line is Reversive and Raigi.
And despite losing an early player, 9Z still well grouped onto this, but Crew've got a good inclination, and look at how fast these rotators are going to be on the scene. It might be good enough, but that smoke, it's such an incredible blocker. Now Max needs to take contact. Now they can swing out, but through a smoke, it's near impossible, and they find that out the hard way. Max left still here in cave. He's got Lucan, but now it's Lucan alone.
Crew showing up. Showing out with 2 casualties just on this back end. I think they would like to walk out with a couple more bodies. It could be an MP9 or 2 you see into that next. But 20 seconds. Doesn't have to be too desperate here by Lucan to go ahead and reach in the back. But what is that? Pulling out a headshot. Looking for more on the hook. We've seen another. Go for Buddha. Why not? And he is a wrecking ball. I mean, he gets 4 bodies out of there for Crew in totality with the rest of his group. I mean, that's actually disastrous for Crew.
It isn't the worst case scenario though. Let's just be real.
They could have lost 5 players.
Yeah,
right.
they still won the round, so and that's what's important. But no doubt, you're absolutely right. It is the worst case while still winning. And look at what it's done. Buddha reverse it. They're both on MP9s. You've got Raihi going over to a FAMAS, which isn't the worst case scenario, but it's not what you would like it to be. It's in order to get this full utility out. But that round, it's all made and lost on that blocker smoke. The fact that Crew get that smoke out at such a perfect time is what gives them the round victory. It enables them to have such favorable fights.
There's a bit of a creep and a crawl here on A. I see out of the corner of my eye and an entry onto Raigi just like that. It's maybe the round already bottled up onto Crew. Lucan still having to manage where it's Ataraxia pulled back. There's so much being seen into middle. And when you get an op lurking out to a kill, you get so concerned. Buddha left on an island is still playing in an aggressive stance.
Big frag for Buddha. Oh, maybe not the time for the Molotov if you're out of mess. And that's great work. A dynamic duo right there. Ataraxia holding for the exit. Max creeping out mid, and the in-game leader falls with Cheshkin on the other side. Crew looking better after what seemed like the dream start to a round. Martinez walked out a kill onto A. I don't know why they don't, try and push off the back of that, but they don't.
Martinez, you got any more picks out of this A main? I think not. Crew gets that bottled up, and that will be... I'll be a lot larger of a fan of that, Vincent. Or getting out without getting that all the way peppered down. That'll be good for at least their economy and where they are reaching out. I'm liking Ataraxia's start today.
I mean, no doubt about that. I'm a little bit confused still about like what was the stalling point there for 9Z on A. Why not push a little bit deeper into there? Either way, regardless, it's one more buy. This is the 9Z economy. That's those opening 3 rounds in dominant fashion with a bunch of Mac 10 kills in the mix. You remember Max with that triple kill. It gives 9Z plenty to play with, even 3 rounds deep. These purchases, and if they get bomb plants, they could find that beautiful infinite money glitch.
I like the one of that. Looking around, okay, grabbing for what he shouldn't, but what is so easy to just go ahead and grab. These are just easy kills that 9Z gets on their crawl, and now that's kind of it. I mean, Crew have been just bottled back, but if they're going to end up walking into this B site eventually, you do have Max outside of A main who, I mean, like Martinez did get on the investigation. What is stopping him from walking out and just rearing his head into this bomb site?
Yeah, good set of utility that honestly isn't going to be actioned upon. Buddha takes that opportunity to press forward and take a free head. The problem is that A prong of the attack that has been entirely left unknown until this point for Crew. Max has cleared everything. He's in CT spawn. He's got the cutoff. And when this bomb goes down on A, though it's going to take a few more seconds here, Mark, there's a very real world in which Crew just save. I don't think that would be a bad decision. And in fact, the fact that they weren't moving or really searching for further information means that they were already making that call as well. Unfortunately, in the process, Buddha's gone down. It's a little less effective than it would have been otherwise. And now we get to start talking about, Mark, that economy conversation that you've been hammering on all game. Well, those 4 losses in that first gun round victory for Crew, they hurt very badly.
Well, you can't run a campaign without dollars, Vincent. Gotta come from somewhere. Okay, this is a lot better for me. You're losing Buddha. I was gonna bark on you for that, but...
What were you gonna do?
Denied the entry.
You're gonna bark
up their tree.
Okay.
Yep.
You do be barking.
All right, you need to calm down.
It's just another word for talking, you know.
I do be yapping.
So yeah, we got a little tack time out here for Crew. Yeah, it's a very complicated amount of money that they have. You know, money is kind of a little bit in Counter-Strike like internet. It's like it's great when you have it. It sucks if you don't. But it's particularly bad when you kind of have it. You have the dream, but then it doesn't work.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I didn't know we were getting political today.
That's my bad. It's a little stretch.
I say save it for the first tech pause, which we haven't had through 6 rounds.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Knocking on my wood desk.
You better. Back-to-back tack pauses here is a little bit wild for me. Listen,
yeah, I'm not liking what this says about the confidence.
Yes, I think that's a good way to put it. That being said, crew have been really liberal about applying these. They go for them whenever they need them, and if that means that they're going to use all their tack pauses in like the first half of the game, then they'll do it. You know, jury's out on whether or not that's like an effective strategy that I'm behind, but at the very least, it's something I have seen. They get Andrew on the mic as often as possible.
Because so far, I mean, for maybe even a surprise swing into the beginning of the series, they may not have been expecting this Ancient either. I mean, first of all, I will say this is a different showing than, I mean, I will, you know, measure LP and 9Z very differently, but it was a lot more of a bold face that crew has gotten show. And to be honest with you, in these first 6 rounds, I don't think they've gotten to feel it once. Here, they've just got to get one under them. Here's an opening kill that Reversive is going to go ahead and grab, but that's over on that B site, and I think these next steps are going to be pretty predictable.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a change in the way that crew approached this round. They force forward into B lane and try to fight aggressively. Gets in that opening pick. Great trade and more from Raihi. That's incredible. Now Mac's going to have to come in and stand tall. That's the flank that's getting activated. The Hwasa peak is over on the A site, out and gone. So Max's flank irrelevant, as I think he was also spotted there by the rotation of Reversive. So, or by Ataraxia, pardon me. This is a round that looked okay for 9Z, but has turned immediately.
I mean, is this like the largest flank of all time forming, or is this a save? I'm going with the latter.
Yeah, me too.
Unless
he can't get to the bomb if he keeps walking this.
We would have to pick up the pace eventually.
It's a time issue.
It's not logistically possible.
Yeah, me being frustrated when the airline suggests that it's not logistically possible for them to give me my bag. Okay.
Well, you know what is logistically possible that me and JRT found out yesterday? You can actually sprint from like the very front of like A site donut to the B site via mid in like 18 seconds. Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know that?
I would have guessed.
Pretty
yes.
nerdy of me.
I would have guessed that was possible. That is very nerdy.
Okay. Yeah, you would have guessed.
I would have.
Because when I saw it happen, I'm like, yeah, there's no chance in heck, buddy. He was literally like 1 second late on the bomb plant.
Uncontested? Like, no one was there?
Yep.
Okay. I would have made the move. I would have gotten there in time.
I'm sure you probably would have like cut that time in half with your bunny hops and such.
Yeah. I'm sort of a movement fiend myself.
Vincent, too much for V block.
I changed my name a couple of times.
I've heard about this.
A little timeout on the 9Z side. So I think questionable. You and I were both on the same page with regard to crew taking a double tack, but I tell you, their adjustment was good, right? They looked to get a little bit more aggressive. They were stuck in sort of a very reactive B hold previously, and so they were much more active in the last round, even though it wasn't where the bomb immediately went, and they were able to then rotate fast enough to arrive on the A site to stop 9Z. So as much as maybe the idea of that double timeout was more questionable, the outcome is perfect.
See how they get crafty on these deagles. Forcing ready to go. This is opportunity for crew to take a big step up in the confidence, I think. Wash out a round like this, get a couple under your belt, and then get back into that 8 games in a row attitude that you walked in here with. Loving this. It should be good for them to just pick up a couple of frags. Wouldn't be surprised if they just don't repeat on this. Here comes that flash. Gotta take these fights eventually. Here goes the repeat, and it goes well for Max. He's got 2 frags in the cave right now, but he's running low. They're Molotovs out. This buys time. Does Raigi actually take out this fight? That is him standing still in the smoke and getting sprayed out. This going south for the crew, and at a chance for them to step up, they've been pushed down.
I got to give Canids so much credit on how they approached that high-low in cave. That was actually really intelligent. I don't know who was first. I think it was Adames to take the first contact. But the fact, once the first guy goes down, that they throw that flash in there, and then they get Adames activated. He does some damage, and then Max swings behind it as well. You know, tag teaming in and out of that fight, making full effectiveness of the 200 HP between Adames and Max. Really intelligent the way that they handled that, and I'm really impressed with how Canids broke through considering how well crew was set up. It's a tough loss to Summit though, Mark, I tell you that.
Yeah, I'm really... I think I'm losing a lot of the hopes that I had for crew swinging into the beginning of this Ancient, where, I mean, I gotta say, it doesn't look like Canids have really taken a couple steps out of the server. This is them looking quite seasoned on this Ancient, and even through the first 8, I'm confident in saying that.
I do think that you focused in on something that I would agree with, and that I think is very correct. I doubt very highly that crew anticipated playing Ancient in this series. I can't personally imagine a world where that was their expectation, and so I think that the shock of this being the case certainly could be having an effect. But worse than anything for me about this half, crew has just struggled economically. They just can't win back-to-back rounds. And even though they win the first gun round, they win some of these crucial, important ones, it's all coming down to the wire. Wire reference.
Okay. You need to wait for me to step up. Chestin might just do it himself, but hey, man, you're next to Buddha, and it's Buddha against Canids. He's going to make it personal. He's got 2 on that push. That's going to be great tapping on that.
It's like another adjustment here for crew. Remember, they've been playing off mid pretty often, a little bit more passive, whether that be in Donut or in House. But regardless, they full take mid this round, and they fight for cave and Jag more than lane. They fight for Jag specifically, and I think that that's really effective for them. You saw Canids trying to get a cheeky boost. Well, they get caught in the process of erecting that, and one thing leads to another. Multi-kill there for Buddha, another round where he's having big impact. But I think in general, the biggest step up for me, you know, I talked about crew and like where I had them coming into this. If you heard me talk about crew in our opening matchup that you and I casted of them, you might be like a little bit confused about the crew that you're seeing and the picture I was painting. Well, it's a very different crew. Look at how consistent across the board the fragging power is right now. That's something that I previously hadn't seen and that I've been loving over the course of the CCT tournament.
Somebody switched out the canvas, Finney.
Now we started a whole new picture.
You do loud painting?
I actually don't. I paint with my words.
What? Wow. That's beautiful, honestly, from you and Buddha to get those 2 opening kills, and what lovely lines. I will say, a little birdie just flew into my room and handed me an envelope that says, Flamus has been benched on Virtus Pro for Perfecto.
I did see that.
Thank you, birdie. Flies away.
And not so much a birdie, but a loud squawk was sent in my DMs by a mutual
Flamus
friend
to
of
gamer
ours.
lead again, eventually.
Not so hot take. Flamus to Spirit.
Ooh. You wildin'.
No, I'm not. I'm just normal. Me trying to convince everyone.
This is not normal. 4 players here in the B side, and there's about to be this reach from up top. Raigi is going to get kind of the front end for this. They're pulling back on that site side because there's maybe a little bit more concern to house all the way through. It's about 2K per player that they keep on these pistols. 9Z are measuring even the risk they're taking right now. Step up, and Max is going to run back, knowing that there's all this space potentially gained. Go ahead and hold this lane back to Keshkin, who's on this bomb site alone.
You saw the blood spatter there, right?
I did.
Yeah, okay. I'm not crazy.
I'm a blood spatter expert like Dexter Morgan.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Hopefully that's the only thing you share with Dexter Morgan.
It is.
The expertise, I mean. The fact that 9Z are getting a bomb plant out of this is lovely. And, I mean, not likely for them to win the round, but look at this post plan. I mean, everybody goes into Donut. There's a world, Mark. I don't know if we're living in it, but there's a world.
I think we are. Potentially consider this. Here goes these swings. It is not what Buddha wanted to see. Here's a headshot. He's going to cook these on the way back. Cheston from the other side will do-si-do. And now they've been boxed. But how does Matt try to rip the tape off? Adam S just has a little P250. And it's not going to work. It's 5-5, and Crew are starting to get their life back in this series.
Here's the things. One of the things that I think have improved drastically since Buddha joined, and it's this type of approach to a retake. Look at how patient Buddha is. They're letting his teammates just play the brunt of this. He doesn't feel like he needs to be the star of the show. He's just waiting, watching, making sure to play contained, that nobody from 9Z can escape. And in the meantime, he lets the rest of the big firepower, those guns on the other side, all entry together, play a trio where they can play off of one another. Really love that. We're going to pick up the pace, though.
Mirage, straight up. Max going to be exactly the bowling ball for this. I mean, way to get a good look. It's literally going to be one gunfight they're going to have to take here. Reversive is going to have to stay alive, but easier said than done. Raigi's just going to get Martinez, and you say the way Ataraxia turns back to get a good angle, to get something here long range, and that just spells how desperate this retake is. Buddha is never going to give up, particularly in these situations. He has the positioning, so why not push the card?
It's a little inconvenient, actually, for 9Z. They have good positioning, but not great. Nobody on the site proper. Now, Ataraxia joins up, and Raigi's coming in from the ramp, but that's a one-for-one trade. Now, Ataraxia posted. Raigi can be next to activate or not. It's all up to God. Adam S on the other side, and one missed shot is enough for Adam S to have the clutch 1v2.
And yeah, the Romanians over here in South America taking control. Got that in the bag. A great 1v2 for him to have, just scraping off at the end of this half. They got one more to put into the bin, and if they can capitalize on this, it's a 7-5 half. It's essentially their half to control, their half to win. They want Crew to just stop in their tracks right here at 5. And it's a good buy that they get back, so it's not going to be for free on this T side.
That's a lovely call from Max, I think, in such a crucial moment. We've been seeing mostly slow rounds, and only sort of speed we've seen is towards mid. So I like the change up. I like the adjustment. One last buy, one last round here in the half, and it's another mid-control round for Crew, but they've already lost their cave player in the process. That's no big deal. What a flick from Martinez. It's not over yet.
And within the site, they're going to have to actually negotiate this next couple of seconds. Reversive corroborates right down with this push, so Ataraxia to take this all on his own. The AWP, and Hassel may not give him the respect. That barrel had to have been seen backing up into the corner. That's why the smoke is so personal, and they get one even on the other side. Spell a little bit of the mystery, but just so close, and Max will be so far, yet it's 9Z pushing it to that 7th round. Where's Max off to? Did you see him sneak away there on the camera?
Yeah, I did. I mean, big shout out. Props here to Martinez, who does some combat offing up into the mix fast. We talked about the pace change, the speed adjustment. Well, 9Z go back to something a little bit quicker. Yeah, trying to pick that one up and get back into the mix. I really am impressed with that. Yeah, a 9Z with 7 rounds up to 5. I think they should be happy with that, taking away what I would consider a victory on the T side.
I think he has a wireless headset. So, or no, I see it right there at his desk. Bro's gonna miss the call. Max, hurry up! How far is your kitchen? How far is your bathroom? Fill up the water. Oh no.
Me trying to talk about the last round and you play-by-playing Max being gone.
I don't know what he's doing. He could actually have a real emergency and I'm just fooling around. I hope everything's cool. He's big chillin'. Adam S looks like he's in a cool little place. Probably a land center of some kind.
Kind of looks like it, yeah. Some PCs behind.
Hey! Has to get down below the headset cord. I feel that, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this could be improved, Max. I'm just gonna say it out loud.
Oh no.
Anyway, jokes aside, Mark, I think it's cool to see Adam S, rejoining with former teammate over on Movistar at the time. That's a lot of fun. I'm excited about that. He and Martinez obviously had some chances to get very familiar with one another on that team. What Crew can offer on their T side. I think my takeaway from Crew's CT side, Mark, is not really all that bad. More victims of circumstance in a couple of these scenarios.
Ooh. I would certainly agree. I guess victim to exactly the positioning, exactly the right play that looks like Crew are calling up this B rush. And I mean, fighting fire with fire was all this aggression that 9Z were throwing their way. They're going to be just as bold. This confidence is going to have to rain on that T side because we're headed onto the tracks next and we don't know what the hell is going to come off them. Out of Max's shots is 3. No way he fades away on that rim. They clean it up. It is oh so beautiful. A pistol round that 9Z go ahead and steal from the Crew.
Yeah, and it's not just 9Z, it's Max in particular. He is dominant and confident, too, in those swings. 3 bullets left in the chamber. He's like, I got this a little bit more. These openings from Buddha, not enough. Fantastic work from Max. And the rest of the team can just clean up the pieces from there. Ataraxia was the last alive for Crew and had not much to say, finalizing a 9Z victory. I do think that, part of the reason that my opinion was probably 9Z and 2 is that with both of these maps, at least the first 2 maps of this series being maps that we don't particularly know a lot about, firepower from 9Z is tough to overcome.
Is absolutely. Lucan trying to get all the way backed up. Should. Oh my gosh, that is a huge nade they put on the Buddha's head. Go ahead and recycle over that M4. And get checking along. Look, this just doesn't have the confidence about it. Another to just rub the salt in the wound. This is a investment that is really not going to go so far as terms of, where it went for the rest of the Crew. It's about 2K per player. Ataraxia has a nice shot. And right here, it's just 9Z that have control, and they deserve that. I mean, it's so much credit that they should have for, coming in on the peel. Ancient, they haven't played in a while, and honestly, they're oh so familiar.
This is one of the things that I am, I have a lot of praises to talk about Reversive in this calling. I think that, there's a lot of positives there. One of the things I am a bit critical of is some of these decisions to, force a single rifle, get a hero rifle on rounds that don't make a lot of sense to me. That was one of them, but, again, he's willing to go onto the MAC-10, fair enough. See what the effect of that is, though, coming into the next. They get up, speed things up through lane, and so they're going to take Jaguar control pretty quickly, our Crew. In the meantime, Chefkin, a victory out in A main.
Need a bit deeper. That's onto the head of Adam S. 9Z is still awfully active. But it's Max that is a well-timed smoke onto Cave that really not going to leave a lot of inspiration out on the field. Actually, right now, I feel like for the Crew, this is indecisive. And right now, they're just going to be folding exactly to how this thing moves. It's 9Z that are 4 about on this B site. And they're just going to have free reign to go up here and set up on A.
Free range. I recall a similar situation that you and I were discussing on the first half where, You know, I was talking about the stack for Crew at the time on the CT side on B, and that probably would be just a save. It's the same situation here, Mark. 9Z, they've got all 4 at B. There's no point in giving up what they've got, chasing after a dream that's likely a failure. I am happy to see 9Z hang on to what they have there. Makes the most sense to me.
Like we're only finishing with this one casualty. We're pulling it a little bit closer. We set up for another really big one. Somebody's got to give, particularly Luke and Hassau, a little bit of something out here. Everybody's going to get it for 9Z. This is at a point where 9Z was able to take advantage of Crew on that T side, where they were able to kind of box them in back and forth. You know, we've kind of called out Crew for being, you know, even a little bit on that dime, going for some of the riskier buys right at the beginning of this T side. This is an opportunity for them to even have a little bit of the back of the catalog to step up.
Crew last round put a lot of pressure on Jaguar, and this time 9Z going to take the initiative instead. They put themselves out into the open. See if Max can get some vision into mid. This is an adjustment in the meta, right? You talked about like how it was all about mid control previously, and you still see a lot of full takes towards mid, but now, you know, more often as a change up to that initial mid control, you can take Jaguar control, get the smoke down, and then have 2 prongs of attack towards mid. As that fades away, now Max left on an island. He's going to need some support, but that can't arrive in time. Lucan tucks in for the long haul.
Look down, got to get in and out of this. Oh, it's just Lucan playing within the Matrix right now, but it is no movie. Finally catches up to him, and Buddha is going to box him out. Crew with a lane into the side, and exactly what they desire here. But there's 3 players. This is all from 9Z, what you're going to grasp, and there's no confident step up. There's 3 players in the cave right now that are honestly kind of twiddling their thumbs. There's nobody taking that next step into B, but it's for a good reason. You're criticizing them right here, over from my perspective, just for this, but they come back to the bottom of that bench and they get sat down anyhow. Crew, they're a little bit risky within this scenario, but it still has to sticking around. Have that free reign onto A. They're indecisive. The bomb is now gone back, Vincent. I'm all over the place. So are they, but 9Z are still in this round.
Yeah, lots to say, but hold on a second. We got a post plant to play out. Waspa Peak is coming in, and he's going to be removed. That should be the end of this for Adamas. So let's kind of talk it over here, Mark, because I'm right there with you. A lot of confusing statements and moves being made in this round, but let's try and cut those down, cut through the confusion, all right? Crew made themselves a good position. I'm in agreement with you where they've got 3 players. It feels like they are twiddling their thumbs there in Cave. The good news is, and here's the praise for Crew, that they don't overstep. They realize once that smoke goes down into Cave that they've missed their moment. They have whiffed on the timing, and so unfortunately they have to go back. And I love that they actually just wait that out. They look for 9Z to make some aggression down ramp, and they catch it. That was really intelligent for me. And the fact that Crew are then, after that, willing to go back to the A site as well, it's actually good calling here from Reversive. And I know that it is a little bit indecisive, absolutely, but it's a matter of recognizing, okay, we've missed the mark here on this timing. That doesn't mean we need to force it. We need to continue forward and just make the next correct step as opposed to trying to force something that was already gone.
It may not be 9Z. I mean, force the cold feet right here, but it is exactly being whacked back by the Crew. This is the temperature they are going to thrive in. On these pistols, they take sort of a tough pill to swallow. 9Z needs to get that turn, of course, right here. You know it's no opportune time to get that down. Here goes that brawl in middle. It is good measure. Buddha can rather go back and actually get maybe a couple more ecos against his former team. Gets that on to Martinez, and they'll take their time.
Yeah, Buddha having a good game. It's got to feel good against the squad that benched you. No, it doesn't really look great at the beginning where Raihi goes down, who's having a pretty massively off game. I would say, you know, the two biggest, well, it's hard to say just two biggest, but like the two greatest points of success here for Crew and their victories in this tournament have been first and foremost Buddha, but secondary to that, not by much, is Raihi and how consistent he's been. So rare to see him at the stat line, but others are taking up the slack for the most part. Goal right now for Crew is to put hands on these AKs that were dropped in elbow, and that's what they've done now. They don't want to allow for 9Z to recover those and bring them into the next round. Could be successful.
Max is living a long life on this USP. For Buddha to not get the ace, that would have been nice, but not today.
Close the distance, though. 9Z dig deep into their tactical timeout pouch. That's where they're stored, if you didn't know. And they're going to see what they can talk over. I think I was talking about a lot of good decisions about Crew and some of the adjustments they made on the CT side. It's now their turn, 9Z, to make some of those. What better time to do it than when Martinez has an op prepped and ready.
The story you prompted up in our pregame was the rest of Crew stepping up. Right now, it is just the tip of the spear that it's burning the hottest. But now it is Reversive that is going to be in this, particularly to go. But you've got to get past Martinez. And the Spaniard has already gotten two on this AWP. Fades away, and he is still a threat. Molotov's out, but he's in front of it. He is not going to let go of this. Ataraxia now knows that there's connection, and Raigi is just going to get spammed down, but not a single bullet hitting. Raigi with a very great kill confirmed, but he's got to do more. Buddha with the headshot into the site, and this would be a 2 versus 5, and now a 1v3 for Raigi. Can he step up in the dirt? When he's right at the back of this box, doesn't have a nade to his name, but a half tick on this bomb, has the time, one friend on his side, and now a tap, he's gonna get that, a headshot, and Raigi just dodges back and forth, a Molotov sprints out, and Raigi's gonna do this, right onto it now, Adam S has no kit, and it is done, Raigi with a 1 versus 3, it is Crew that convert a 2 versus 5, and bring it to a tie game versus 9Z.
Mark it right here, Mark. It is that round where 9Z have lost this map. They do not make a victory in their next gun round. That is what we will walk away talking about. It's that round, round 18, where they had everything perfect. 5 alive. They give so much space over to Crew. And even beyond that, I just really want to point out how just bad, to be honest, 9Z's approach to dealing with Rai in that 1v3 is. You've got guys like jumping, like trying to like get into a position where they are like
they're trying to get up in his face for like any cost.
Half committed to these fights. I just don't understand why there's a need to do that. And even listen, put the smoke on the bomb, like that's sort of understandable, and I'm not going to say that was a mistake, but also it was very helpful to Rai. We'll just put it that way. You have 3 players, be confident in your fight, swing them together. Don't give him a smoke to play around. Don't be jumping at him. None of this BS that we just saw happen.
Tina's right around this bin and just trickling back. Just to get on this plane, and right here they are just right where they need to be. Adam out in the aisle. He's the only man that can control this down with the A1S. They even do get the test. They're so passive on this Crew side, waiting for something to be pulled into their lane by 9Z.
They don't need to be too proactive about this. They know that 9Z's money's pretty borked up. It's not in a good spot. Last time 9Z were pretty aggressive here in mid. Well, we come back and try and do it again. This is like a couple of footsteps and one smoke that's just pulled the entirety of 9Z back over to B. Talk about a cheap fake.
And that is where it is sealed. Buddha came in today with a vendetta. And on this first map, it is personal, 21 frags deep. And Martinez, with everything he just did, now let's see him raise the roof. Trying to bowl in, leg seen by Keshkin. It is his turn to make it his personal time to clutch. But Reversive with one big kill. That's the impact that crew need to take the lead here on Ancient.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with regard to Reversive and how he stepped up his personal game. I think a little bit of a mistake in spacing, not quite ideal with regard to those positions, but hey, that's fine if you're going to win the gunfight. Still, 9Z do a ton of damage in a round that is eco at the end of the day. And this is where, talked about that 5-on-2 loss. Well, that's where the game turned. This is where the game could be won or lost.
Reversive now scraping around this ramp. They just want to find 9Z while they're uncomfortable. Hearing Max spam is the breadcrumbs they need. Moving up to the corner, Reversive still on this. And Adamas on this corner. Martinez baiting in time. Here it goes. And they're going to try and flash right in. They are prepared around this and aware of the push. Martinez on the defense are still putting 9Z in perfect positions. This is now where they can move around, especially with that refresh. No information grasped on the donut. And now the push will be just pushed back. It is crew that will never stop waiting, Vincent.
I don't think they knew about Adamas. I think, unfortunately, Adamas gave away his own position there. They can transition this bomb back up onto the site. Martinez not in position to deny it, and it will be crossed by the time they get there. Nade successful. Everybody coming in from game ender. This is scary.
Martinez just that sharp, but unfortunately that op just batted down. Keshkin with a huge step up, and he's had 2 big frags in this round. Hassel with no kit on his back and half this bomb to work, and the timing is going to tick right off. Keshkin is trying to play around the back square, and they have done this thing to their best work. A smoke on the bomb now. It's going to be a long defuse, and you can hope and pray in hell that they're going to miss every bullet. The crew, they are going to be on their way back. They have a 2-round lead on this Ancient, and with Train headed right next door, this is the path they want to be on. This is the energy of a team that has won 8 maps in a row. They want to make it 9.
I think 9Z kind of misread the situation. They were really a little bit too loud about their evacuation there of the B site. And though Adamas, like I said, I don't know that he was particularly known. I think the damage was done by an HE rather than by like shots fired. Regardless, crew just patient as ever as you highlight. 9Z don't have a whole lot to work with either in this round. I'm a little surprised that they've gone for a half buy here. They're going to let crew, well, let's maybe the wrong terminology. They're okay if crew were to take 12 and they'll play for overtime. Granted, 4 MP9s, nothing to scoff at. At simple, this is the gun you should have been buying.
Oh, man.
Tell me I'm wrong, Mark.
Don't you open that wound right here where, honestly, there's salt. Did win for Hassel? Okay. That is not the way I wanted that to go, and Hassel is absolutely just going out bloody murder in a main. Buga and Raigi, they had a big clutch in this very site to go, and as you noted it, that was the catalyst. That what got us here in this point, but it's a 2v2. And with all that has gone behind us, it's still an opportunity for 9Z to step up.
It's a big one too. 9Z surely not going to be so passive right now. They have guns to collect potentially there in a main. They wanted to, if they wanted to get really active. Alternatively, they're seeing, hearing nothing. They can make a proactive readjustment back over to the B site. It's mid instead that they worry about clearing. Crew though with some decisive moves that they've just made. The fact that they go instantaneously sprint through spawn over to B is going to give them a little bit of extra time to set this thing up. And because 9Z didn't have much time, they're just with these MP9s, though they improved greatly in these positions late into the round.
Now Ryan to get this in, a timing for Lucan to take advantage of. And Lucan with the armor, the only one that could, has the nades, has the necessary hardware to do this. And if he picks right on this nade, which he does not, it could be a free go about this. But with no show of the hand until it is too damn late. It'll be 12 that falls right on that silver platter for Crew.
I'm looking at the money. It's not really going to be affecting Crew whatsoever. So despite the fact that you can call this like a little bit of a win with how many deaths there were, with how close it was, you can't be liking that type of performance on a round like this. This was win or nothing, and that AK, it's good, but it's not worth the round that they lost in getting it. 3 chances for Crew to close here. A victory would be massive. There's still question marks about Train. It certainly doesn't seal up the series, but 9Z, well, they haven't answered our questions about Ancient.
Oh, man. I mean, with that all the way to go, this is how you want to see this push back. 9Z have shown so much good in that to where you're absolutely right. It's Train that's going to be nobody's free ticket into that semifinal. Buddha Box is back. And we're sitting at a very good stint. 9Z know how much pressure puts in this Ancient. This is their Series 1 in the series on the line. They're going to go down 0-1 in the series. They can't box this back. And in a man disadvantage, Vincent, this could be where Crew take that final step.
I mean, bro, an initial disadvantage for Crew is the way this round started with Rai going down. That trade came back, and Ataraxia catches on the Waso Peak as well there in mid. A little bit unfortunate, all things considered. Max is isolated. This is bad news. Lucan's alone on B.
Lucan had a great chance in that 1v1 all the way at the ramp. But this time with better hardware and much better timing. But Ataraxia with the backstab. And Martinez, the most effective, the sharpest tool out of the shed of 9Z today. It's going to be hung right back, put on the shelf, up into the next map where he is going to be put up on the pressure. That scope is going to have to show up on Train, where 9Z's South American Series 1 life is going to be on the line, Vincent.
Yeah, a big win for Crew, but it's not over yet. We got still much to talk about, but it's John who's on the sideline waiting to talk through how Crew dominated on Ancient.
Absolutely crazy run of form, Vincent, there for Crew. Thank you for the introduction, as we're going to check out these highlights. And I mean, the first 3 rounds, pretty straightforward. Nothing really too much to talk about. 9Z1 pistol. They converted the next 2. But after that, it's when Crew started their resurgence, right? They win their first gun round. You know, Laser gets a 2K in round number 5, so you've got something building up there for Crew. Although 9Z keep it in control. They get one back, go back and forth, I would say, in round 6 to 8. I thought round 8 was a critical round victory for them. You're going to see it in just a little bit. You know, a 4-spy works for 9Z. Max gets 2 and K. Martinez finds the 3rd. B site completely taken, and Crew really had no chance back into the site at that point. So you think, okay, you know, this is the chance for 9Z to really take control of this map and show why they picked it. But they don't, you know, immediately a 4-spy back from Crew, Buddha gets the 2K, and Buddha was unbelievable. I mean, he is the catalyst for almost every single round victory for the crew side. 27 frags. How can you not be implicated absolutely all across the board? And, you know, he has that vendetta. I don't want to say it's a vendetta, but he has that inkling for revenge. He wants to come out and get a win against his former team. And what better way than to steal away their map pick and go on to a map like Train, where it's going to be a little scary, I would say, for 9Z. Anyway, let's not get to that conversation just yet, because this is where things look like they're getting back into control for 9Z. They win the last 2 rounds of the half. You know, I think that it was a 1v2 at the end. Ataraxia tried to get things going, but he couldn't, and then 9Z get that 7th round. But then, oh my goodness, second half of action. Although 9Z take both pistols, let's not forget, they got both pistol rounds and the follow-up again in the second half. Then Crew went on a ridiculous round win streak. What is it? From round 15 to round 22. So, I mean, you're looking at, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was 8 rounds in a row for Crew. Absolutely wild stuff. I cannot honestly believe that they were able to achieve that run of form, and 9Z really had absolutely no answer at all. I mean, Crew, unreal stuff. And I think it all comes down to the round that Vincent mentioned, round number 18. Because Martinez got 2 openers from Temple, kept threatening. I think he might have even gotten a 3rd. Anyway, the bomb went down, and then Crew, just with Rahi, is the only one left over at Big Box. And whether you call it a misstep from 9Z or an incredible play from Rahi, I'm going to favor incredible play from Rahi, because he plays Big Box, never oversteps, just waits for the right opportunity to pop around the corner, gets the first, goes back into cover, and doesn't take a lot of damage. So that's not easy to do in the first place. Then they keep chasing him. He pops out, and actually, I think they throw a good incendiary towards Big Box to force him out. They know he's going to come out to the left side, their left side anyway. And he does, but they can't kill him still. And they have that smoke on the bomb. The problem is he's still threatening so much that Adam S can't comfortably defuse it. And eventually he has to fall off, saves the gun, but Rahi did the work. It was just absolutely beautiful. The one time they called upon him, because he had a slow map, and I think Vincent and Mark also mentioned that point, a slow map for Rahi, usually he's right behind Buddha. And Buddha, I mean, obviously the team on his shoulders in that category, but there was support on the other side from Ataraxia, and I think Laser as well. But either way, look, Rahi was called upon. He answered that call, and even in the tail end of this match, he had some integral frags, some impact frags were coming through. Still, it was Buddha kind of taking the torch and bringing them across the finish line. But wow, well done from Crew. 13-9. Now, briefly, talk about Train before we throw it to break. I think that Train is going to be very, very difficult for 9Z. It is their perma. They better have an incredible plan for this map, because if they don't, this could very well be a 2-0 for Crew. I'm not going to say it's going to happen yet, because I still feel like 9Z have something left to show us, but it's not looking good for them in my eyes. Anyway, we're going to throw it to break, and we'll talk more about Train after that. All right, we're back here, folks, ready to get started with Train. I kind of leaned into it towards the tail end of my segment previously, but I feel like Train will be a bit of a struggle here for 9Z. It's anything but a guarantee. We have absolutely no data on it, Vincent. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like Crew are in a form right now where they legitimately can beat anyone in front of them. And I was talking about like at the beginning where 9Z should have the firepower for this to be a non-issue, really. But it's clear that that's not been enough. We have some struggles on an individual level at some places, but like even that, like maybe on Wasso Peak side, but like generally speaking, I don't even think that was like the primary issue for 9Z. They lost the important rounds, and I think that Crew called circles around them on T side as well. So I don't have a lot of confidence about Train. The only thing that I can maybe focus on is the fact that Martinez is definitely the best offer in the server.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with you there. At least on paper, he is the best opper in the server. Maybe Ataraxia has some really good Train performances up his sleeve, though. Like, I honestly, you never know, and I don't know what to expect anymore from a lot of the South American matches, because it feels like there's a lot of flux happening in terms of the rankings. It feels like some teams are going to overtake others, and we're going to lose some of the bigger names, and they're going to fall by the wayside. I think we might be witnessing it happen right here, Mark. But I mean, you mentioned it, Mark. You said you didn't feel like either team would really have a good time here on Train. And Crew has 2 maps under the belt, but do you still feel like they could struggle?
Yeah, I still certainly think that there's a world in which they could struggle, but in terms of the struggle bus, it's all 9Z upon it. I mean, currently riding along into this Train, like you mentioned before we went into the break, it's their permaban, and for their life to be on the line in this tournament, I mean, waltzing into that, I mean, really all they have going for them is exactly what Vincent mentioned, right? Martinez was looking really good on that Ancient in particular, so, I mean, for it to be on the other side of the coin, man, I would be so happy if I was a Crew fan right now. I mean, up 1-0, able to be in these shoes, and it feels like probably when they were in this veto, they're like, yeah, we'll take a Train right here. You've never played it. And they're up 1-0, Vincent, with an opportunity to go up against the regional opponents in Bestia in the semis.
I think the question does remain, though. Listen, it's not like Train's a map Crew play a lot either. It's not their permaban, but the 2 games that they have played on it, a win and a loss, both against Dusty Roots, who, as much as like looked better than I think they probably should have in their round of 16 game, I do think that that's like a far different level of competition than what 9Z are. So it's not a freebie by any means.
9Z did lose to Dusty Roots 2 on Inferno. We can't forget
that. Showing up all over the place.
Compare apples to apples. No, yeah, it's crazy what Dusty Roots have been able. I mean, they had some changes to their roster. I think that we're starting to see the fruits of that, right? And we'll see if that continues on and they can actually climb even higher. Obviously, they've been eliminated already, but maybe next time, maybe next series, they'll be able to come through and show us a little bit more. But right now, Crew, I think should be feeling good. Like Mark was alluding to, it's a 2-0 potentially that they can pull off. If, however, we get to map 3, then it's all reset. Like, we're going on. I think the problem right now for 9Z is that they honestly don't look good on the maps that they haven't played much. But on Nuke, on Dust 2, they look absolutely unstoppable. So I think it's going to be very difficult for Crew if we get to a map 3. And it's funny me saying that I called a 2-1 for Crew, right? So, I mean, but still, it is going to be difficult for them to achieve that if we get to Dust 2. And it's a very big if in my mind, Vincent, because I just don't feel 9Z has come out and bringing us their A game, not only here, but in the previous series up against Dusty Roots. And perhaps that's due to the fact that they didn't really play that much. If you look since May, this is their May 2nd, was it? It's their first time playing. So I think they're still trying to shake off that rust, perhaps.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable explanation for what we've been seeing. Granted, like, I'm in agreement with you with regard to like the way in which 9Z are playing on some of these maps where they're not so familiar. I do think that I am in disagreement. I think if Crew are going to win this series, it's got to be now. It's got to be in 2. Because I think if we get to Dust, I think that's where 9Z will lock it in. That's where, like, that's the only thing I feel like I can say very confidently in this series is that I expect 9Z to be very good on Dust 2. Problem is they got to get there, and I don't know that we even will.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think we're still waiting to see if everyone's going to be locked into the server, speaking of which. So we are going to take a quick break, guys. But when we come back, we're going to be jumping right into Train. Keep it locked here on CCT.
Choo-choo. Here we are.
All aboard.
All aboard the second map. I think 9Z got their ticket, but they're not so happy to be sitting in second class, not next to Crew being 1-0 up in this series.
Be crazy if they called Coach second class.
Yeah,
like that's what it is, to be clear, but that's some brilliant marketing is what that is, actually.
True.
Just thinking about it. Oh, lots to think on.
An airline.
Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I do not have any
the
interest.
Next business venture then.
Yeah. I'm going to be a little bit of pushing up into pop here for Crew. Ready to pop out onto A. This could be pretty effective. Look at the way the defenses are set up. Wasso Peak is getting dealt with here right now, and it's just over an Olaf that maxes the real impact that he's going to be able to find.
Yeah, and this is just a really awkward position for Max, so it's just going to depend on the timing here, and it's not going so well for Max. He has to really work hard for that first kill. Martinez is just being pushed into this bomb site. Martinez is surviving here, gets that kill onto Reversive, and that is going to stand bold in the numbers right here, especially because there's nobody turning their head to look at Adam S, who sees a pair of ankles walking right down into back six, and that's where he's going to leave his body. So Ataraxia, he's going to be on the run. Got to get this clear bomb plant into B, Vinny.
Good news is he's got the armor to work with, but the same true as Adam S has a kit and Lucan has the armor as well. It's up to him, and great repositioning as well.
Oh, and just up top! What is that from the Romanian? Slapping him down, smacking his chest. It has the kit up on it. Not even needed. Lucan says, I got that bomb all taken care of. Great start on train by 9Z.
Yeah, a great recovery is actually what it was, thanks to Martinez, who only actually gets a kill there, but
it's a huge kill.
It's a huge kill, and it's the way that he's able to stay alive for so very long. It buys time for Adam S to get back into pop and get the flank ongoing, and that's where they're able to actually win that big, important fight over in Hell for Adam S. That's the critical one, and gives them the advantage. So the 1v2 a little easier. Ataraxia cannot convert. Crew down, but not out. The bomb plant, you know what that means? That they have a little bit more money to play with, though. The way that they've played with it is interesting, Marky. They've sort of half bought with Buddha on a hero.
Now Lucan, right place, right time, coming to just put him all the way up. He gets a triple on his own dime, not a casualty. Is marked off the page for 9Z. Like you were talking about, on paper, this should be winning these. Maybe that's right back where we're headed.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the paperwork there is about the firepower. It's about what 9Z have in the tank and who they've been able to chop it up against in the past. But we've been discussing the whole way through, Crew have stepped themselves up big time. Unfortunately, Buddha, 27 frags, the critical piece to that win over on Ancient. He's on a Tech 9 this round. Not ideal. I'd love to see Crew put a little bit more of their resources into him. I understand he force bought a rifle last round, but still.
Train that everybody's been trying to pepper back into their pool. Obviously, I've honestly really enjoying seeing it played side by side. Been obviously kind of one of the less likely faces, especially here in the tier 2. But honestly, when we were getting into North American Thunder Pick 1 was one we saw quite a lot, and I mean here at a very great stage in our quarterfinal. Wondering if 9Z are going to surprise us on it. Sees a shoulder, and Adam S makes contact up top.
Well-timed Molotov that held back that contact previously. Gonna get the execute, though. Everybody's here for Crew.
Oh, they sprinted out. Max with a very good first shot, and this is not the way you want to be spacing out into this lower bomb site. It is going to be just easy pickings for 9Z. Ataraxia is going to be just thinking his praises that he at least got one. This is 9Z that are being so great on this train so far. Are we sure they haven't been practicing it? Are we sure?
I mean, we're certainly not sure. It's definitely there's got to be a reason to leave it open. We'll put it that way, right?
These guys have been gaming for a while. Where was this train years ago?
Out of the pool, Mark. Out of the pool.
Dude, you want to know how long ago it was that train was in the pool? I was in my 2nd season of playing. I think it was season 36 of like the ESEA debut.
Been a hot minute since then.
What was that, like 2021? 22 maybe?
Sounds about right to me.
I just graduated high school then, dude.
That's a scary thought.
JRT just shivered back there.
I heard it, actually. A little bit one-dimensional, that first gun round for crew, to be honest with you. And so, I'm thinking in my head, how do we change that in the future? Well, first and foremost, going to need a little bit more utility. And so, in that endeavor, crew at least keeping a little bit of extra money in this buy next round. We'll see what these pistols have on offer. It's the simple approach. Flashbang effective against Lucan. And the Molotov to split them off. Crew still get an opening, though. Might get a bomb plant. Seems likely, in fact. Never mind.
Dude, this is dangerous for 9Z, knowing that their life is on the line. This train just means more than getting all the way down. This is not just another online event. This is the CCT. This is how you get to majors, and they don't want to lose their way on that path. This is 9Z that, as we spoke about, has really not had the opportunity to do this. It's been really good placements in, you know, the few finds that they have had, but I mean, to carry it on, it's a CCT they would like to have under their belt, and one step at a time, they're going to take this train.
I think CCT should hire you as like a marketing guy or something.
It's even
CCT,
a part of my name too. I got the MARK taken care of.
This is how we get to majors. There's something there. It's pretty good.
Thanks, dude.
That's certainly the way to make it through the online into some of those LAN events. That's definitely the case. 0-4 start, crew not looking as good as they had ended on Ancient. And it's pretty much a failure to lift off from like the whole side. It's got to change soon. They're a lot more aggressive with their B control. And are they just sending it? Yeah, a little bit. Very aggressive for Reversive, and he's going to get the opener.
Staying around for it. Reversive gets a great shot, so he's going to sit on that way back, but look at the way they bully back through upper tons. This is going to just actually put them in an uncomfortable position, but look at the way that Raigi is turning this around. They are cooking them on this CT side. These are great shots coming out of these AKs, and they're not done. This is a Reversive that we saw versus LP. Vincent had like a 1.36 in that series. If his team is to step up and just bury 9Z, he wants to be the reason why.
Yeah, that's incredible. Just a little bit of confidence from Reversive. It got complicated for a moment because the bomb was separated with that Lucan push and the crunch up into Pop. That could have gotten problematic, but crew handled business fast as you like, with Raigi pushing down through the deep Pop angle in the CT's own backyard. From fast to another slower approach, crew change themselves up, though Max forces the issue. Just taking some main control, find Max and remove him.
Say the way the Reversive wants to be the reason his team succeeds. I don't just mean in the fragging department, right? I think if this train is to especially be brought in the first half, it's all in the way. I mean, he's going to dictate this playbook out here. This time it's going to be kind of a long, dwindled way. The Argentinians wait for a time to strike on this A lane. Here is just the tease through T-Con, and look at how it forms a path through Ivy right here just to catch Lucan off guard, and almost does the heavy lifting himself, but just like that, it is easily bought out of the bomb site, and right now Adam is gonna have to pay the price. This is a 1v5 he won't even get to try.
I mean, 9Z just can't afford to be so passive, really. I think that's a big issue for them. When they lose Max in the very beginning of that last round, they have to do something. They can't sit for, I mean, a damn minute almost and just do nothing. Yeah, they have some Ivy control, but that means that the guy on bomb train is like super exposed, really alone. Quick rotator, but they're 2 on B, so even though that rotator comes into Z, it's just a little bit too late. Crew have the timing to set things up and deal with that with ease. I think 9Z let this happen to themselves. Once they lose Max, they've got to be a little bit more proactive on the map. Cheshkin timing on the lurk through Ivy was also perfect. It was just as they started to go back towards the site to maybe make some changes. That's when Cheshkin activates.
Question for you, because I know we were typing about it as we were trickling around. Has changed his name from Laser to Keshkin, his last name, as you said to me, correct?
Yeah, that's what Liquipedia told me.
You would happen to be a fan of this for obvious reasons?
Of course I would, yes.
Yep.
Very cool.
I'm also a fan of the name in the name thing. It makes things easier. I'm sure Max knows what I'm talking about.
Probably Martinez as well.
Yep.
Big round to win for Crew. Doubled up twice. And they haven't entirely removed 9Z's firepower, but it's by a large margin. Adamas and Martinez, they've got rifles. Everyone else, pistols. Heavy presence for Crew towards Ivy. I like this approach for them on a round that's probably going to be relatively low buy in comparison to the previous. You can control things a lot more effectively in this area.
Quick flash in to try and box them out. There's that first fight, and it is great looks out of back six. Clean out of the Romanian. And right now, they're sent back to the drawing board with, 2 less utensils.
That spacing was like horrifically bad. I don't even know what Crew were thinking there. They just like sent someone out to like go fight. It was almost like sending their challenger out into the arena. It's like you go and then I go and then he goes. Maybe they can recover.
Well, here goes Ataraxi. He's got that. I was liking the stance out of it potentially. Asal says, how do you do? From up top, he's got an AWP and a little bit of something to collect. No double op after all.
Yeah, that's a disappointing round for Crew after I was giving them some praise. I think that, on an eco round where the money's going to be low for the CTs, you can a lot more effectively and efficiently utilize utility against the CT side. There's just so many less angles on Ivy. And the angles that there are, you can flush out with flashes and Molotovs. But really disappointed with them just being so disjointed. Adam S is dead here.
What a timing for Adam. Rather for Martinez. Guardian Angel for his B-side brethren. Ataraxia may be an unknown source, but Adam finds a waiting member. It's going to be a quick headshot he gets. And the rest of this is just stuff for the Crew. It's going to be 6 that 9Z are going to be pedaling up to. And this is not the energy that I suggested coming into a game like this that John and I were talking about in that up top. I'll scratch the conversation because it actually gets worse. Hassao gets that down. And so 9Z, they are perfect. Without a casualty, you walk away with nothing on the side of the crew. Potentially saying that crew could still struggle in this, being that they have such a great opportunity to get this done and the momentum. Drop the ball on that margin. Vincent, are you as concerned as maybe, I mean, are there the scenes of a turnaround like the beginning of Ancient and, you know, how that got to a 7-5 have? You're still missing, you know, that run of 3 or 4 rounds.
I think for me, what I'm missing, like that round, a little unlucky, but you know, it's the mistakes and the spacing that I was talking about in the previous round that are more concerning. Let's see, crew can turn this around now. They still have guns this time up, and the double and pop is pretty darn effective. Fucking hits the headshot, and 9Z. Last 3 rounds straight, they've had the opening pick. This is funny as well. 9Z talked about like how, you know, they maybe were a little too passive previously in a couple of those rounds. Well, this time they have the advantage and they're still pushing. They're still fighting. Ataraxia may just get caught here. Philosophy Peak continues.
Oh my gosh. This is just going to be nightmare fuel. Just pour it on. And the crew continue to burn. A 1v5 out here for Reversive, and where they thought they were going to be able to catch 9Z up in the net, it is actually the crew that are, hey, on quite a stormy train, flipping and falling.
Yeah, this is a round that never got off of the feet. Versive just going to try and sit here and wait for the next 20 seconds and hope that he can save this gun. It seems likely that that might happen. But man, you go from a couple of rounds that were really healthy, really inspiring for crew, to a few rounds now that look devoid of any opportunities, devoid of any chance. His early pick so successful, and even Reversive can't escape. Oh, and that was right after time, too.
I mean, they're straight up schooling them. This train is in session, but I'm not sure for how much longer at this pace. 7-2, a 5-round lead that 9Z put up, and finally another chance to sound in. Crew needs to figure out this T side, and I mean, at least can push it to 7-5 like they did on that Ancient, but that's asking for the absolute best case scenario right now.
It's all these different early round setups for 9Z. They've been incredibly effective at finding these duels because of them. Talking about last round, well, that was the double pop aggression. We talked the previous. That was more about just some anti-rush utility and spam that was very successful. Maybe run it back another round, and that may be a little less unlucky or a little less lucky there for crew, but still 9Z successful and finding the yard pick. I just feel like everything is going right in the beginning of these different rounds, and it's every round that we're seeing a different setup. And this time it's a whole different protocol, but it's to take decon.
Full hulls go about it. It looks like the bomb is going to be rearing its head to the dropping side. Martinez is going to have a field day. One, and he gets the cry and check back. Martinez never gets tired of this. And Adam, as he goes down, just more work for the Spaniard to go ahead and sign off on. It is 9Z that have 8 rounds on train, and they're looking good while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not just looking good. They're looking dominant. They're looking confident. They're looking like this is their map, and it's their map every time. I'm very impressed with what they've been putting together. And that's even considering that we haven't, like, seen them really tested yet. But all these different protocols or early round setups that I've been discussing, Marky, this is, you know, a show of depth without even necessarily needing it. What a nade. What a nade. Ataraxia and Cheshkin down sub 50 at the beginning of that round.
Beautiful work, and Raigi just has a huge headshot. This is what we have been missing from the crew. Raigi being one of their best players on this stretch of the Swiss, and then so far in the playoff at Luke, and how does he spoil everything that they have worked for in this round? Thankfully, it is not to be out from that flank. Still reaching, still going about it, practically forced to here through hell. With a little bit of room to breathe, right back to go. At Icon, they decide to go and saw another face right to the back of E-Box. They're going to plug this one back in. Just tiptoeing to the back of this bomb site. They want to suffocate Crew, but right here, there is no wits about it. Martinez will continue to chip off. He adds another one to the stats, but it will be Crew and find third finally.
And it's off of Rai. 3 kills. Fantastic injury work. I don't even particularly understand like how he's gotten away with that. We didn't see his perspective of it, but what I do know certain is that Raihi been a critical piece to the success of Crew throughout this event. And that is not changing. Beautiful work being done by him.
Whoa. Austin CS, write that down. I don't know if you write down a nade lineup, but I certainly have. Did that in your
paper.
notes. On the paper, we're always back to the paper, the packet, if you will. Brew, they're going to have to learn like this, and it's bold. Buddha, though, that's more like it. That's the Buddha we know from Ancient. A flash right in, still questionable positioning. Oh, retake M4, nice and loaded. Asal peak. Gonna not have Buddha expecting him most likely, but I mean, this is the tale of two ends here between Z. Gonna get executed by Keshkin, and now this is the concern. Do you have the security line to actually maneuver this through Z? Here's Reversive showing his hand maybe a little bit too early, knowing this has got to be a fight on the oil, and it's all the way down. This should be the end of the half, brought down here by the Crew, trying to find their form and their identity on train. They have 4 rounds in this half.
Very fortunate to have 4 rounds, Mark. I don't think they deserved 4 rounds, but they got it thanks to some of these individual moments. Huge plays. Talked about Reversive having a triple kill. He's got 2 in there, right? He with a multi that's leveled them up and given them an opportunity. Buddha had a couple of moments. It's those individuals that start the ball rolling, but here's the problem, Mark. They move on. 9Z looking up. Looking so much better than what we saw back on Ancient. I am very impressed thus far. And I know we haven't seen the T side yet. This is often a very tough T side. Problem for me is that 9Z looked well prepared, which means the CT side and the T side probably similar in that way.
Yeah, and they're really doing well as a full unit to move about. I mean, the entire point of that turnaround on Ancient was when, 9Z filled the bag oh so terribly in a 2v5 and then to a 1v3, right? I mean, there was so much adrenaline that came back to Crew after that. There needs to be a turning point, right to go about it, to see how this could change. 9Z out of this bomb site now. Reversive has to dock these headshots, but right now the wind is blowing the way of 9Z, but Buddha going another. He's got this right at a pop, and he's got 2 with these Stoolies, but he's popped right back into his place. A P250 that's going to dock him from the back of Red, but Keshkin, he is just 1 man deeper, and he sees you back 6. He's not going to let you stay. Keshkin might have 2 around this, but Crew have this pistol. And now this is the way back.
It certainly is. You know, big pistol wins as a whole for the 9Z side. We were talking about early on in this map and last map as well, with Crew fight back. Great timing there from Cheshkin, and great care that he takes to ensure that he just nails that first shot. You know, don't take the gimmies for granted, is what I'd say. And he doesn't. Double, triple checks that it's not going to go wrong. A force buy for 9Z. They didn't get the ease of that bomb plan or anything to, maybe level up this from just the pistols. Upgrades for a couple, but no armor to add to those.
Wandig. Just a singular. South Peak, put down. Enough said from you. Sent backpacking. Brown Hall seems to have a couple members. Martinez seen in T-spawn. Might be long dwindled for some of these pistols up on the 9Z side. I'm not sure they're going to be finding their namesake here. Should be crew moving up to 6 against these pistols, and gotta wait till 9Z actually get the rifles in their hands till they're able to bat for 9. But honestly, I think I've caster cursed worse in my life. This could go very poorly for them right on the bomb site after I serve this up. But Reversive and Buddha, they have other plans. I don't think it's going to be Freaky Friday down here. All good in these quarters so far.
Yeah, I don't think there was too much of a threat considering the lack of utility. It would just have to be Lucan's pistol there. Deagle would have had to gone crazy, but not the case. Not in the slightest. We're going to cut the lead a little bit, our crew. But here's where the big party starts to happen. As you get their best look at guns thus far. The crew have been running into pop early every round. Hasn't really been spotted yet.
Moving like a freight through Ivy right now until that Molotov puts something in the way of these tracks. It's all the way denied. I mean, this is Lucan getting this on Raigi, and that is so important right now for 9Z to actually have a leg up in this round. Cold feet out of the Ivy press, and Lucan will continue to go. But now they're not going to be avoiding this smoke. There has to be more of something here. Not enough time to fade away, but Martinez automatic, and Kashkin going to have to literally do it all. This man is surrounded. Put your hands up, and they're not taking him away. They are taking this round, and 9Z has 9 on their opponent's map pick, trying to bring themselves back in this series.
Lucan doing a really good job. He's on an island, honest and truthfully. He would have been in some trouble if he couldn't like win his initial duel. That would have basically been a freebie given over to crew. But he wins his one, and then he wins another one as well. And I think it can be really, it could be easy for Adam S to just walk out of that smoke and like try and trade on Lucan initially, but he just waits a little bit. Let's the faith in his teammates over in Ivy take center stage. I love to see that.
Max taking that away. He converts immediately. Kashkin with so much to do is relieved right at the start of this. 3 premium rifles they still have to bargain. And Ivy is filled up. Ataraxia gonna get served up in the flash. It is Martinez, just beautiful tonight. Magnetic to each head. If it's on the op, it's even prettier. And right here, that's one of the main reasons why 9Z has not looked as strange to a map they had all the reason to be.
Yeah, and I don't think there's too much more to be said about this round. Reversive's got the only rifle left. He's in Z. Boo's actually found one. Pardon me. He picked one up from Ivy. Maybe a nade. Blew it that direction. Regardless. And join up with Reversive over on the east side of the map. With the positioning that Raigi was just in, and I mostly assume that this is going to be a save.
Bomb has been planted. And not the way you wanted to see crew take that pistol and run with it. It seemed inevitable, wasn't it? It seemed like it was rather unlikely that it was going to be this T side that rather sat down with the inclination of the prep right now. Raigi is stabbing him. Oh, man. We'll never know. The replay machine is broken.
Talk about a little bit of a cash injection, though.
Money.
That's a nice to have on the CT side, no matter what round it looks like, and
terrorists win.
We'll take it. Nicely done. 2 times he's trying to flash out into IV and trying to get into the mix there. 2 times it's a failure.
Oh my gosh.
That is ridiculous.
The replay machine booted up just for me, baby. I love production.
I think what happened is that someone was stomping through Brown Hall, and someone was in. I think Rahi must have been in. What are we calling the other side of Brown Hall?
Like the front part?
No, like the hallway part that isn't Brown Hall.
Showers. There used to be showers in there.
There did indeed. Now it's some computers and such.
Yeah, man. Insert esports
confusing.
smelly joke. Oh,
yeah.
No. And we've done it. Hey, man, I can't complain. What, we're like 2.5 maps into this thing, man?
Yeah. Not
Can't
too bad.
Complain, dude. Can't freaking complain.
But yeah, anyway, I think Ryu was over in showers and
we're back.
Heard the stomping.
The stomping. I was going to mention, if that was going to be a lengthier pause, something we brought up during our Swiss conversations with, obviously we had Furia FE at the bottom of our playoff bracket here. They had a really nice 3-mapper against Flamingo, where it looked like they were going to likely even take it 2-0. It's a rumor that we saw, we're potentially bringing up them in the conversation because obviously, what that means for the MIBR project, who just cut their IGL. We saw that bringing in, and apparently Olga is the rumor I'm hearing, Vincent. So cool stuff over there. We're plugging it back into this train where it seems like 9Z never let it turn off.
Can't allow that. Maybe down for a map, but not out for a series is what 9-0 showing us.
If they keep playing like this, Dust 2 is going to be a 13-3. This is a waxing.
It does kind of feel a little bit like that. There's a big missing piece right now in Ataraxia. Dust 2 and Train both so heavy in how effective you can be with the AWP. Martinez kind of showed us that on the CT side. Ataraxia given a second chance now. He's got another op in his hands. We'll see what he can do. Oh, that's scary. Buddha just not even over peaking, just one slight step further to the right than he had intended and in some trouble. This reaction's good though from Crew. Like the flash, like the move, deep into team main, and hold up, there's a bomb. Never mind. He's just gonna put the smoke down and let him know that they have this space. So if you want it back, you're gonna have to fight for it.
Have to get it back in blood. Everything on this train will have to be ultimately that gruesome. Raigi with a great little slide, and this is going to actually put Crew in a very nice spot. Denied vision outside of T-Con again. That is not going to do you well. But Martinez blows up with the smoke and finds the frag. Knows there's got to be a second player here around the back of Red, but that's an impossible fight to win. And right here, you're going to have to find more players around these smokes. Lucan stopping in his tracks, has a second target, but they catch up eventually. That should have been way cleaner for the Crew who are trying to make this comeback.
Really should have. Like, where's Cheshkin's swing there? I know that there's a smoke in his face, but felt like he was primed and ready. There was 2 players, one in sandwich, one deep red, past E-box. There was a lot of information. Good news is that Lucan not allowed to clown on him right there. Could have been bad, but still, 9Z built up a pretty good economy there in a couple of rounds. So they're still buying. Still probably good after that, too. Good news for Buddha is that he wasn't pushing so aggressively forward. Doesn't take the brunt of 3 HE grenades that just landed 5 feet in front of his face. You would think that would be a little bit more brutal, but only 2 damage.
Ooh. That's brutal. But quick, humane, instant beam on to that T-Con investigating player. Re-smoked on it. And Ataraxia bogs back down. AWP, that's going to have to actually go so far. Where does this timing get back down? Oh, Adamash should have seen this. Romanian has that little bit of a clue here, but Buddha is the one that is actually seeing through the trap. Smoke on the back of this bomb site. Ataraxia in the limelight. How does he use his 15 minutes right now? It's through Raigi giving the opening steps, and right here he's going to get smoked out. Keshkin also going to be in vain. There's Ataraxia getting that from the back of the site. It's Buddha that's going to have to do more in by this smoke, but it's all on this float. It's Buddha that now sneaks in, takes his time, and it could be obvious there's something on the end of this line here, Vincent. 9Z just can't reel it in.
Bro, no way they expect the third guy coming from Pop. It kind of seems like Martinez has an inkling, has an idea. The timing favoring Martinez big ways. Ataraxia. The perfect time for him to pull off a big clutch. 1v2, pulls the pistol and gets up into the mix. Massive,
this is
no
it.
kit, but he's sticking.
It has to be 10 seconds off of it, and Ataraxia slides out. The temptation of what lies in the unknown is where Martinez thrives. And it's such a dagger that he puts through on that quad kill to deliver 12 rounds for 9Z on their opponent's map pick.
Might have thought he had a kit because I don't know why you stick the defuse for that long and then jump off of it.
Thought it was Valorant. He thought he could get it halfway ticked. Hop back on.
That's my line,
I don't think
buddy.
people are gonna like me saying that though. I think I don't let you carry that on in the future.
Don't steal my bit, all right? True.
9-0 already did that from MIBR.
Ah, there you go. Buddha. Oh my Buddha. 2 kills and too fast for us to find. Gets the 5-7 out and knocks him down.
Buddha with a great couple of shots, leaves it all to Lucan. Crew live. Just at the gates right now, it is Buddha that gets an ace. 5 alive, ace sight on lock. Makes it personal against his old team. Has a vendetta in that list, and he's not done fighting on the track yet.
Not in the slightest. I mean, talking about making things work and coming back from a bad space. 9Z might got 12, but Crew, they've got a little bit left in the tank. Down and out. So that's what we thought. Crew gonna need overtime for this conversation to continue, but I tell you what, Marky. Looking at a 9Z that certainly does bleed.
What a Ferrari peek out of Martinez. Ataraxia don't know what hit him. Carry on that AK and see what you can do. Rifle, maybe a meteorite, no idea.
Well, something.
Pebble. Quite vicious pebble. I think they've been rocked out that T-Con eventually. Oh. Gonna go and dart this back. I mean, why be so impatient? We know Martinez can at least thin the herd for a little bit of financial damage.
Yeah, financial damage that honestly sort of matters, sort of doesn't. Taking these AKs is what is probably the biggest thing. Apparently, Crew handling 3 of them. Also surprising that Martinez is first, but I guess Adamas does have armor.
The headshot collected. Armor a factor here. The aggressive stance taken, and it will be declined. Not going through today. Crew have 10 up on here. Rather, 1 away on this 9th. If they can finally dot it all the way down. I mean, this is Crew that are finding identity, but way late. I mean, even when they were sitting, I feel like at a 12-7 scoreline, at that 11-7, it was still not good enough for me. I felt like it was at a point at which, I mean, you, in those rounds, never found a point of really confidence to stand on, which, to be honest with you, Vincent, makes me go, well, even if they did muster up that 7, that 6, wherever we were actually at, and we're pulling together that form of rounds that say you actually did see in the first half of Ancient, That could have been an interesting point to go. 9Z back-to-back timeouts. They are going to be needing every second.
So rare to see that happen. And
or was it Crew used the first?
Yeah, Crew used it before on Ancient. Now 9Z pulling out that same move.
By the way, I will say I'm pretty sure I have like the same water bottle as Reversive. Up, rather. The man of taste.
You go to the same store, probably.
Probably in Argentina, you know.
Yeah. Well, I know that you like to fly to Argentina to go shopping.
Yep. I've been known to do this.
Nice. Probably what? 10-hour flight at least.
They got the best colors, man.
I didn't think they would go for the buy here at 9Z, but they've gone for it anyway. Limited utility, but they do have enough to make a more decisive trail. Blaze that forward. They would like to. Seems like towards the B site is their game plan. At the very least, a part of their game is to get top control if they need to go A.
Buddha wants this to go to overtime. Dust 2, you ring up to a third. And at this rate, you're going to get Dawn back. Ataraxia, another missed shot. And seen out of pop. Trade not there. Seen back into Brown Halls. And maybe right back to the court of their former teammate to finish out this map.
That's not where that was meant to go. Still plenty of time to play with, too. Secondary attempt here for Ataraxia, and he'll nail it. He's got support of Cheshkin. Wants to peek. Big moment he needed to win that. Now things get more complicated for 9Z. They really just have to go back B. Buddha there in defense. A full health bar, but a longer range. As I think he's calling in some support as well. Whew, nice shot from Max. Cheshkin arrives, but it's not fast enough. Max gets up in his face, and Ataraxia missed some shots in the early stages of this round, Mark, but now he's got his clutch up to save Crew. The embarrassment of a loss on this map. Their pick as well.
He's not finding either of these players. Maybe Martinez, but no way in hell we're getting this all the way through. Maybe it's the positioning of the bomb. Positioning that your back is shown. There's just so many possibilities here. And now served up. Right to go. Martinez will find the final head. And what a series that Martinez particularly leads from one map to the second is the reason why we're headed to a third. And 9Z will see all the way out to this Dust 2. Vinny, that was a heck of a show. I wonder what John's got to say about this.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, that was something else coming through from 9Z. That first half was clinical, and I think it kind of ended in the first half, so to speak. I mean, you did get Crew on the tail end, finding 4, but still, 9Z were so very good on their defensive side, and you're going to see it here. The first 3 rounds, again, they win the pistol. They won all the pistols so far, by the way, which is crazy that they won both pistols in the previous map and only got 9 rounds, which is the equivalent of what Crew are able to achieve here on Train. But still, you know, there were a couple of rounds in the mix there where individual efforts came through for Crew in the first half, but outside of that, they were getting outplayed, out-strategized, everything. I appreciate the effort in some cases, like when they switched over to CT side on the Crew. We'll talk about it after, actually. Let's focus in on these rounds right here. As into round number 8, this is when Huaso gets the opener, and it really is taken care of by 9Z overall. They're just everywhere, right? And no matter where Crew goes, there's an answer available for 9Z. And then you go into the following 2 rounds, you're going to see it here, but it's just really 9Z dismantling Crew. And I don't say that lightly. They took them apart on every single attempt they were making. And then finally on the tail end, again, you know, individual efforts. Rahi, as you're seeing here, gonna pop off, gets 2 openers, gets the space. And even though I think Lucan could have had more there, by the way, like comes in on the flank, gets 1, shut down quickly, which is a very heads up play from Crew to make that happen. And then they get their third. After that, I believe it's, Buddha. Buddha's the hero in that final round. He actually just individually pops off for his squad, which he's been doing throughout the entirety of this series so far. And I'm sure there's a chip on his shoulder going up against his opposing team. But right here, I said they won all the pistols on 9Z. I take that back. I made a mistake. It was actually Crew that did take that pistol in the first half. Excuse me, in the second half. But even though they get the pistol and the conversion as well, round number 15, it's the first gun run for 9Z, and Lucan gets a crazy opener. Space gained in towards A. He gets a second, and then 9Z just cruise to a round victory. This is the problem. That's the round that makes the difference, right? Because on CT side of Train, you kind of expect to have a few rounds bunched together at the beginning of the half, because that's how it usually goes. It's a CT-sided map, even with the changes that were made for New Train. But it doesn't go through for Crew, and pretty much that's where they're not going to get the map, more than likely, once that 3-round win streak comes in from round 15 to 17 for 9Z. Yes, they get one back. There's some nice openers from Raihi and Reversive towards Long Dog, and I think Martinez actually almost managed to pull it back. He gets a 2K, but Ataraxia and Buddha managed to close it out. On to the finish line here, round number 19, Lucan got a ridiculous shot on Reversive off the smoke fade in T-Con. Then Martinez is massive in this round, just making it down to a 1v2, right? At least for Crew. And then there's really nothing Ataraxia could do to try and get that defusal off, because he needed 10 seconds and it just wasn't made available to him. I mean, that's the story. 9Z were just too good. They outplayed Crew on both sides of the map. And another story to tell is the op duel. Vincent kind of hinted at this. We talked about it in the pregame for Nuke. Ataraxia did not look nearly as good as Martinez, not even close. Martinez dominated on the CT side with the AWP. 22 frags, I believe, is what he finished with. And on the other side, Ataraxia he couldn't keep up. And that's a very big difference maker on this map. And Vincent said this as well. Maybe it was Mark. Either way, Dust 2, the op matters just as much as on Train, maybe more, because you have literally 3 lanes you could play. It's almost like playing Dota or something, where you got lanes for the op that you can pick. And it's going to be very, very difficult, I'd say, for Crew to close this one out. But they're not done yet. They still got a chance. If the individuals can shine, which is what Dust 2 is all about, perhaps they'll be able to come through and still get that upset victory. We'll have to wait and see as we hit the break first. All right, we're gearing up for the final map of this series, heading to Dust 2. And I really want to highlight the op-v-op duel here because honestly, it was a little rough on Train. And, you know, you look at the numbers here over the last 3 months for both these guys and on Dust 2 specifically. And look, Martinez, a 1.54 impact with 1.43 rating, and Ataraxia, 1.02 rating and a 1.12 impact. It is a stark contrast, and I think, Vincent, we might see it again.
I think we will. I think it's clear when you're talking about like that head-to-head, right? You're talking about, Martinez, the Opper for 9Z, and then on the other side, it's a Rifler, right? I think that kind of tells you all you need to know. And then those stats that you just highlighted, JRT, it builds an even starker contrast and a bit of a dirtier picture of what this might look like if Martinez is on the game.
All right, well, we're not going to have to wait long, guys, to find out what's going to happen. We're heading live into the match, guys. Take it away.
Well, we got this Dust 2, Vinny, all the way at the end. Thought this was going to be one of the first 2 punches in this series, but it's coming at the final uppercut. Seems like 9Z are going to throw it the way that Train went. I mean, honestly, you're going to be looking at that 13-9 going, wow, that was probably a decent map for Crew. I really don't feel the energy coming off that. I still feel like this could be a blowout out here on the last map for 9Z, but I want Crew to prove me wrong.
Yeah, felt like that for sure. Well, I'm not sure about all that. Should have gotten the communications, but also Pete just out in the open. He takes his head off, and now they come back in, but Luke looks the wrong way. Thought he had coverage. Matt's not so successful, and Adamas is in CT spawn, trying to break his way out, but I'm not thinking they're going to be able to. Crew would dominate another pistol round with Raihi on a triple kill.
It's a really good start. 2 pistols in a row for them now. They won that second half. Just going on to Train in Raigi. This is where you want to get this young man warmed up. Had a great couple of series ongoing, gaming through the Swiss, and now you're wanting to make the final push. Is going to try and put his best into this third map, Vincent. A great 4K to pick up, and this is where, even for Crew, right? I mean, if they catch this energy back, it's not impossible, right? 9Z are a team that we spoke about yesterday in a position where they were, pushed around even worse than 9Z just were on Inferno. They were able to go back. I am fully in this for the Crew. Their 9-map win streak may have just been vetted, but I don't think that their hopes are completely jaded in this playoff.
No, I think that's fair. And also, like, a couple of missing details for 9Z on that pistol round, right? Talked about Huaso Peak and how exposed he was. It felt like a lack of communication, that they were scaling up Catwalk. Whoever was down below should have maybe been able to give that over to him. And the lack of support that Martinez had, there was meant to be a nade into the mid smoke, but that nade didn't clear the smoke. So they couldn't actually take the second contact and provide Martinez any support. Little details like that gonna go very much punished if 9Z aren't careful. So I think we painted a pretty stark picture, but fact is that Crew still the architects of their own fate right now.
We got a good nugget of knowledge from our analysts, just even seeing in. We love JRT. He's been doing a wonderful job today. Vibes captain as well. What a lovely guy. I could sit here and praise him for as long as I want, but he told us that it is Crew that have won all their Dust 2 matches in Series 1 here. Loving that. Loving that.
I do think it's all but one of those. I think they lost that one to LP. But outside of that.
Wasn't it not the third map that they won in that Dust 2 against LP? I'll go ahead and double check right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It was a tight 11-13 loss.
Straight to the heart.
But the 3 following that.
I mean, they got 11 rounds, though. They basically won. That's pretty close.
Yeah, the
great
next 3, though,
performances.
all those games have been good. 2 very dominant showings as well. We got to call that one against Shinden. A pretty darn good against Flamingo as well. Not too much to say about that round if you're 9Z. went for the USPs, and got mopped up like they had just about nothing, which is exactly what it was. Martinez, it's a glass cannon. Op, no armor. He picks up here in round 3. Get that one rolling early, and it's out to long. That he punishes right.
Not a man you want to have out of that dime right at the start. Look at Max. This is pressing up on the ego right now. This isn't knowing that you are going to be flying in the cut and doing some big work. About to see this on the way back, but Max with a great headshot onto reversive, and now you know you're trapped in the long.
Trapped in seat, indeed, and Martinez on the other side. It's painful. It's deadly. Also, P comes in order to add some additional threat without a mess over the top for the box on site. Call this one chalk. Call this one over. It's nearly perfect. In the end, only Lucan falling. And 9Z. Martinez up with no armor. Big value from it already.
Lucan was also so good on that train. I really want to see that constant force on those rifles. Somebody to challenge Raigi and the heated start that he has just gotten off to. Put more pacey around. That crew end up just bringing back. It's passive. And you do get a more prolonged look into middle off this one.
Yeah, crew wanting to change things up. They were hoping to take advantage of a fast long take. They clearly not expecting to meet an AWP in round 3. Now they know. Now they're aware, and so they're going to take a little bit more tactical approach to clearing out some of these mid areas. Could be a nice Molotov. Max doesn't stick around. Just calls out a mess in for support. And it's a good 1-2 punch between the two of them to take out the Tech 9.
Right, ready to go. Molotov can just get this down. And Adamas forced to just go and duck on the ramp. Buddha, what a great shot that he's going in on this dive. 4 players at the corner that are being untouched. This is crew that get all of this green grass to go.
Maybe roll out that red carpet, though, for this retake. They're fast into it. Buddha going to get another one before he's traded. Still more work to be done. Lucan towards catwalk. There's more fight happening for Raihi. He's in the position to take the first fight, and as he does so, Sheshkin tries to provide support, but Martinez is out of there. He's not thinking that 1v2 is viable, despite the fact that he had the kit and was in position. So, look at how much value they place on this AWP. You can understand that for sure, but it's also a decision that certainly going to put pressure on 9Z.
This is exactly the desired third map start that we have wanted. Just jaded back and forth. You're at a 2-2, and where both of these have came across in a great stint to these gun rounds. Now it's 9Z that have been jaded right back, and certainly a pressure pulled. Buddha would love a win like this. And for the Argentinian fans at home that, I mean, let's face it, it's been a crazy last month. You didn't get to see your team play at the major and a semifinal that could potentially put 2 Argentinian teams up against each other. I don't think you would like to see anything but.
I mean, to be honest with you too, thinking about, like, you know, some of these other Argentinian teams that aren't crew, right? You know, Shinden, the back end, I think it was Series 8 or Series 7. In season 2 of CCT, they were able to make a semifinal themselves. That's another up-and-coming, very young, probably very unknown to anyone not kind of in that space team that made a semifinal. An exciting area, that's for sure. And that's exactly what you're highlighting, Mark. There's a chance to show up and show out. We got Martinez, the saved op. He's currently going to be hanging out towards mid. And only a couple of pot shots tossed through the double doors, but Sheshkin unaffected. by Huaso on the other side.
Canids posted up. Bertons on lock today. And crew will begin to run the motions out towards long. And these pistols going to be finding the best off of us at car, they say. Double Molotov to try and clear these out. Shadow going a bit too far. Keshkin going to continue to tap, and there goes Lucan to get back on that. Seems like this bomb is actually headed out upper. You may get a scene back from this AWP, but we just saw Head get back. I think this should be a turn and run scenario. Maybe send a couple of those pistols into upper. You know you got to get this hardware out.
Yeah, you want to make sure to clean things up. I'm saying that, but I'm seeing a whole different thing. A lot of value being picked up off the ground there. Adam has adding another AK. Martinez is going to save another of these. And crew maybe starting to get comfortable here. It's a position they haven't been in. Another big stat there from JRT. 4 rounds. That's the exact number that this crew team have been in to lead the whole series. Now they're starting to approach that just in this map. It's got to feel good when you compare and contrast where they have been. Even though they managed to win on Ancient, they played from behind. And they were behind the whole time on Train. Never changed there. From here, they start and they stay in that same position.
JRT is such a statistician, a mathematician. We love him. Bringing the facts right to you. True, though, there's no doubt in this, and I don't think we have to go deep to look. There is a great little line that they are writing at the beginning of this Dust 2. And look at the way these spams come across the board. 9Z lucky to get out alive.
Yeah, very interesting there. Crew seemed incredibly willing and very confident to just take that spam. Not at all scared of the possibilities of, Martinez in the previous round, who, is over there, to be fair. That's over on Catwalk that Lucan's just found some victories. Actually, he's pushed up into lower tons, pardon me. And it's a very scary moment here for Ataraxia because he's currently holding the bomb, and they've just lost all of Tunnel's control. So, crew need to call in support. And that's the form of the in-game leader, Reversive. Joins the fray. Help his Opper reclaim some of this B space. But it's a very late time to be doing this. 50 seconds and counting.
No time like the present to throw this out upper tons. Thankfully, there's no Martinez AWP in this area code. Molotov is going to be right at your front door, however, and you're going to have to walk right past it. Not an easy threat, and the Romanian gives you quite a welcome. Here comes a nade, and Lucan right up to Vayne. He's got that shot and a trade out of the door, and there's actually space here for Raggy to potentially see into the clutch, but Martinez, long range, throws up a Hail Mary shot of that op, and it comes down successfully.
Yeah, door slammed in their face. Multiple areas for crew, right? Long. They get out, but they don't really get too much out of that, and they meet a lot more resistance than they anticipate, so that's why they start to reroute. They lose B control entirely with Lucan's push into upper tunnel. You got to call back in Reversive at the very least for some support for Ataraxia, but instead of taking their time to try and re-clear, they just go straight into the B site, try to line that up. Unfortunately, unsuccessful in doing so. 9Z, with all the map control they had, pretty quick to react and respond on the scene. Take attack. Unfortunately, this round, not really going to be the one that they full buy in. Or maybe not. I mean, Ataraxia had the extra cash. I just don't know about all that. They're forcing an op, no armor. And the Buddha has a hero rifle. what does that mean for this next gun around, Marky? Like, that's what I'm thinking.
Season 4 The Bear came out today. I don't know what they're cooking up here, though. This is not... I don't know if there's an acquired taste to this buy, particularly. Maybe I'm just not seasoned for it, Vinny.
Could be the problem.
I know.
Maybe you just have some tea. That'll help the taste out.
Gotta get these Glocks up and moving. But Ataraxia, this is one of the worst angles that you can pick up. That ankle showing before anything else. And right now you're going to be served up a piece of humble pie in middle. Don't even want to taste it, so you go back. Maybe just get that through. Cat anyway. Buddha, gone. Lucan, he wants to take more off of it. Scrape it right off the tally. Asao doesn't even want to have that come up long. Got 2 nades for you. And this is a brutal look at every single vein.
I mean, if I'm crew right now, I'm like getting Ataraxia the hell out of here. I feel like if they stick around on Catwalk, this is potentially very dangerous. If 9Z want to close in, I don't think that they have the positioning to do that very effectively, but they could toss bodies at this. Not that it would be a wise decision, but it is one they could make. Thankfully, they're going to leave it alone. Yeah, I've come to make a decision, Mark. I went from confused to horrified to hating it.
Wow.
Yeah.
The roller coaster of emotions of a 7-round game.
Crew just bought themselves into like the worst buy I've seen in a while, man.
These are the immense emotions that esports can uphold.
They're just lucky that Ataraxia doesn't die.
Not wrong. You're not wrong. The new normal. Uncomfortable. From where they started to where they currently are, it feels like the worst is yet to come. One foul swoop and they could be reset. Easing up towards Catwalk right here. They've taken this short space and now can set up for a potential next step.
A little bit of a pause before the storm continues to brew. Crew. Pop a smoke or 2 out on Catwalk. Martinez here to receive, but this is all a bit of a fake. 2 more smokes. Going to be the left and the right side of the double doors, and he's fill it in.
What is this? Max and Lucan side by side. Ataraxia. It may be flashy for you, but at a certain point, getting the op into murky waters for no real reason. Steamed out of it. Good thing that they bought up this op with a pair of Glocks, because at least they're going to be used to this feeling when it happens again. That's all they're going to have alongside this sniper.
Well, thankfully the loss mode is going to make it a little bit more than that, but yeah. And it might be not even that.
Dude. You see into that corner permanently. No, 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 no.
He got away with it.
He did. What a dirty dog. Yeah, maybe a deagle or 2, my friend. But this needs to be the save. This needs to be the reset.
Oh, a little tech immediately after that round, interestingly enough. What I was going to say is note how crew go for that fake towards Catwalk, and then they almost immediately throw the second set of smokes. It was so ineffective. 9Z were never moving. The CT player didn't bite. And, I mean, Martinez was so confident to just sit there and wait and watch. He never lost vision. There was no flashes to sort of sell like that was happening. And in part because crew didn't have the resources to do that. But why didn't they have the resources? It all comes back to the money. Because they didn't have it because of some questionable decisions. questionable decisions coming back to really bite Crew, in my opinion. Leaves them a little bit lacking. We've seen what Martinez can do, you know, big impact. And in just one round, really, it hasn't been like they have had the op and it's been dominant. You know, they've had it. It's had some big impact with it. And since having it, has mostly not been removed.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I mean, at least a good feeling for you. I mean, opportunity-wise, AWP player. But, I mean, at least he has it, and he's going to be continuing to go. It just better come at some point in this Dust 2, because if it doesn't, you're out of the tournament. Just like that. This is a best of one, essentially, on this third map. You got to go ahead and step up. And there is Martinez stacking up the bodies. 2 out of upper tons, completely gone in one foul swoop next to Adam S. And just bullied back. I mean, this op might as well be burned. Reige's still pretty pointed about holding up on this angle, but likely gotta put that thing away for later.
Bro, they don't need that, man. They don't need your silly AWP. They've got Martinez's in hand. I want to give him a chance for the double.
More the merrier, though. I've heard about that.
I am just messing. Just, you know, a little jokester. Wow. Incredible
what's better than 2 ops, Vincent?
3 ops.
Oh, yeah.
Better than 3 ops, Mark.
4, definitely.
For sure, 4.
Don't even ask me about 5. I do not want to answer that question on stream. So passionate about a 5-op setup.
I didn't know that about you. That's very cool.
I know. You find out something new about me every day. Cool.
This is true. Are we throwing a different... Oh, no, there's just 2 smokes. It's an Xbox and a door smoke.
World's biggest smoke. Oh my gosh.
Lord. Goodbye, Max.
Here they go. Moving up at a certain pace. The Crew, now, this is more like it. Got to get rid of that AWP so you can find this rhythm. And now you may just line up for Lucan, but Reversive has a great kill. That is a poignant nade. Just chucked up from CT. Has a second.
They have the save angle, but they don't really need to be. I don't think that this is a bad decision for 9Z. But they could have afforded to try a little something. And they might lose it anyway. That's the other sad part.
Boom.
Nice shot on the Buddha, but there's still a man close by. That's Sheshkin. They kind of know where they stand with this thing, Crew.
I mean, Martinez right here, I mean, just will have plot armor. I think even, like, nothing can kill him at the moment. For some of the oppers that I think I've seen play here, I mean, I know that you brought it up earlier. I mean, feels like he's playing like the best opper in the tournament.
I mean, we got some wild offers in this tournament, Mark.
We do. We do.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
I'll leave that one for next game. Hope you guys stick around. Wait, it could be like a YouTube video. Stick around to find out why at the end of the video or something like that.
Or like you know, a Saturday cartoon. Like, tune in next time. Yeah. Tune in next time on Pokemon.
Dragon Ball Z.
That one.
Have you ever seen any episodes of Dragon Ball Z?
I have not, actually, man.
I didn't figure. This guy hates anime.
I don't.
Me spreading disinformation. Sorry to be the one to lie. I apologize. No lie here on the server, though. It's the gameplay that's doing the talking. Crew with a solid start to this map, but 9Z bounced back fast.
Looking to CT, a bit of dodgeball on that. You're going to have to see past these fumes and trying to get this out towards CT. This is going to be perfect for Hassel, but it's Raigi that just seems to go a step forward. Adam S, how does he connect that into the second? He's doing the most right now. Ataraxia going to be delivering the bomb to the site right here. So much on the plate here for 9Z with the cash money in hand. It better be the quick step 1-2. Got to flash out and get these nooks and crannies. Nothing behind the van. Nothing in between these doors. Make it up to the site with halfway to go, and Crew are going to love this. They're moving so slow over on that 9Z side. The longer this takes, the more dwindled this retake is going to be. At a certain point, you've just got to call it. And now they've got to go. It's going to be desperate in this scenario. These shots got to connect. It's just not happening. Raigi gets that down, and Keshkin in coordination. They have got this in a lead for these Argentinians, sprinting out of the first half.
As one great philosopher once said, money's there to be spent, so why are you saving it? That's what I'm asking.
Who said that?
Don't worry about it. That's what I'm asking, 9Z. What are we saving
Vincent
for
just
next
said
half?
it now.
You can look it up if you want. And I don't know. I'm not sure what the point of that is. Gotta give it a try. I feel like 9Z missing the opportunities there in the last 2 rounds, but Martinez making sure to keep him with her op. That's understandable. Perhaps another opening pick, but starting good is not the same as ending strong.
What a shot by Martinez, fading away just on that tally. Here goes the blow up in this smoke. It is a chain that is exposed, and Reversive going to be planting this bomb on this tally. It's Crew that try to stand right here and play ball right to the line of scrimmage. It's Raigi that tries to set the pace in the trenches. He's got this forcing off and now has to actually come back. This is going to be a drag right through if 9Z can't convert this. It's a 5 versus 3. They have the numbers on paper like we spoke about in this matchup. They should have it. Reverse it back to this bomb site. Needs to make his name known. It's done. It's dusted. They hop on the bomb in time, and a half through 12. It's 6-6.
Well, there you go. 9Z still could call this a very good recovery. Oh, I will like add some additional context to that, Mark. I feel like 9Z could have had a slightly better recovery, but I'm not mad. Pretty happy, in fact, with how 9Z was able to bring that one back. Crew a hot start, but from what we just saw, I mean, I've just realized, Marky, hold on, doing the math, Raigi has more kills than his whole team combined.
Dude, you're pretty good at that math stuff.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Loving that. Why I keep you around.
For my math skills.
Didn't even need a calculator. Yep. For every single color caster, they for like NFL players when they get drafted, they have to take like a test. It's called the Wonderlic to test their intelligence level. They did that to Vincent too, and he passed with flying colors.
Yeah, that was actually my nickname in high school, was the human calculator.
Yeah, man, I bet.
It was.
Want to know what mine was?
Hold on, let me think for a moment.
You can guess.
The football fiend.
A football fiend. I mean, that's alliteration for you. You can give us that. Dude, Mark the Shark, man. And this is where I transition and say, happy birthday to Kochi. Wish he was here from us, but he's unfortunately watching from his round of 16 finish.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately that's the case. Not the greatest of performances from Kochi, the coach of Sharks.
Definitely not. Yeah.
From his team, but either way, it's a semifinal berth that's on the line here. A breakthrough for 9Z onto the B bomb site. They get themselves a bomb plant. Martinez going to punch in the numbers and lock in a 5v4. Should be a good spot, but we know how tough these retakes can be. Yeah, so like anyway, as I was saying, the B site is hard to retake.
Yeah. A couple of turrets on that 9Z side. We'll go ahead and support that statement. Crew are throwing their hat immediately back into the ring. A lot like how we started on Ancient. You spoke about how this was, commonly a factor in the other series that we did commentate versus them. See if this end is successful particularly. Got to get this back while they still can. And to be honest with you, I think with how close this is, I would have preferred for them to kind of take a save on the chin.
Yeah, I think that would be reasonable, but that would not be Crew.
Real, actually. I gotta say, that's one of the realest things you said today. You gotta stay true to yourself, and that's true to them.
Yeah, Crew very much about these types of force buys, and particularly when they have the option to do that, and they do. You know, it's a close game, but you know that means that they have a little bit of time in this half. It's not lose 1 or 2 rounds and you're out. It's time to build. And so I gotta respect that, like you're saying, Crew stay with what they know works, what is their way of playing. There's still someone in pit, by the way. Why he gonna activate? How about another one from Rai?
No. It could be the ace out of Raigi. Out of this Deagle, spitting them one by one. It's absolute fire out of that other end. Let's see what they got on the track. One more line they can spit to complete. Bringing this bomb back. Got to bring something together. But now you're getting this look all the way through. Keshkin is going to tap you on the shoulder. And the Romanian is going to continue on to his hunt, but got to go quick like Craven, because he's got 22, and he's got to now concede this round. What did it take? 4 out of Raigi, magic out of that Deagle, and now Crew have a tied game.
I mean, just a little bit of an oversight for 9Z, man. They don't really put their back into checking for the pit player, and Rai just sits there, waits and waits and waits for them to scale forward before he activates. In fact, the reality is he waits for the rest of his team to get some flashbangs tossed over to get a 5-7 into the mix and, you know, have Buddha get activated. That's exactly what you want to see. Great work from Rai, who still stands at all his teammates' kills combined. I just think that's, you know, not more. That's really not more to clown on the rest of Crew. That's really just to like talk about how impressive that is for Rai. I think that's one of the hardest things to like to do. That almost never happens.
But that's not something they can survive on, right? We need Buddha from map 1 back.
That's true. Though, to be fair, Buddha from map 1 was doing the same type of things. He ends on 27 frags. It wasn't quite so stark, not so clear, but it certainly was equally strong.
Crew comfortable in the Raigi backpack, as it may seem. Just got back to a tie game, and they will see it in the way necessary, Vincent. Who cares what the stats say? 9Z, they have a good bit of util alongside this to make this next step easier. But with the current menu and all the options, currently it's so hard to order. It's one smoke into CT, and you're going to put this down. So to make that next move into this placement with a smoke and a Molotov up onto the window, this is going to be so hard to actually make this so solid for 9Z. They're going to move past it. Got to flood in through the smoke, and there's an investigation back into upper tons, and Keshkin is going to be caught up here on the bomb site. They finally drown them out. This should be going the way of the Argentinians, but it's going the other.
And 9Z find themselves a little bit of space over on the Bravo base,
yeah,
and
GG.
They set up
rounds.
Yeah, they just set up shop.
I mean, if Raigi died, I mean, we should have known, right?
Okay, that's
rubbing salt in the wound, but I mean, where there's a wound to be salted, right and fairly.
That part is true, but yeah, certainly Crew on the struggle bus here. You know, the exception being Rai. And they're on the hunt a little bit here. Not going to get there. Not going to get into place in time. It's also very helpful for 9Z to keep 5 standing all alive at the end of that round. Builds a little bit of cash flow. As as we just saw, it's still so early in the half that nobody able to build a bank yet. Crew, unsurprising, going to go in for more. A little bit concerning some of the lack of utility, but either way, speaking of concerning, right here on an island right now.
Araxia gone down with nothing to show for it. And Cat of concern. This is where Crew did most of their heavy lifting in their T side, but there's so much out available. Crew with a great kill. Ryu with the stab. They're so blind. Ryu to take full advantage of this, and he does. Ryu sprints into the corner for a moment of solace, but can't be protected forever. Next steps to be taken confidently up the catwalk, and they gotta go. But here's Reversive to hunt them down. Keshkin, the man that is always a thorn in the side, will have to go deeper. A 1v1 and now against Martinez, who has been the reaper of this series. 14 and 5, Vincent. He may just get a 15th.
He just got a Molotov. That's what I'm looking at. Could utilize that effectively, but he's got no idea where Martinez is. Now gets confirmation. There's where that molly can be big, but Martinez preempts it. Cheshkin didn't have the health, but he almost helped them win the round. That flashbang that elevates Raihi to the multi-kill that he picks up was thanks to Cheshkin's positioning. Fantastic considering what was brought into that round, but they can't pull it apart. Crew fall, and I think forced down to an eco now. There's no more force buys to be had yet.
It's inevitable that Crew lose this. They have pistols. I mean, with Raigi on it, sure, but I mean, that took a great bit of notions to go correct for them. Raigi can fade in this, and I mean, get a moment of surprise down below. Raigi up top, and now 3 members. It's Rain and Men in middle from Cat. How long can this go? Ataraxia maybe the hero right now, and Buddha has turned it into a 1v1 refresh. Buddha against Lucan. This has to go and be permanent, and there's the marker from 9Z. Double digits, and the Crew gave it their best shot.
I'm telling you what, man, 9Z making it very hard to feel like they're pulling away. I know the scoreline might say that, but these eco rounds are so deadly. For Crew, they get 4 kills, and it comes down to another 1v1. Previous gun round a 1v1. Crew might be losing 3 straight, but they're close. And at least a third of those. Come back, try again. Now's the time, Mark. It's got to be someone else for Crew. It can't just be Rai.
Whoa. Lucan doing a lot right now. That's worth her in round 18. That should be worth its weight in gold.
Making a bit of a gamble right now. Crew walking their way back over to A, but in the meantime, 9Z, they go the opposite way. They're upper B. Crew towards A, and they take long as well. This is the wrong site, Marky.
Not today. Not right now. Got to be brought back. Keshkin has had so much impact in this series. Relatively quiet on map number 3. Is about to be having the alarms ringing so loud in his head. His tone. Where is it going to be just wrong? 40 seconds, and now here's the inclination of what's to come. This smoke means no help is on the way. Max is going to have to go down here if it's at all possible for Keshkin. Just to be checked in once into the site, and now with vision, laser vision, it is him. He's got this triple down, and Keshkin will continue to go. This is the only man that could, and he's the only man that will. Buying time, all sorts of time, for Reversive to be right where he needs to be. 13, 12, and 11 to tick to go. Here comes a little bit back from the doors. They have got this down. Keshkin with the 4K that comes from below. It's 8 rounds for Crew as they continue to push on Dust 2.
Well, I said that somebody needed to be there. Somebody had to step up. It could not continue to be the Raihi show alone. Well, Keshkin, in the biggest moment on his own, he was the most alone possible. Map split in 2 across the middle. It's Keshkin versus the entire damn world, and 9Z's world collapses up in on itself thanks to that one man. Crew live on, step forward, and beaten down is 9Z's economy. A missed smoke, a missed opportunity, and maybe a way back to victory for Crew.
They're going quick. Right into the face of Ataraxia. You got to be prepared. And Raigi, he's not. Just for the first. Nothing sprinting through these upper tons. The bombs separated. 9Z just here to cause chaos.
Chaos, it's going to start to level out, right? All of that confusion that starts to happen when you speed things up, it slows down as the round does the same. Group back towards B for 9Z, but Cheshkin, he's here. I don't think you want to test him. Lined up.
Oh my god.
A good flashbang. Oh, 3 Ds.
Possibly another. How many can he heat up to go? Vincent, if they can match the temperature, individuals like Lucan, like Martinez right now, that's what makes it possible. Anybody else but Raigi, that's what we were asking. You got it from the B anchor. Buddha still just waiting around, playing with Lucan on the other side, and they have finally got it. With 3 individuals to be carrying this forward, they are going to be in excellent financial standing.
Yeah, still need a little bit more from some of those supporting counts, that's for sure. Crew taking another step. Take a tactical timeout. They know that 9Z's purchase is incoming. Martinez on another AWP. And that's the other concern. We haven't really seen this Martinez Ataraxia head-to-head very often. But I think you would agree with me when you're talking about the AWP. Ataraxia had a pretty decent ancient, but in every map, I think Martinez has been the better opper.
No doubt about that. The Spaniard has just been spectacular. He had more in the tank, though.
Ataraxia will fight mid. He hasn't been to mid, and he won't go back.
Quite a hard press for him, but potentially could get this reward. Having this early positioning up into the catwalk right now. Nothing going to be going out through lower on that boost. Won't be able to get eyes on.
Boost is pretty safe, though, right now. It's a bait setup for lower. Ops meant to take a shot, then it'll be a great position for Rai to play off of in lower tons should it be necessary, but they're getting crunched on. Rai doesn't have a clue. They're walking down mid, and I'm not sure how he wasn't spotted, to be honest. Looked like it was clear, but Adamas doesn't see it.
Rai gets his 24th. Backs up from lower middle. And 9Z feel the floor shake. I mean, this is going to be a very big message. No positioning to potentially close out a 3v5. Going to have to even dock this up. There's nothing that you've really fought for and won. Now just going to be allotted short control. No reason to really hold on to it too aggressively for the crew, so they will drop back. And I think this is where this has to go. A lurk here could be huge. Hassao needs to do it all right now. But Buddha with the smoke down is not going to allow anything about this to come by him. Ataraxia invited into the site, just whizzing over the shoulder of Lucan. But now here's a flash. And you may get another look out of this Argentinian op, needing to base this off of a nade. There is 2 bites. And the last taste from Long. Martinez going to try and run and hide. But can you actually survive out? There is no chance in hell. It is crew that are knocking at the door of that lead, and right beside it, they are walking in.
Well, you told me that it can't just be Rai. I agreed. Well, maybe it can. Big moment from Cheshkin previously, right? But Rai, he's alone almost there in middle. There's no way to bail him out. He's not getting flashes. He gets one supportive bit of utility, and then he just fights, and escapes with his life. 3 kills to close that round. He gets up all the way to 25 and forces 9Z onto another eco. How does this happen? Crew bite back, and they bite down hard with 9Z likely to be losing the lead that they had built up in the second half.
These Deagles have been dangerous. Max reminding us of that. Drops reversive. The smoke is dropped on Cat in similar time. It will be shaky up on this dime right now, Vincent. But here at 10-10, it's got to be cashed in on that. Buddha can go tapping along on a couple of these heads, but he's the only man here. And this is a problem. These are deagles that are dangerous. They're going to get allotted a lot of room, and that's the right call.
Got to pay them that respect. Let Rahi get activated up from catwalk.
He's a machine.
Yeah, he's literally unstoppable. Somebody get him some help, man. He's doing it all. I guess it's even more of the right decision for giving it and letting them take long, especially if Rahi's right next to him.
Do 9Z have a timeout?
I don't know that they do.
They either have none or just the one left.
I think it might be one. I'm going to check for you.
Either way, on their tippy toes, needing one of their best calls. Needing something to just swallow and go. We can at least take these next couple of steps properly. Those steps are going to come around the corner, I thought, from Ketchkin, to be honest with you. But it's Ataraxia, deeper in the bomb site, trying to get that angle is shut down. But it's always Raigi all day for the crew.
Fact that, again, they're getting these opening picks. I mean, it might just pull them across the line. Another Argentine team getting into a semifinal here in CCT. Fortunately, not so clear cut, not so easy. 9Z going to bring things back, put themselves back up on the pedestal for the time being. Heavy lean for crew towards the A side, long across the board. They've got 2 deep. And guess what, Mark? It's where 9Z currently are setting their sights. It's about this long play, but they're doubled up. This is a little bit exposed for me.
Certainly is. Here goes for a headshot right back down. Double molly, reversive. Better have the blanket to put out these flames, and right here he's caught in it. A Burning Man will keep this going. He will just beat the brightest point of this defense. It is Martinez that just breaks the light out of Long and now has a desperate choice to make. Looks back and forth, has to go, knows this on a dime, gotta keep crew away from 12, but can you? The answer is no. Buddha will have this number every time because he used to wear it. Crew have 12 right here, are about to pull off a huge upset in our third quarterfinal.
Well, there you go. There's the 9Z tack timeout you were asking for. They had a couple. They've just used one of their remaining 2. That is sort of not so relevant if they can't continue here. Not an ideal amount of money in the tank. They're going to buy what they can. What a time for Reversive to come up for that double. In a big moment. A-site gamble. We've talked about it a couple of times, Mark, that crew have gambled towards A very often. And there's been a few times where that's really been a problem for them, where they've lost out because of it. This is the opposite of that. Crew level up. And Rahi took a break a little bit when we talked about Ancient Man. Well, how about this?
All you got to do is your job necessary. Doesn't matter how bad the scoreline is. All you got to do is your best. Ketchkin right through. They don't line up. It is now forming the way they prefer for 9Z. Vincent, one step at a time up the trail. Now it is the yellow brick road for the crew.
Do a little bit of a tag team back in middle. Right, he's down in lower. But Cheshkin, he's all the way in their spawn. He can catch them off guard. Push up catwalk in the meantime. Max uncontested. Cheshkin still on that slow play. Nobody towards A currently for crew. And 9Z playing some time games here. Getting up long is so slow, so lethargic, so much so that Cheshkin's going to get the backstab. Never mind, Lukin turns and catches him off guard. Max removes Ataraxia, and Raihi is there for the trade. It's a 2-on-2.
Raihi next door to Reversive. Reversive started this entire tournament with bold plays on this Dust 2. Here at round 23, does he have what it takes to push it across? Lucan, 27 health, and he is decapitated. Raigi is magnetic, and Martinez sits from Goose. Can he do the impossible? Can he keep 9Z in this reversive 1v1? It feels like it's Martinez's to lose, and he swings, and he's got it. We go all 24 on Dust 2.
Legendary in the clutch there for Martinez. 9Z, stay strong. It doesn't stall Crew in the slightest, though. They've got money, and they've got it to spare. You can catch up to this any way necessary. 9Z will reach to take that final tack. And with a 1v1 like that, even with the bomb plant, the money is worse off for the T's. Very rare that that's going to be the case. Down to the 1v1, though. Also, Max, both making sure that they can get the full kits of utility. You can understand that perspective. You can see where they're coming from. You want to slow this round down a bit. Try for something more explosive at long in the early stages of that last round. And losing some presence on the extremities lower has been a problem thanks to Raihi being there so often. Final round of regulation, Mark. It's now or never here for Crew.
On a knife's edge, I think this goes to overtime. 9Z are the ones that are going to float to the top. It is Max that will drop, potentially for the last time in South American Stage 1. And there it goes, your brightest star. It is 9Z that will potentially falter right before the goal line and push this out of regulation. Not in the itinerary today, but you know it might be? More than 32 frags. Raigi is looking down below where there are 2 more awaiting members of the 9Z crew, right, to get a very rude awakening for it. Just peeking back up into Raigi, and they have shut him down. But here goes Keshkin, potentially to just find this all the way down. It's a headshot converting onto Adam S. and Lucan, maybe the next target out here. One step at a time. They are whiplashed. It is 50 HP out here for Hassel Peak. The Argentinian region was just donned out of the major for logistical reasons. That's gotta hurt. They're back in CCT, and you are gonna get a huge turnout in the semifinal. 2 Argentinian teams will be meeting up unless Hassel Peak has got a miracle left for it. This is how you get back to the major. This is how you make these statements matter, is by pulling off these huge upsets. Try and dodge across. 25 health to make it matter. But Vincent, I think it's done. I think it's dusted.
Oh, wait a second. That's a missed shot. Ataraxia in a little bit of trouble. Time is of the essence. He's got to force these fights. Can't find them, can't see them. And it's almost certain that you can't have them because Crew are headed to a semi-final in CCT South America.
Whew. Well, welcome back, old JRT, back into this thing. John, amazing scenes for Crew. 3-0 to the Swiss, and they're headed to a semi.
That was unbelievable. I will say it. I called it, guys. I did say 2-1 Crew, so there you go. But really, that was absolutely wild, guys. I mean, Rahi carried them on his back. He absolutely is the only reason that Crew have any chance of recovery. You see those pieces start to activate in the latter part of the match, but even then, Rahi's pulling off 2Ks. He's getting multi-kill after multi-kill, even when the supporting cast does activate. So he is a key piece from beginning to end, which you don't often see in matches, even with dominant performances. So Vincent, I think that without him, they lose, but man, Crew are moving forward off of his back.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, you talked about like not being a little bit of a liability, bro. I mean, there was some flashes of that, but even into those moments, like literally just not being dead weight. Like that's the difference. I think that we need to clarify that it's not just like not playing well. It was literally like maybe the first like 6 rounds of that second half, man. It was only Rahi. He was the only person doing anything. I was mentioning how long it was that he had more kills than the entire team. Like I think it's important to recognize how absurd that stat line is. That's why I kept talking about it. It's not to clown on the rest of the guys over there on crew. It's to talk about how absurdly individual Rahi was playing. I also think that 9Z have to take a lot of this blame, bro. Rahi played in lower like every round. Why are they not respecting that? Ever. Literally ever. I don't understand.
You're not wrong, Vincent. Absolutely. I agree. You know, 9Z didn't adjust at all to what Rahi was bringing their way. He kept pushing and pushing every time, and they couldn't deal with it. You're absolutely bang on. What do you think, Mark? Any final words?
Another one of these playoff teams, invite teams, right out of here, man. The Swiss, the momentum, the heat that you get from grinding through. If there wasn't a stage that the South American scene, wasn't a theme that the South American scene has loved more, it's been this. Think about Legacy a couple weeks ago, grinding through 1, 2 stages of the major. This is how they get it done. And right here, even with 2 game coming through the Swiss, that's making up a great part of our semifinals.
Absolutely. All right, that wraps up this series, but we still got one more for you guys, and we'll have to see. Maybe Red Canids will be the next team to be upset up against a Bounty Hunter squad that's looking pretty hot. Keep it locked here for that next match. All right, we're already back, guys. Ready to go here for Red Canids up against the Bounty Hunters. Let's just jump right into it and start talking about the Red Canids. I think that these guys have been pretty strong over their last little bit. Yes, they lost to Sharks in their recent LAN event they played locally in Brazil. It was a 0-3, but two very close maps, 10-13, and then an overtime on Train 14-16. Their first map here, though, was so clean, and one of the few invited teams that had a clean 2-0 here, Vincent. 13-5 and 13-8.
Okay, but also I think they also had one of the easiest draws.
Yeah. Well, you could argue that for other teams too, right? I don't know, but I get what you're saying.
I don't think you could, actually. I think maybe you make an argument, but I don't agree with that argument. Either way, I think that to paint the picture here for Red Canids as being like on the upswing, I think I want to go a different direction. This is a team that like has no identity right now. And I say that because they've made, hold on, double checking, how many roster moves? 9 roster moves over the last year.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
9, and that's not including this season, which has been ridiculous as well. I don't think that this team has necessarily been up to the level that we anticipated to see from them when you look at the names that are on the nameplates.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. Although they got two new additions, right? They have Ponter, they have Cawez. Cawez formerly with Pain, and he's actually on loan right now. And Ponter spent some time with Audic before being on Swingers briefly. So I think those are two nice new additions since they were brought onto the squad. Things have actually looked pretty good numbers-wise across the board. If you look at those 15 maps they've played together, you've had Drop at 1.28, Venom Zero 1.26, and Cawez 1.25. So those 3 have been incredible for the squad. Everyone else is doing their job as well. You only have those losses really up against Sharks, and they didn't look bad in those maps. In fact, they could have taken both Nuke and Train just with a few adjustments. So I still feel like they are, I want to say they're on an upswing, Vincent. I know you don't agree with me, but I think that those changes definitely could make a difference. How about you, Mark? Where are you standing here?
Look, I mean, you know, for exactly what we were teasing, especially with the roles in the first map, I've had a lot of conversations. You know, I've had Vincent yapping in my ear about this last year, along with some other passionate friends about this, and the project for Red Canids, you know, seems to go everywhere but consistent. But I mean, I'm a big fan of Cawez stepping in. I think Ponter, I have some question marks about, you know, the scenes that he had after Audic and a bit of the inconsistencies out here. It seems like Cold Zero pulls in a newer name to this, decide to, you know, get some newer blood into the mix. How this is exactly going to go, because here today, I'm really happy that you brought up they had a 2-0, because I think that's really all that they have going for them into this playoff, because I think Bounty Hunters has been one of the most dangerous teams in this tournament.
All right, let's switch gears off of that then, Mark, to talk about this Bounty Hunters roster. You said they were dangerous. They beat Audic 13-4 Dust 2, 13-11 on Nuke. Had a lot of good performances right over in that Swiss stage as well. Shinden, a victory. Jerza, very dominant victory in that one. Only gave up 5 rounds to their opponents. And I don't know. Look, I think that they're playing very well. Is that potentially overshadowed by the fact that they played again? I don't know. I don't know if their competition necessarily was up to the task. Audic haven't really looked that great lately. So I don't know. What are you feeling, Vincent?
Here's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling like we're about to watch the best remaining op in-game leader in the scene. Like that's the answer. Everybody else has put it down, moved away.
Sad
and
times.
The thing about that, listen, Gafolo put it away. Fallen obviously just changed that.
It's too hard.
I mean, listen, and even talking about Red Canids, right? Like, previously had an off-game leader who moved away. Point being, though, that Kaiser has
dying breed
picked it up, was just the upper, and to be honest with you, it was like sort of like middling, I felt like, on the op prior to that, but it's like stepped up his game in a crazy impressive way, in addition to looking like a really good in-game leader, in addition to getting more and more out of Zoc, in my opinion. I think this is an exciting team. I'm super high on Bounty Hunters, and I have been for basically the entirety of last season since they came in, and wowed me with a super impressive run into like the semifinals in, I think it was like Series 5 or something. I think this is a great team that has a lot of good pieces. Freck being the newest one, I have some question marks about him that I'll probably get into later, but as a whole, I still think he could be an upgrade from Bruninho, who was really inconsistent. So I like Bounty Hunters, and I like where they're at.
And you, Mark?
To come in on, kind of the point that you were riffing on before you passed it to Vincent, if you want to talk about, where it did get questionable with the competition, I think that, some of the best that they got in the Swiss was versus 2 game. And I've really been a big fan of what PKL and Co have been doing out there. And they ended up taking a 3-mapper off of them. I think that if you're going to kind of lean into some concern and where this could get hot, I'm just not sure that the matchup suggests that really you could have that energy coming back from the Red Canids. I really want to see. If I'm proved wrong there, I think that would be really exciting for this scene. But for the Bounty Hunters, I'm higher on Mayern than most people. I got to see this Argentinian guy go absolutely insane in a couple of the season 2 series out here. I think between a couple of these younger names now, Freck being brought in, I think you could actually fully bring out 3 really good riflers in a row, where I think that consistency, you were just having that, as such a problem in our last series, you need more than one, or you need that Raigi spread across with the crew. Mayern can pop up with a really good performance, and of course, Turtle.
Yeah, no, look, there's a lot of interesting pieces on this squad for sure. And I actually want to talk about, we'll go to the map veto now, but I do want to mention that speaking of the op, although it's not an op IGL, Coldzera has taken over the op duties over on Red Canids, which is interesting, right? So
he's the jumping double guy, though, to Vincent. Come on.
Still, it's true.
That was more than 10. No. It was 10 years ago, man.
It was a while ago. It's been a while since Cole has been offing, but he's back to it. And look, we'll check out this video. I do want to mention one more thing, though, and why it's so hard to op IGL. We say it a lot, but the reason is because an opper is not only responsible for taking a lot of opening duels, but a lot of the plays rely on those ops hitting, and also they have to be good with the utility. They're going to be throwing a lot of flashbangs, so they got that to think about, and they have to call everything. So you got 3 responsibilities on your shoulders it's so difficult to juggle sometimes. You just get overloaded and you can't frag out the way you need to with the AWP. Anyway, all that being said, let's check out the veto here. We've got Train picked by the Red Canids, which is okay, decent map for them. Then you got Mirage coming out as map number 2, and I think Bounty Hunters are hoping to exploit a map that the Red Canids have struggled on in the last little bit. Then Nuke as a decider. How are you feeling about this, Vincent?
I'm a little bit split on this. I think that, this is a great opportunity to get into Train for Red Canids. Bounty Hunters really aren't super comfortable on this map. They're like, the amount of times they played it, it looks like a lot less than reality. I think they played it a few times ahead of like back in like March or February, like early in the year. But it's just because they haven't played that many games, to be fair, in the more recent days, that it looks like it's a super free win. I don't think it's nearly that, but it's a good position for Red Canids to be in. Mirage for Bounty Hunters is a situation where I think that they can be really good here. I've seen some of their best work. I actually really like Kaiser's opping on this map. And I think that probably going to be a big important factor. That being said, Red Canids historically love Mirage too. So I don't know about that. And then Nuke is where I think Red Canids have actually looked pretty good. I don't think I'm very high on Red Canids right now. And that's not really a statement about their individuals. I think Coldzera opping is kind of trolling. I mean, bro, just look at what the results have been. It just has been bad. And I don't think that it's going to necessarily get all that much better. So I think that if we get to Nuke, I have Red Canids. I think that Train is not nearly as free, though, as it kind of seems on paper.
Okay. And I mean, for me personally, I feel like this veto is very favorable for Red Canids, and I know you, Vincent, you're not going to give them a favorable word because you're not feeling good about them, but at the same time, I think that this is so strong because Train barely played by Bounty Hunters. When they did, they lost that one map. I know you mentioned they played it a little while ago, but 3 months is already a long time in Counter-Strike, so going back even further, it's hard to look at those results and compare it to this current Bounty Hunters roster. Right, Mark?
Yeah, because I wonder exactly where this roster like feels about an Inferno particularly. I mean, in older iterations, they, did seem to like that a little bit. Here they ban it out. Right off for. I don't think this is even really a strong foot, particularly in the bounty hunters range, right? Even if it's not a great little. I think stint for it. I don't think they're going to be too. I think you're really happy that this goes to a nuke, but I think for bounty hunters, I think trying to break right back in for it to actually be axed onto a train right before. I just wonder what type of heat they're going to bring in, particularly JRT, being that they're coming off a big win, and that there's so many questions around the rules of this Red Canids team.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's check out the head-to-head here, guys, and see which team or which players we're going to look at. Yeah, it's Kaiser up against Canids. Canids really has been that good. I think that's one of the biggest pickups for Red Canids that changes the complexion of the roster, because he had his time with Pain. He looked decent, but he's looked so good here in the opening moments, in the opening 15 maps that he's played with the squad. Kaiser on the other side, you guys have talked a lot about him already. I honestly don't know if there's much more to say here about these two players, Vincent, but do you have any thoughts?
I actually want to change the subject slightly. I agree that we've talked a lot about Kaiser for good reason, but the player I actually want to watch is Mayern. Mark talked about him a little bit, but the answer is I think Bounty Hunters lives and dies by Mayern in a lot of ways. Because for me, Kaiser's been pretty consistent, been pretty good. I think they've gotten a lot out of Turtle, and he's usually going to be a little bit more aggressive. Mayern needs to be like that second piece. It needs to be a 1-2 punch, and I think that sometimes Zoc can cover off a missing Mayern, not all the time. And if Mayern is missing, which he has been more recently against better teams, it's particularly against the better teams that he struggles. That's what I think is going to be the difference maker, because in general, I think that Red Canids do have the firepower advantage, right? You see that with these stats that Cows has been putting up, bro. He's a good individual player. We know that from his time in Pain, and though that didn't work out, doesn't change the fact that he's still a strong individual, and they have some very strong individuals here on Red Canids. So I'm looking at Mayern to be the difference maker for me.
Yeah, look, Red Canids got younger and better, in my opinion, with those two changes that they made. Do you feel the same about Mayern? You already mentioned it there, Mark. Mayern is important for this squad, but is there anyone else that you want to highlight? Maybe Kaiser a little bit more?
I think particularly somebody that we haven't really even talked about much. I think Zoc has been a pretty fine line for where this rifling is just supposed to become. I kind of am a little bit disappointed myself that I didn't actually mention him in that conversation with Freck and Turtle and the boys earlier. He's going to be a very important part of this process, and one that is going to hopefully be able to lift up players like Mayern to be able to have those really good games like Vincent suggests, because he's absolutely right in some of those really bold performances that are peaking in the memories of Mayern. Sometimes there are a quieter set of maps that you see out of that individual from time to time, and here within our fourth quarter final, you have to beg the question if he's going to step into the limelight and continue to step up.
All right, predictions. I'm going to start. I say 2-0 Red Canids, no challenge. I just feel like this map veto favors them pretty much in every way. You could argue Mirage might not, but I think with the firepower that they have, it won't really matter that they're 4-7 over the last 3 months. And even if you look at the results, they've won 2 of their last 3. Their only loss was to Sharks, and it was not that terrible, but it was still not the performance they were hoping for, 9-13. But you see 2 game. We've known how good 2 game has been lately, 13-10, and maybe Game Hunters 13-8 is not as much to build off of, but still, I think Red Canids are good for that 2-0. How about you, Vincent?
I don't think that's unreasonable. I think it's going to be 2-1 in Red Canids' favor. I think we get to Nuke, and Nuke is where Red Canids do some of their best work, and so I think that they'll be able to close there. Generally speaking, though, I think that it really does matter a lot how much of the firepower shows up for Red Canids. If all of it shows up, it'll be a big stomp, and if not, I think it'll be that 2-1.
And you, Mark?
Yeah, it's a bit questionable for me. I really don't know if I see this really going as well, I feel like, as you guys do for the Red Candid side. But one thing that we didn't talk about, which I think is worth mentioning, is that the former 9Z coach TGE is one of the best additions I think that the Red Candids have made over this time. So I think for the question of them coming into this tournament and even playing really well, like we mentioned in that LAN against Sharks, had a really good output out there, and I mean really clean against Game Hunters here. So if it's a common theme tonight and they're able to handle this in a good fashion, I think that's where the praise belongs. But I think that the Bounty Hunters have been too hot to let this not at least go to a 2-1 for likely the Red Candidates to join in a good set against 2Game.
All right, well, predictions are in for us, guys. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll head right into map number 1.
guess you could call this the next stop, Vincent. We were already on this train once, and we're back. And for the Bounty Hunters and Red Canids, it is where we are off. Our final quarterfinal of CCT South America. This is how we started off in our first go around. We got to see how this new form Canids comes around Coldzera and goes on this train.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of that looks like here. Bounty Hunters looking to punch up. I think that's the perspective that we were putting together on the desk. The one that Bounty Hunters are very familiar with. They've done this many a times before. They've come out and they've smacked someone in the mouth who is unexpected. Red Canids no different than the others. Red Canids often a victim, to be fair, of Bounty Hunters in that aspect. A slow round and a little bit of a slower crawl through Pop Dog. Gonna get some flashes. Tossed by Coldzera. Ponter gonna take contact with Kaiser and Main.
This is a great first check, and they're just gonna feed right out. These Dooley's gonna go and try and get a third, drop all the way down to 10. And the bomb, it's right in the sight here for Cowes. So if he's just to get 8 check off of this at least, he will get it financially. But they are going to get nothing else at his turtle. That will double up. And for to clarify, we were a little bit delayed because it was the Bounty Hunters having tech issues. For a team that, like, experiences that, I would say that, like, as a player, I think it certainly throws you off guard. It's a great way to get your vibe back.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Turtle who was experiencing some of those problems. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah, I mean, and let me just kind of point out that, like, he is a really important piece of this Bounty Hunters team, right? Previously, before Turtle came into this team, I was kind of talking about how I didn't see a reasonable way forward for Bounty Hunters to have the similar performances that they did when they had, like, Pyria, and then, they kept on playing well thanks to, like, over performances from Zoc and from Kaiser, and that wasn't sustainable. Well, they picked up Turtle, this has been a while now, and he's become the consistent factor that I was kind of looking for. So he's got to be the one that's on the money, on the mark. And we'll see if that's the case as Bounty Hunters take the first round. It's the force buy, though, from the Red Canids. And they're looking to hit B.
And they take it on a slow crawl. Turtle hits a great headshot. Venom's arrow doesn't even hit the floor. When he does, he's lifeless. And Freck has to bounce back all the way from Cloud. This is a great look, but the bomb plant has been a consistent factor, so Red Canids are going to at least get a bit of a bonus in that retrospect. But enough said with the money. They've got to go ahead and steal this second round permanently. It's not looking like it's going to go that way, though. Turtle pushing in that direction, and Coldzera has just been overwhelmed to the bomb site. Drop from up top. He's got one on that Galil, and even a second to go. Ponter, this may be the only point at which you can actually win this round, but you're just so far away. This has no dice to go. Picking up a rifle and actually balling into the 1v1 is pretty damn impressive, but it will be Bounty Hunters that get across the line just with 4 casualties.
Yeah, it's very expensive, and on top of that, Red Canids get another rifle out of that. That's going to force them to buy back in, really regardless of what they wanted to do. This is the right call now. There's almost no question about it anymore when you get that many kills, and you get the bomb plant, and you save a rifle. It's just all these things tagged up on another, and in fact, you could argue that Canids are going to have the far better purchase considering that fact. Turtle and Mayer both going to have to deal with MV9. Turtle goes down first and foremost, and the flashbangs are beautiful. Freck doing a good job, though, and somehow still living. Finally dismissed by Coldzera.
Falling out so quickly in these first 30 seconds, and, I mean, as even as the scales would suggest.
Did he see him?
Ponter may have got eyes on, but that timing is just so sick. Here goes the smoke up close. Inclination, if nothing else. And Mayern just has to bounce back. Sends Kaiser to go farther. That bomb headed to B is just going to make that a longer crawl. Coldzera puts the bomb down for Red Canids. And they bounce back with the full HP to be on the most experienced member of their group. This is where they would like to take this third round over the line. Kaiser are going to be so far out, Vincent, but the meeting could come closer than you think. It's Ponter right around this corner, and with the surprise, he could potentially grab. It's going through the motions on Mayer, and now it's a decision for Kaiser, and it is an obvious one he's going to save.
A big explosive round. Freck doing what he can, but unfortunately, I think good utility. The flashbangs in particular were so effective for Red Canids, and it made life miserable for bounty hunters trying to fight yard. Kaiser standing in recovery to at least hang on to that rifle. They'll force buy around it likely, with a double eco coming otherwise. But you know, I think that maybe we didn't talk a lot about Ponter in this pre-show. I know it's been a little bit of time, but I'm actually really been impressed with Ponter. I know that he didn't exactly have the greatest end to his odd extent, but I think he's actually looked quite good in this Red Canids team. So loving to get to see him playing well.
Yeah, because it's after that stint that it got a little wishy-washy, a couple different names that he was under, and, you know, you have that kind of suggestion back as to, you know, especially with, like, what roster to change, number, you know, whatever it is for Red Canids, how desperate does it get? I think Ponter, the nice chance here, won't take it lightly, excuse me. But a big force up here for the bounty hunters, and my man Turtle goes for a set of dualies.
Yeah, I'm not so keen on those, personally. I feel like
I have heard about this. I know.
I feel like on a gun round,
because you're no fun.
No, it's not
in
that.
The pistol
it's
round, you take it too seriously. It's
T250 exists. It's a force buy, Mark. They have $0.
It's too personal of a shot. I just went for. I'm sorry.
$0. So all the chips in the middle.
Money.
Yeah, exactly. You got to pay the respect it deserves. He's got the only kit. He's the one fighting forward. Seems a little questionable to me, but hey, MP9 could have really farmed up. Does not do so. East side under notice, it seems.
And the crunch right back down on this side as Cold Zera burning bright onto Turtle. There were those dualies we just spoke about, washed out. Here goes that bomb down. Red Canids have planted every round that they have gotten out on this offense, and that's going to be putting a very good stint. It's a great confidence booster as well, just the amount of success that they have had, even where they're just bringing out back to a tied game, they're going to be levels. And I think you're just going to get the save straight up.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense to me. Kaiser's actually reclaimed that kit as well somehow, so bounty hunters will take what they've got. Go next. Put the scoreline down and over at the 2-2 space. Wonderful work out of the Red Canids to recover. The bounty hunters initially had taken advantage of. Should see the eco with the saved weapons and 5-7. And I will say, you know, things that are looking better here for Red Canids. Don't love the op in Cold Zera's hands personally, but what I do think has been pretty decent is drop.
Yeah, actually, like, I mean, where you have that stint, I mean, if it is, you know, with Cold Zera, I mean, there's been plenty of, you know, experience on that end around. I think if it does end up, I mean, even with conversations of how this flank pays off, if I'm going to transition it to this, Turtle with an execution, just the conversation of who can pick up that second op, right? Should be no more concern on this eco. Freck gets one, and it's still Turtle up top, advancing between Kaiser right now, but Kaiser comes up with nothing, and Turtle is smoked out, likely to run out to his death here. Ponter seems to be pretty adamant about keeping on this thing. What a find.
Yeah, former teammates. I think they were both on Audic at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. Bounty hunters going to take attack into their first true gun round. Say true gun round, you know, they'll have all the bells and whistles here for the most part, compared to Red Canids, who are able to force buy back, find some advantages. So pistol round notwithstanding. Look at what bounty hunters have on offer here. few limitations, Mark, but look at what's up on the other side. coldzera's AWP.
See what it's got. I mean, and, you know, that conversation that we had, obviously, like, you know, kidding early on, was never, you know, even actually the Opper on that SK Luminosity squad, right? Being that it was, of course, fallen. So it was always there for a highlight or two. We all know damn well it's in our textbooks. DS history. Probably is actually the case in Denmark. I hear that's a thing.
Heard about
Vincent,
this.
if your son was failing nade throwing 101, would you hire Austin CS as their tutor?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I hear there's other options. Like there's that TikTok guy. We got Kojomo.
Yes. And I did actually get to meet you know, jokes aside, I got to meet Nard out here at the major. That was cool.
Oh,
Good
that's
guy.
cool.
I think like literally just walking one day out of the arena, I was like, oh my god, that's the guy.
I feel like Nard out here is like he's the guy that you like if you're
Watch
capable of like self-learning, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like that's who you go with. You want some more like personal requirements. Then maybe you go elsewhere. He's in the weeds, you know. He's cooking up the new stuff.
Certainly. Back to business on this end. Another smoke that's going to drop right out. That's in front of Pop Dog. And the Red Canids may not even get to go. Forced back to upper if they scare. And they do. But literally, to get this kill, Cowes, it's the best it's going to get. 10 seconds, throwing it down into the lower bomb site. Freck is the only player that could possibly stop them. Ponter holding down on this bomb, and coldzera just decks you down below. Vincent, if he can get these op shots up, then he's got to do it at the right times. Now to just fade away back to it, and Drop has got a great headshot. This means no retake for the Bounty Hunters.
I really love this round from Red Canids on like basically all aspects, actually. You know, I talked about some of my criticisms of Cold, but bro, he had to hit that shot and he nails it, right? Big opener onto B as well, but also the way that they position that fake, it's down to the very wire. Bounty Hunters sold, hook, line, and sinker. Their second B player starts rotating and gets into Z before there's any real contact over on the B side, and not to mention the fact that Cowes hits the stunner there onto Zoc, who's like getting pulled in two directions because of the pressure being applied by Pop Dog. Like, this is great work from both Cold and from Cowes to start this out. I think this was a fantastic round, calling and otherwise. Trigger, unfortunately, another E count. Reminder that Red Canids picked into this map. I think that this one definitely a question mark for Bounty Hunters. I was talking about on the desk with GRT that I think Bounty Hunters are a little bit better on this map than it kind of seems on paper with their recent history, their 3 months span, not really playing it. You know, at the time, I think that was prior to Freck getting picked up. That was with Bernino, and otherwise it was the same four. And so I do think they have a little bit more than their history suggests, but this is a strength for Red Canids, no doubt. Another nice shot from Cold. Takes out the clock and puts him to bed.
Great cleanup. Venom Zarek gets that double right alongside, and obviously right alongside is where he's been on this roster with coldzera and Drop for a minute where these changes have came through. Right, Canids on their map pick are looking to get this in, I mean, really solid energy. This has a good confidence about it, and I'm happy to see that you're not going to be kind of shining into, I mean, we've had so many upsets here come in South America. It's been, you know, so exciting, but it may not be too easy for Bounty Hunters right away on train. That's what they're finding out, and right away is how this play is going to go. Out from A main. It's so quick. What a spam from Mayor and back, and Journal with another. This is so good for the Bounty Hunters.
It's good, but it's also like head scratcher, right? Like, they don't see anything really, and I mean, they sort of hear something ish. onto Venom Zera, I think, but like that spam into T-Con, that's just call it very fortunate. So Bounty Hunters, good utility though, makes Red Canids uncomfortable and results in a statement win from the teammate aggression.
Let's look and make it happen with 2 pieces. Thankfully, I mean, in totality now, in round halls together. Kaiser staring it down. Good luck, Cold. Oh my gosh. You took my good luck and ran with it. Now to actually make a good pounce about this. Flashy on that first look, so we'll take him serious. 40 to go. And now sped up. Needed that shot to be clean. Frack gonna clean this up, and that's likely where it ends.
Yeah, Cold, I mean, known. Scene removed by Freck. He's gonna claim the op for Kaiser. Toss that back over. We'll say, man, you know, for all of my dissing of Cold in the pre-show about the opping, it's actually looked really good thus far on Train. Got to give him credit there. Some of the best that I've seen, and I've seen a couple of these games for Red Canids with him opping. So, you know, it also could just be a matter of, you know, warming up into the situation.
Right.
Like secondary opping is just like a mentality wise is actually like a whole different beast than primary opping.
Won't argue with you there. Kaiser gonna be winning this fight finally. Has that onto Cold Zera right back in round 9. Turtle has a very solid hold onto Venom Zera. They are not going to be relinquishing this control of the A site. Zoc spoke about him as a consistent piece here, but consistently he's been put out. Cowes now needs to make this next route, and Ponter just smacks you from behind. Ponter to get this out. It is Red Canids that take a suffocating control of A.
Yeah, not much to be done here. I think Bounty Hunters should look to probably save if they don't get something in the next moment or so.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately, Freck on the search for that meets a brick wall named Ponter. And so, don't ask me how the brick wall let him know that that was his name, but all good.
Pretty hard, man.
Kaiser sitting in save jail.
Population U.
Yeah,
see how long his sentence is, considering he may be all too close to Ponter. There's a little bit of respect in this game. Everybody just chilling over within back 6. Should be able to save this scope, but drop and Ponter, they snap down and find the awaiting AWP, a 4K for Ponter, who you were speaking praises of right at the beginning of this first half, has continued to run with it. A 4K there is 10 frags so far.
Yeah, and I think that is the threat right now here for Red Canids, is that they have upgraded in firepower super significantly over their previous iteration. With Cowes, I know JRT was singing his praises. I am in agreement with that. You know, Venom Zera has been good the whole time, in my opinion, and I think the drop has actually looked quite good since coming into here. And then as I had mentioned, Ponter having a lot of these big games that, you know, weren't really happening when last I saw him, but you know, credit where it's due. 6-3. Guys are able to reinvest into the AWP despite him losing it at the end of that last round. He actually won a pretty significant duel at the beginning of the last round, but it doesn't matter. Red Canids overwhelm at A.
Kaiser on an investigation all the way out. Did they get a hint to this? Kaiser gets a great shot. There had to have been a reason for the double swing, but punished on that. And be thinking twice about where this op's going to be headed next, but potentially knowing that it does have a timing out here. It can't be all the way back to B so quick. Might be ready to step on the gas, and after a kill like that, it's got to be thinning the herd.
potentially big. Wow, what an important frag there for coldzera, and the fact that maybe he was seen. Maybe venomZero saw the second man. It's the only thing that I can think of to be like looking to take a fight from that position after getting that initial kill is incredible game sense, if not. Kaiser's the blocker, and he might be just enough. Grabs the one, but swings for a second, and venomZero shuts him down.
Music cooking. A reload up top in 30 seconds to now actually make this play. It's one player that's going to have to rain down hellfire from Cloud, and it's Mayer, a man that we have been putting in the limelight, and here has unfortunately been faltering in it. Right, Canids, they want to get their 7th, and it would take a spray transfer to potentially do so. Zoc, position known, and now coldzera, it's going to be the nade pull, then giving Zoc another loose on life, another release. Now having to actually get up. The pen decided himself. Up to Cloud, has to revisit where Mayer started this thing off. But you know you're just headed against the AWP and coldzera with even a Molotov. The classic train positioning in the post plant. But there's one thrown right back at you. Gonna have to be bold, gonna have to be quick with it. And Zoc, he has been quick-witted. A quick scope out from coldzera, who has just been spectacular on the op.
He really has. It's another spectacular moment, and even this, where Kaiser gets the opening. That's like the 3rd time I think Kaiser's gotten an opening pick, but lost the round. Great work from venomZero. His trade frag right there, and the spacing for Red Canids, where Kawez is taking second contact with venomZero, who's already low. I think Zoc, a little bit of inexperience showing in that 1v1, unfortunately. But up against the Brazilian goat, you know, it's kind of hard.
Next with that headshot, and venomZero will continue to go. Drop gets that down. Turtle in coordination, and this is going to be furious up top. It's fast, and Zoc has got that, pulling down the lane now. Only one way this can go, and it's up the stairs into the face of coldzera. But now he's got to see him bounce back close somewhere, and this Glock has just got to teach him a lesson, and it does. coldzera so clean in this first half, and around with his crew, they're going to be dominating.
Yeah, I mean, incredible work. Talking about like the individuals and like how they would be popping off here, I think that was a critical piece of the conversation, and everybody's having some big moments, right? We've been talking about Ponter, great work from coldzera, Drop getting involved in that round. We've talked about venomZero in the last round. It's just a who's who for Red Canids when they're taking each of these fights. Kaiser back on and off himself, been good for opening picks, but where's the victories off of that, Mark? What does it matter if I can give you a 5-on-4 if we can't close it out?
Gonna be too hard of a task.
I love it.
Hell yeah. Kawez finds that on the boost. What a crafty play to find the opening kill.
I feel like we saw that like pretty often early on, and it's kind of gotten forgot about a little bit because nobody was playing up on top of Red very often, and now we are playing up there a whole lot more consistently. So a little bit of a meta moment there for Red Canids to take advantage of. Kawez at the forefront.
We're going to pull that one out in matchmaking, Vincent, I promise.
See you in T-minus 2 hours.
There you go. But the way this is going pretty quickly for Red Canids, we shall see how fast we are at least out of this first half. 40 seconds to tally, with 4 players that remain close to the safe site, able to respond in time. He smokes down, ready to go, and coldzera watching for a flank, teasing for it. Now going to be just on time. Cold has just been perfect. And now Drop with that entry. Mayer is going to be out here on an island. Has to have some help from Zoc somewhere, but it's too late. And a tally of a 1v5. You are going to have to put another one on the board for the Red Canids, who are dominating on their map selection.
I know that this is going to sound like not me, not the person that was talking on the desk, but I mean, that might be a perfect half from Red Canids, just to be honest. The fact they lost the pistol here, like, they did everything so well. We're talking about the details. coldzera, automatic when it comes to hitting the shots, and it's combat hopping too that he was hitting those shots on. Some not very easy moments to be clear. He wins the clutch up. Poncer with some incredible rifling. Cowes with some openers. Venom Zera in the mid round. I like genuinely. Red Canids played an incredible half of Counter-Strike right there, where the calling was also on point and the executes were punchy. Mark, I don't have anything to say other than positivity.
Yeah, this is really good. I mean, for at least these notions of, continuing to put these clean performances out, right? We were talking about the clean 2-0 that we had, even if it was in a team that we rate a little bit lower versus the Game Hunters. I think it still says a lot. And here, I think you're going to continue on this go. TGE, we've hardly had to hear from him. I'm sure he's going to be loving that and loving what his squad is doing now going on to the CT side.
Yeah, best case scenario, as a coach, don't need him.
Don't need him.
Or more accurately, don't need to necessarily hear mid-match. Because everything's going swimmingly. I'm sure all the preparation and such was highly important. Bounty Hunters looking like they want to pop towards B. I could go down into Pop Dog, though. I think B site would make a little bit more sense. Venom Zera, he's got a blocker smoke and dualies.
Blocker smoke placed all the way on. Bounty Hunters scramble for a little bit more of a coin before they do exactly flip that dial. Holding long range. Gold Zera equipped. And now that first hint of it to actually come into this B site is a full send. And that full send goes through Venom Zera as well. He is the first casualty out here on the bomb site. Gold Zera going to have to hit more than just the op shots right now with the USP in hand. Here's Mayern below him, and this bomb going to get planted, but the rest of his crew is successful. Cowes has just been traded out, and these are going to have to be poignant shots from Ponter. Gets it done, and it's just going to have to be Turtle so potent, but just literally getting clipped on both sides. Has been putting all the hopes out, even if they were just briefly in course for the second half, they've been wiped away.
Yeah, what a fantastic round from Ponter. I think Bounty Hunters do a good job of getting themselves out into the bomb site. Things start to go wrong, but here's the problem for them. Red Canids, by the time the attack actually starts, have 3 players solidified, 1 close, 2 far in both Cloud and towards the Z connector. So Red Canids had everyone that they could ever want there, and 2 fast rotations as well. Bounty Hunters, unfortunately, didn't have any sort of map control across the rest of the map, so I think Red Canids were pretty comfortable thinking, yeah, this is just probably going to be a B hit, and they were right. 10 rounds to 3. Bounty Hunters bomb plant means they buy back. But will it be bountiful, or it might just be the start of the end?
At least of this first map to go, I think that a Mirage is, opportunity for you, if anything, to at least have a chance to breathe some fresh air, see if you can provide any of the energy that you have left in this series. A good couple of games that the Bounty Hunters have already placed under their belts in CCT, Series 1 in South America, even through the Swiss, right? And then bouncing into the playoff, they've been very good to watch for, and for a team that will definitely be in Series 2. I can't wait to watch them.
In agreement with you on that one. Ooh, that's tragic timing is what just happened for Mayern. Was jiggling, didn't get to see anything. The good news is Red Canids are regrouping towards a proper, not going to get that full flank coming, but a large majority coming out through Pop. It's a difficult choke point, but I don't think there's going to be too much resistance.
Yeah, they're going to get a free reign, grasping all the way out so quickly. Cowes gets that great shot onto Turtle, and now it's going to be turned. It's a very clean look initially, and Cowes up top. MP9, that's got to make the distance, and it does. It is clean, and now to turn it, it's pristine. Look at how it gets down in a triple out for Cowes, and a full house between him and Drop. It is going to be a very quick map number 1 here.
Yeah, sign sealed and probably delivered. Thinking unlikely to see a comeback story at this point. And the fact that you're lacking a further bomb plant for bounty hunters means that the buy actually only gets worse. In fact, they're not going to force. One of the things I actually like about bounty hunters, it's this calling style where they are willing to bet on themselves. You know, play an eco round like this, even though it's 11-3. And say, if we're going to make the comeback, we're going to do it with rifles. And even though, listen, Mark, you and I both know that's probably not going to happen. It's the posturing as such that makes me appreciate how bounty hunters like to play this out.
I would certainly agree. I know one former teammate of coldzera that would definitely be proud of an op performance like this. A particular member that we just got to watch at the major, but I don't think for as long as people, you know, completely figured to go with the pain upset that happened in the first round. It was Fallen that had a short stint at the major and just went best of 3 in the playoffs.
Yeah, but I think happy.
It was awesome to see him, dude. He was bad Fallen. He had the glasses on. It was a dream come true.
Truly was. coldzera. Dream start to this round as he hits the AWP shot once again. Eyes on for Crack. He's got Canids for support. We're going to chop this one up and put him to bed. Red Canids looking. They're going to just shut this down in clean fashion. A clean sweep as 5 survive. But the final round for Red Canids as they take this victory 13-3, Marky. They dominate.
They absolutely dominated. It is so bold. It's going to be a very tough hill to climb back up. Got that Mirage coming up next. But before that, we got JRT to round up this first map.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, honestly, that was an absolute slaughter for the Red Canids. Kind of, I don't want to say expected, but this is the type of performance that I thought would happen on the Red Canids side, just because of the firepower that had those upgrades. Vincent was mentioning it. We talked about it in the pregame. Canids looks great. Ponter as well. I mean, 4 out of the 5 players had double-digit frags for the Red Canids. Everyone looked strong. coldzera looked completely on form with the AWP. Probably some of the best op shots we've seen throughout the last 2 series coming through from coldzera right there. So yeah, really nice stuff. We had the first 2 pistol, I want to say the pistol round coming through for bounty hunters, then they get the follow-up, and then they disappeared. They really just gone. And I think one sign that was troubling for bounty hunters, which was the way they were winning those first 2 rounds, right? They did get the wins, but it was tough in the pistol, tough in the follow-up because they lost most of their players, and then the 3rd round they lose it completely, so their money's completely shot. They never really had a nice buy-up coming through until maybe round number 6. But one thing I appreciated for the Red Canids was they took their time every single round on their T side. They never felt rushed. They always had a plan that they were executing, and in particular round number 6, 20 seconds left, but absolutely no nerves on their side on their execute. They faked A with 20 seconds left, mind you. 2 players going in that direction. Canids gets a kill. They bait bounty hunters into rotating off the B site, and that's when they execute into B. 15 seconds left executing to B. You have to be almost perfect, and they were. coldzera, a big part of that with 2 op frags. And then you keep going on here in the first half. It's mostly a highlight reel for Red Canids, but I think another troubling sign for the bounty hunters is they're getting opening frags. Kaiser got them twice and then nothing afterwards. In fact, they had a 5v3 in, I think it was round number 9, where Kaiser and Turtle get opening frags. They lose it, you know, and it's just what a response that came through from Ponter and Canids. They combined for 3 frags. I think Ponter got the 3K in that round. And then towards the end, it really started to show how much control the Red Canids had. Yes, there was that anti-half buy that came through in round number 11. It was a little weird, but after that, you know, they just wiped the floor of the bounty hunters. The first 3 rounds were all they needed the first 4 rounds were all they needed in that second half, and the Red Canids are looking in top form. This is what we mentioned, you know, if all the pieces activate effectively as we're expecting to on the Red Canids, the bounty hunters will be in a world of hurt, and that is exactly what we got here. As you see that last round, I mean, just I don't even know, did they even get a casualty? I don't think so. You know, the last one left was Kaiser with the op in a 5v1, and it was done before that. So now we go on to a map in Mirage where I mentioned it earlier, you know, it's not necessarily been the greatest map here for the Red Canids, very back and forth, kind of inconsistency in terms of their performances, but everyone's firing on all cylinders right now on this squad. And when you're going onto a map like Mirage, that's an important piece. Can be a little puggier sometimes, although, you know, I appreciated, again, the patience we saw on the T side for the Red Canids. They're probably going to be there. I think it was the pick of the Bounty Hunters that came through. So the Red Canids will actually be starting on CT side. So they'll have that advantage of being strong on the defensive side, which we didn't even get to see too much of from them. But we'll see it on the map Mirage. I guess my point is that I feel like Red Canids are still going to have the edge on this next map unless we see something different from Bounty Hunters. But really, there was no one that was able to really frag. Maybe Kaiser with the op, but most of them were just openers that led to nothing. All right, well, I'm sorry, I don't paint a pretty picture for the Bounty Hunters, but that's where we're at right now. We'll see if they can change that story after this break.